Get 'em, Jimmy, where low shack at? The bottle's getting empty, I'm not cracking, we stacking. Chips, all of this, what I want, plus money winners, that's what I'm on. You can say I'm gone, I prefer elevated pub sports radio. Time to get educated, who get produced, fade the juice, letting loose with so much abuse that the bookies wanna call the truth. They get slaughtered, can't forget Jeff and low baggers in the chat. That's a lethal weapon, cause we lead. Oh yeah, pubbing. We be pubbing!
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, April 26th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. It was a good night last night. It was a good night. Now, I was fortunate, a couple spots. I'm not seeing the NHL playoffs very well. Shout out to Steve G for nailing the Panthers being that much better than the Lightning. So I was very fortunate that Carolina didn't score an empty net goal. I hate that my night kind of came down to that, but so it was disappointing in the NHL. 1-3, down 2.19 units. NBA 4-2. I think I'm I know some people lost with Sixers first half. I lost with Sixers first quarter, but Orlando, Cleveland first half over 102.5 and full game over 201. The breakdown worked. Magic first quarter. I mean, it all worked. And then I was fortunate to cash the full game over, and very fortunate. The live line with like 4 minutes left in the game was 193.5, and they there was a late scoring barrage. I mean, that'll happen with a team in a huge lead, so or that just the game slows down to a crawl, nobody cares, and you lose overs. You lose overs. So I was fortunate to get the over in the full game, even though the cap should have been right. Like I should be rewarded. But 4-2 in NBA plus 1.81 units. So we cashed Orlando, Cleveland first half over, full game over, Magic first quarter, lose Sixers first quarter, cash Lakers first half, and lose Lakers full game, which is exactly how Troy dialed that one up. And then in MLB 4-2. We lost in Milwaukee, Pittsburgh, first 5 under here on the show, but cash Phillies first 3 minus half plus 130. Cash Phillies first 5 minus a half plus 100. Cash the Brewers -1 minus 102. Jose moved on the Brewers live, and I moved on the under 9.5, which I kind of thought at one point. I hate that. I hate when you give up on a bet, and you're like, oh, maybe we'll cash, and then Aroldis Chapman serves up the 2-run tater to Gary Sanchez, which I know. Which the only thing that made it a little better knowing that Jose was celebrating. Red Sox plus 114. Jose broke his rule and lost, paid the consequences. Will he go back to the Red Sox? Well, saying it's a tricky situation he's put himself in with Boston Red Sox. And we tend to do that with our favorite teams, kind of put ourselves in tricky situations. And then I cashed Oakland, New York Yankees under 8 very easily. So 4-2. And that was good. Now, the next big question is, of course, how did Operation Garcia go? And it didn't go very well. So, overall, Operation Garcia yesterday, I lost $62. It was 26-23 plus 0.8 units. The Cavs Magic was the score. Went 10-6 plus 3.15 units. I made $564 in that one. And then I'm a little surprised, with Embiid going off. I know that game went over. But even the Nuggets, I'm a little surprised that we didn't pull a bigger profit, or we didn't pull any profit. The Knicks 76ers was 8-8. I lost $230, and the Nuggets Lakers was 8-9, down 1.35 units. I lost $396. So again, it was one of those things. Unit wise, 26-23 plus 0.8 units, but cash wise, I lost $62, which means Operation Garcia is now 225 and 170, hitting at 57% plus 30.55 units, ROI plus 7.73%. Average line minus 114, and I'm up $5,450. And we are coming off, back-to-back days where it has not succeeded. So we'll be watching it very, very closely. And of course. So that was the day that was. Yesterday, I was really feeling the brunt of the work. And I guess because it's Friday and the weekend is close and it was a successful week and I'm going to get a huge payday today from my local, and Woodbine starts tomorrow, opening day tomorrow. I'm pretty excited. I feel pretty good. Now, feeling pretty good does not equate winners. we need to stay focused and stay, locked in. But I'm feeling much better than I was yesterday. Yesterday was feeling the brunt of the work. Andrew G in the house is wowed in the biggest story of the NFL draft. The Falcons draft Michael Penix 8th overall as new quarterback. Kirk Cousins watched in shock. That's it. You wrote that perfectly. 4-year, $160 million contract. And they draft Penix 8th overall. Is hilarious. Laugh out loud stuff. I agree, Andrew. A Vipe is on Toronto money line. Atlanta -1.5. Tampa Bay -1.5. Texas -1 locked in MLB. So let's get off of my Operation Garcia worksheet. Get back to Friday, April 26th worksheet and have and there's something I should mention here. Also, we're gonna have Guillermo Zertucci Santanita pick of the day today. Last Friday, and I tell you, I go over all of these notes constantly. Last Friday, our friend Subhuman Gaucho gave us the hockey play of the day. And his hockey play of the day is 16-9, and it's plus 17.76 units. He's hit some big bombs. I would love to know the average line. Last Friday, Subhuman Gaucho gave us the Hurricanes to win the first 3 games of the series at plus 250. Shout out to our guy, Subhuman Gaucho. He puts his action, whether it be soccer or hockey, whatever it is, into the chat every day. He tracks it himself. And just the quality dude. So great job, Subhuman Gaucho. Morgan Spooner in the house. 2 plays locked in over 7.5 Reds, Cubs, Red Sox, and the Arizona Diamondbacks. A money line for Morgan Spooner. Let's have that copied and pasted here. Also, Dabby Cab is going to be joining us here in about 5 minutes. He has his wife's sister is gone into labor. So he is taking his wife and the kids up to Lubbock, Texas, which is about 7 hours away. And he's going to come in and give us his best bet. He went 2-0 yesterday. Not only did he cash that, but he also cashed the waffle play of the day once again to move to 15-1 with the waffle. And I was thinking about it today. And it brings me back to one of the very first lessons from Peter Loshak was that his leans cash at a much higher level than his bets. His B picks cash more than his A picks. I wonder what Cab is going to do with this knowledge of his leans being, the greatest angle in professional sports gambling right now. Now, obviously, we don't expect it to go 30-1, or now it would be 30-2 if we kept this rate up. But it's something for him to think about. His leans are cashing. Now, his picks are as well. Now, he doesn't show that yet in the MLB record, but he just showed that through college basketball, and that's when this whole waffle play of the day started out. So Dabby Cab's going to drop here with Phillies Padres to get our show rolling here in seconds. I just got to copy and paste a couple more spots here. I'd like to have it over. Okay, so we're going NHL, NBA. We're going to cap Friday NHL and Saturday NHL, Friday NBA and Saturday NBA. And we're going to keep doing that on Thursdays and Fridays. And then our video will be out for Saturday's action for both NHL and NBA. We're going to cut that all out. So that will be all cut out. So let me make sure I just got everything copied and pasted. Joey Harb in the house. Great to see you, Joey. We got Jay Smooth. Smooth Balls play today is the Mets on the run line. Let me just make sure I've got all of this set up so we can discuss it and I can go over it. So we can celebrate moves like Subhuman Gaucho saying the Canes would win the first 3 games of the series. Very, very, very impressive. What a call. And shout out to Steve G calling how the Panthers were they were clearly better than the Lightning, which we've seen. Gerald Jones in the house. Baltimore team total over 4.5 for Gerald Jones. There's Michael Johnson ready to go. LJ from H-Town says 6 different MLB teams coming off 6+ game road trip. How do we fade today coming back home? Let's talk about it. I love it, LJ. Jose, take note. Can you get all of those teams so we have them ready to talk about? Okay, Oakland 3 city 8 straight days with a game. It says Gerald Jones. There is our guy Top Set, Mr. Nuke Worker in the house. Great to see you, fellas. So Perky ready to go. Royals a money line for Perky. Lugo coming off is a little bit of a wake up call. I mean, look, he's not Cy Young. Closer to Ace Ventura than Cy Young. So. he got lit up last start, and I'm a Reese Olson fan. I've not moved on that game. Swiggy saying the Saturday Pub Sports Radio $100 weekly UFC contest is up, and Adam available to join right now. Jump in, $100 free to play. Old E says, how about those Magic? Yes, that was very easy, but I didn't make quite enough. Bo Jackson in the house. Dan Kelly says, my nephew, who's a draft savant, told me that Penix was going much earlier than expected, but the only line I could find was under 32.5 minus 300. I don't bet big favorites, so I was busy and blew it off. Wow. Yeah, what a call by your nephew, who's made some huge cash. He's had some huge cash. He picked up a 90K casher. Dan Kelly's nephew, 90K casher. Just what that was for the Survivor pool, I believe. A Survivor pool he was in. Rocco Rogers ready to get to work. Everybody ready to go. Ross Pitts, Mikey, Money. Jake Flanagan says, work blessing me with getting off early to tune in live. Let's get some winners. Love to see you, Jake. Serious business. Jay Peasy in the house. Says Nuggets turned my night around. I didn't bet them until my NHL losses convinced me this must-win theory was BS. Yeah, I don't think it's BS. But we're gonna find out if it is, because I'm gonna be on the Islanders and I'm gonna be on Lightning again. So we'll find that out too. We'll find it out. And I respect you not trusting it, but you are talking about a smaller sample size if you're talking about the last few days. But great call with the Denver Nuggets. Mike Wilkerson, and again, Troy made a deal about it, but it's of extreme importance. When you see the first half at -2 and the full game at -1, the books know what they're doing. So that we should have just only been on the first half, obviously, if we were just kind of using the books as a lead here. Swiggy says just no will from the Islanders on the Rangers, thinking Washington 2 has shown its best game. Justin McKelvey stacks play today is Booker. Booker over 26.5 points. You guys know that I moved on the Phoenix Suns yesterday. Let's get this copied and pasted here. Just a couple more copies and pasted, and then we can move on. ATP Madrid Navron set one money line at +178 and over 21 games from Sammy Calmer. Ronnie Loft in the house. Great to see you, Ronnie. Steve G ready to get to work. Juan Ruiz in the house. Wine Time Sports. Rodney Barton. Lee Davis. Great to see all of you guys. All of you guys. Swiggy says you're feeling a full night of sleep instead of 1 a.m. overtimes. No, I'm getting 4 hours of sleep max, but I'm getting used to it. And I'm really excited about opening day at Woodbine tomorrow. Big Daddy Boom. Slotty says losing night with Tampa first period goal called back for offside, then point hitting the post with 3 seconds. Avs team total over 3.5 and Rangers regulation and Preds for Slotty. There's Atlanta Wake and Bake ready to get that cash. Millsy in the house at Penix on 32.5. We killed it. He went 8th. And Millsy says Atlanta Falcons got the best quarterback. And Perky saying Gaucho is always tossing out winners. Shout out to Gaucho in the house. And Lee Davis is Dabby going to be in Lubbock, because you know who else lives in Lubbock? Mr. Lee Davis. He's a great capper. All right, great to see all you guys. Bill McDonald, Bubberito, Kong's Clips. Bill McDonald says, where's Sharpie? He's a good baseball guy. He's a great baseball guy and a great friend of the channel. And he has his channel and his show, and I believe it pops off at 2:30 today. But he is the Odds Bunch on YouTube. And he's going to be here on spots where he likes a pitcher prop before his show starts off. So we love Sharpie. Bubberito here. Kong's Clips, Jarek White, Slatsy, Ray D'Amico, Buster, Bay Hewson, Kyle Hintlian, Joe T says all 4 NHL first period overs for me tonight. Again, 13 and 6 out of the over. Chase says I think Minnesota and Denver get Suns and Lakers all the way up out of here in 4 each. But we will get to that. We will. Great to see all you guys. Joseph Gomez in the house. Johnny K. Great to have Kyle Hintlian back in action. Millsy MMA Locker Room. Jessica Easton is in the house right now. Mr. Jose Bouquett. And please have the NHL playoff pool ready to go after we hear Dabby Cab's best bet, because we are going to talk about the NHL playoff pool. We have a new leader. I'm excited to talk about it. Billy Friedrich says Pig Milk rallied to cash yesterday. No. Sadly, Remos, no rub one out and naps in the day. No naps. I miss naps. Very, very much. Been a long time. Been a long time. It is time to get into best bets. We have our friend Dabby Cab about to be a big part of his family and take his wife and children to Lubbock, Texas, as his wife's sister is about to give birth. And I love it. I respect it. And he knows that he swept the board yesterday, 2-0 and 1-0 on the waffle, and he wants to heat up. He wants the black. You saw how perturbed he was at his record yesterday. So let's welcome him from Dallas, Texas, star of Medicaid Mondays. Please welcome Dabby Cab to the show. Dabby, how are you, my friend?
Good, man. I mean, if Texas was a human, I'd be heading to the asshole today. But other than that, I'm doing good, Jimmy. I'm doing good. I'm ready to get another winner out. Frustrated with the waffle. I heard you talk about it. I mean, it's crushing. You guys have no idea how fucking angry it makes me that I'm cashing bets that I'm not making. But at the end of the day, the board is clearing up for me. And the past couple days, even before Wednesday, like on Tuesday and Monday, I was seeing some spots that were cashing. And you want to see that because, I mean, if the board's clearing up, it means I can increase my volume a little bit. So here we fucking go.
Well, we are going to save our Jose and I's breakdown of this baseball game. We're going to save it for later. So let's get into your breakdown here. Phillies, Padres at Petco Park in San Diego, California. You have Aaron Nola, who, like a lot of the Philadelphia Philly pitching staff, is coming off a beauty against the light-hitting White Sox. How much do we take that into consideration? And Joe Musgrove, did he turn the corner in that 6-3 win at home over the Blue Jays in his last start? Let's just set up the line history and have Dabby Cab roll here. And I know, there's a lot to think about. When you have a 7-hour drive here, your mind is going to be racing for 7 hours about all of your action, what's been going right, what's not been going right, how are we going to take things next level. So it's just a part of the puzzle of your huge success on leans. We have Philadelphia opening up -110. They're now at -107. So we've had a very slight move to the San Diego Padres. And when we get into the total here in this one, we have it sitting right now at 7.5. It's -109 to the over. It opened -112 to the over. So we have a 3-cent move to the Padres. We have a 3-cent move to the under. And when we get to the that's the wrong one. Sorry, let me get this up here. When we get to the cash flow here for this one, sorry, I had it set up on basketball. Here we go. We have it's a coin flip. 51% of the tickets, 51% of cash is on the San Diego Padres. So there's no, that's why this line is not moving. And when we touch on this total, we have 99% of the tickets on the over. 99% of the tickets and 99% of the cash on the over. And this line is not moving. That is absolutely fascinating. Let's just find out what the weather is here quickly, because that obviously piques my interest enormously. So let's get this. Here we go. The weather at Petco is 62 Fahrenheit, 11.7 miles per hour, left to right and in, slightly in, but in, and stays between 11.7 and 12.2 for the entire game. Dabby Cab, take it away. Best bet time off the top of the show.
First thing I'm going to say is don't let, man, and Troy's been saying it all along. He says, the public cashes just a little bit more in baseball than any other sport. And so for those waffles, 2 times I've let the fucking bets, the money, I've let the money keep me off because I didn't want to be with 98% one time and I didn't want to be with like 96 the other time. I know 99 is a little different, but they're pretty damn close. And both of those 2 times, the public cashed. And I stayed off simply because I didn't want to go up against, or I didn't want to be on the same side as 90% of the money, right? So, and that's just 2. That's just 2. So that's not a large enough sample. But I'll say Troy is onto something here with the public cashing in baseball. This is a heavyweight series here, I think the Padres are better off without Soto in their lineup. Not because Soto's a good player, but I've been saying this from the beginning. Something was off in that dugout. Something was not meshing with the Padres the last couple of years. And I think they seem a little bit more comfortable here. I think they can get into a groove. But, catching the Phillies here at -112, -110, with Nola on the mound is just something I can't pass up. He's got the 1.67 ERA on the season, and I get it. That start against the White Sox helped boost these numbers just a little bit. But Jimmy, he's sitting with a .81 whip right now, and that's over 27 innings. So people just are not picking up the ball against him. And furthermore, if you look into Nola's history against the Padres, this current lineup, they have a slash line of 0.19, .191, 0.240, and 0.277. So for anybody that's wondering what that means, it goes furthermore into just they're not seeing the ball on him. Low batting average, not a good slugging percentage, and that's right about 50 plate appearances for these current hitters. So it's not like I'm looking at, a 12 hitter sample size or something. It's over 50 plate appearances, and the Phillies are just hot. So for me, I'm going to take the Phillies here. I'm going to take them in the first 5. I didn't tweet it out, so let me see what the best line that I can
very
get
quickly though. I've got different numbers for Aaron Nola on the season. So I have him as 3-1 on the year, 3.1. And I double checked 3.16 ERA, 1.09 WHIP. 10 walks. He's allowed 6 home runs in 31 1/3.
Here, let me pull it up on another, because I have multiple places I can look at it real quick, because
Cool.
I'd like to know that. Now, we're talking about not a huge difference in that, but that's still important to know. I don't know why.
Well, because you gave numbers of absolutely spectacular start to the season. He's not had a spectacular start to the season. He's coming off a really good start against the White Sox. I guess back-to-back really nice. I guess you're right. I guess the only bad start he had was that first start against Atlanta when he got lit up. So since then, he's allowed 5 earned runs off his last 4 starts, but he's allowed 11 earned runs.
Excuse me, Jimmy. I gave you his April numbers. I'm sorry for that.
No problem.
Yeah. You got it. It's 3.16 on the season, 26 strikeouts, 10 walks, 1.09 WHIP. So again, those numbers aren't vastly different, and that's what the Atlanta start in there. So essentially, I gave you his numbers without Atlanta. That's my fault. Good notice on that. But yeah, without that first Atlanta start, he's sitting at a 0.86 or a 0.81 WHIP, a 1.67 ERA. And we touched on how the White Sox are kind of a gimme right there. But he's been doing it in back-to-back starts. He's had 3 good starts in a row, you want to say here. And I'm just going to say it again. I think that as much as I expect the Padres, coming back home, they split 4 in that series with the Rockies there. I think they're a better team overall this year, but I still don't trust Musgrove. This is 7th start of the year since he got that one, that he got that, what do you want to call it? The overseas series, the start at the beginning of the season. He's sitting at a 5.74 ERA, a 1.53 WHIP, just over 31.13 innings of work this season. He did have a good start against the Blue Jays, gave up 5 hits in 7 innings. But Musgrove's one of those people. And I'll say this, I don't like getting into like juice baseballs and this, that, and the other. He used something, okay? His spin rate has been down for the past 2 years. Musgrove used something. His numbers have constantly declined since we started paying attention to that. And again, I don't want to get in conspiracies, but people's ears don't fucking sweat, Jimmy. That's not a thing. Your ears do not sweat. And the fact that he was left in that game in the playoffs 2 years ago still to this day blows my mind, because I watched it and I pointed it out before the umpires pointed it out. I looked to my wife, I said, he's got something on his ears right now to help his spin rate. I could see it. And then 2 pitches later, they stopped the game to check his ears. And look, he was using something. His spin rate's down. His numbers are down. I'm not saying he's a bad pitcher, but the Musgrove of 3, 4, 5 years ago is not who he is anymore. And I'll take the Phillies here on the money line first 5.
Philadelphia Phillies money line first 5. When you talked about the 99% thing, I thought you were going to take the over, obviously, because
I wanted the first 5 over here. I'm not going to lie.
Okay. You wanted the first 5 over, and the 99% got sort of in the way, but you're going to focus on Aaron Nola, which is a 50-50 proposition. So we're not trying to squeeze out waffles. That was not my intention there. Although it did just happen.
Yeah, look, some of them, like when I send you a game and I'm like, this is what I'm going to bet, and then I don't bet it, that's the only thing I can consider a quote unquote waffle. If I'm sitting here saying, if that makes sense. So everything else to me, and again, fuck that thing. I just need to win my bets that I make.
I hear you. The best line available right now for you is -107 available at BetOnline. Is that first 5? No, it's full game. My bad. Sorry. The best line available for you here is -110, which is right across the board. Tons and tons of books have it. So we have action from Dabby Cab. First 5 Phillies at -110. And get hot, Dabby Cab.
Let's
hot.
get it.
First 5 -110. And we love you. Safe travels. No, the Remos. I mean, it's the whole waffle thing is whatever we want it to be. It is kind of a silly thing. You know, it's just something to think about, and it's something that Peter talked about when I first sat with him. One of the first things that registered with me about him was that when he would talk about what a high ROI he has on his leans. So it's just something we're watching. But yes, we can consider that first 5 over a waffle if we want.
You know, and it would be one thing, Jimmy, if I had like 12 bets written down and I went with 3 of them and then I was considering 6 of them a lean or something. I usually have 1 or 2 leans that don't make the card, and that's it. Like that, what I consider a quote unquote lean. No,
I feel you. Andre McCool, happy birthday. Absolutely best bet for you, my friend. And happy birthday, Andre McCool. Celebrating his birthday. Dabby Cab, thank you for caring so much about delivering the goods here. Safe travels with you and your family. And I hope that your wife's sister is... I hope that she's no longer in labor and she's holding a beautiful baby in her arms right now. And but that's very cool of you to go do that. So safe travels, my friend. We love you. Please support Dabby Cab on X and support Medicate Mondays. Dabby Cab at Dabby Cab on X. Cabby, any last words for the Capper Sport in the show?
Man, I'll be right back here on Monday. I need a break from all the family stuff anyway. So I'm going to be here on Say Hey Plays tomorrow or Monday on Saturday. I'll be right back here tomorrow. Are you doing a horse racing stream?
Yes, the Kentucky Derby is the first Saturday of May, the Run for the Roses.
I heard you needed me to show up for that for part of the day, right?
I mean, it's whatever. If you're available, it's not this Saturday.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll be there either way. I was hoping it was tomorrow. Dang it.
No, it's first Saturday of May is the Run for the Roses.
Okay. I'll be there with Say Hey. I was hoping you could get me out of a little bit more of it. Look, I want the family to stay healthy, but going to Lubbock for 7 hours with kids is not something I'm looking forward to. So everybody in the chat, man, I love you guys. Let's get paid today. I'm excited to hear what Ian's got to say. I'll be listening to you and him break the card down while I'm sitting in the car, guys. So see y'all soon.
There he is, Dabby Cab. Best bet here. Best bet. All right, let's get into business here. It is time to talk NHL and the enormous run that I was on to close out the season with motivation. We've fallen off here in the playoffs, and one of the problems that I have in playoffs is I have a plan and I don't get off of it. And so, you know, it's we're going to have to talk out a bunch of spots here because right now, after that giant run in the playoffs, I'm 4-9. And I'm down 5.23 units with an ROI minus 40.23%, average line plus 107. So keep that in mind right now. I know a lot of you guys were tailing me when we were just stupid hot to close the year out. Well, I'm not anymore. And it's frustrating, but it's real. So as we break down these games, just keep in mind that my ridiculously hot run is over. And I guess that's it. All right, let's get into NHL here. We also have Guillermo Zertucci Santanita pick of the day. Comes in race 2, the number 5, Mr. Leisure at 7-2. Last week's horse got scratched. So we are 1-2 and 1-2. And this is we're going to have the average line. We're going to have everything up for Guillermo Zertucci's Santanita play of the day. It's going to be great fun throughout the summer. Rocco Rogers with NHL Player Prop play of the day. Jacob Trouba over 2.5 block shots at plus 125. Please welcome from Hamilton, Ontario, Canada's black and yellow, Mr. Ian Cameron to the show. Bobano, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing good. That Pub Sports Radio Twitter account, man, though, you got to get with the program. At Bobano Bets now. That's the handle. Not at Bobano. It's dead. It's gone. It's RIP.
And who did that?
No, I just noticed that when I retweeted the Pub Sports Radio thing it's at Bobano Bets.
No, that's definitely me, Bobano. I just don't want it to die, apparently. I don't want Bobano
it's
to
dead,
die.
Jose. Let it die. Let it rest in peace, okay? Let it rest in peace. Yeah.
So now we had the best bet from Dabby Cab. So we have you for an hour and 28 minutes. And we got to be a little bit quicker than that because we have a 1:10 p.m. baseball game.
It's really 16 games, right?
This is not going to be easy. This is not going to be easy. So we're going to have to move briskly. And so let's keep that in mind. And you're not going to have to hear my breakdowns as much because I gave them out yesterday for these games. So we're ready to rock. So let's go. We start at 7 p.m. Eastern this evening. Game 3, New York Rangers up 2-0. Rangers 55-23-4, 25-12-4 on the road. Washington Capitals 40-31-11, 22-12-7 at home. Capital One Arena, Washington, D.C. Igor Shesterkin has the exact same save percentage in the playoffs as he had during the regular season. The Rangers have not played very well through the first 2 games of the season. I was not planning on moving on the Rangers -1 until we talked it out together. I moved on the Rangers -1. Because I think they're going to play a very, very conservative, tight, accountable hockey game. I think that we saw it with the Hurricanes last night, when you have an elite team that's been playing sort of touch and go at times, they get them out on the road and they just seem to sharpen everything up. And that's what I'm doing here. Now, this line has not moved. Oh, it's right back exactly where I bet it. So we're right back at that -170. I got -170. But it's -172. I'm not beating a line move. Now, I told you guys, because of that whole breakdown, and I believe that this is not a game 4, and we know how Bobano cashes on those third period overs in final games of series, elimination games, and we're going to get into all of that with Bobano. But here, I want the under. I want the first period under 1.5 and the full game under. And I told you this market was moving immediately against me. So I was like, let's wait. It looks like it's stopped now. We've had our first little bit of buyback, but this opened up 5.5 to the over at +105. It's now 5.5 to the over at -106. I was hoping this would keep moving to the over. I've game 1 and game 3, the Hurricanes series, I had first period under and full game under. Both first period unders lost. Both full game unders cashed. So the first period unders have not been doing well. We heard Joe T gave us the numbers. I believe it's 13-6 or 13-5 first period overs. We know that Razor Sharp Picks is in his second year of cashing nonstop on Vegas Golden Knight first period overs. But I like the under in this one. And I've already set this game up. So it's time to hear our guy Bobano's breakdown. But let me also say that I've learned to like this Capitals hockey team. I've always loved Tom Wilson. McMichael I've really gone. I love the way they're coached. They're getting absolutely every ounce out of this hockey team, and I like that. But they're in deep against this mighty Rangers squad, and Ovechkin 1 shot on goal through 2 games. Guys got to step up, but I expect them to do it. Take it away, Bobano. Game 1 here for us, 7 p.m. I'm already on Rangers -1. I want unders. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm on Washington team total in the first period in this game. Basically, Washington to score a goal in the first period, -130 at home. The one thing they have not had this series yet, well, they did briefly in game 2, actually. They were up 1-0 but they did score the first goal in game 2. They're going to need to score the first. You can't play from behind against the Rangers and a goalie like Igor Shesterkin. And this is an angle I often like, especially for a home team that's down 2-0. Get on the board in the first period of game 3. You need to start strong. You need to feed off the crowd. I don't trust Washington to win the hockey game at all, but I do think in the opening 20 minutes they're capable of getting on the scoreboard. This is one of those deals where the price is very reasonable, -130 at Bet365. Take Washington to score a goal in the first period. And after that, we'll see what happens. And a lot of these series as well, the team that lost the previous game, they've been going over their team total, especially when it's 2.5, more often than not. So could they get to 3 goals and have that trend continue? Maybe. But I feel better about them scoring early in this game. And because I do think we've seen a pattern in this series where the Rangers have gotten stronger, have gotten better, as the games have gone along. And it wouldn't shock me if that happens here. Maybe the Rangers with a 2-0 series lead, Washington has the early urgency edge, I guess you could say. So the only bet for me in this game is that Washington to score a goal in the first period, -130.
And I'm going to be fully invested in this one. I got the Rangers -1. I'm going to have the first period under 1.5 and the full game under 5.5. I still think this will move to the over. I'm still hoping that it moves to the over. I'm not afraid of going up against it. Steve G saying, rest in peace, Bob Cole. A big loss to the hockey community. We spoke about that yesterday, and love to Bob Cole's family. And his granddaughter, Megan, who I got to hang out with at one point many, many years ago. So shout out to the Cole family. And also, before we move on to the next game, I'd like to be proud of my family here for a second. Can you pop up the leaderboard here in the NHL playoff pool? There it is, Mama Bag.
Oh,
Mama
wow.
Bag at the top of the list here. That is her hockey team. 4 Panthers, 4 Hurricanes. Now Dallas could be a problem. Losing her stars could be a problem, but still.
Yeah, I have a few stars in mine. I'm not happy with that. Yeah.
Well, we have a question for you, Bobano. We have a question for your team, currently ranked 22nd here. Can you explain to us the process of taking for the Edmonton Oilers Warren Foegele and Zach Hyman over Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl?
Yeah, to me, a full Foegele to me was red hot down the stretch, and Hyman goes without saying. I think that no one should question Zach Hyman and taking him right now with the way he's been playing. But I know Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl are going to rack up the points. I get it. But I decided to, go a little against the grain, against the flow, something different, and go with Warren Foegele was red hot down the stretch, and he's been playing on the second line for the Oilers. So that's why I went with it.
So if you had one player to take for the Edmonton Oilers, you would be, for most points, you would take Hyman over McDavid.
Well, McDavid goes without saying how amazing he is. I get it, but I decided to go with Hyman. I did. I think it's because I've been thinking about all the props I've been cashing with Hyman, and it's kind of been correlated to what I've been betting with goal props and assist props and point props. A lot of my team.
It was fascinating. A fascinating move there. And
it's one of those deals too, where it's like in a fantasy draft or DFS or season long. Everyone's going to have a certain player. Sometimes you don't want to be on that same side.
No, I get it. I get it. I absolutely get it. It was a surprise that we wanted to hear from you what the thought process was behind it. But shout out to Mama Bag, first in the playoff pool. Very proud. Very, very proud that all that study, all of her pay, everything was on her own. And I just very proud. Okay, let's move on. We have Bobano getting us rolling with Capitals first period team total over 1/2. And again, I'm on Rangers -1, and I'm planning on adding that first period under 1.5 and the full game under 5.5. We move on to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. I've already moved on the Nashville Predators, and this was a confusing line to me. And look, I know that the Canucks are that it's likely that the Canucks players, not including their goaltenders, play their very best hockey game here. The perennial losing that happens in Vancouver, the media is all over them. The fans are all over them. The city knows only what it's like to lose. That's it. That's the only thing that this city knows. And I got a really nice line here. Where is it? I got, I can't even, I'll have to go to my actual bet log here. I thought I could just pull it up right here. I think I got -102 on it. What the hell is it? I might not even have tweeted it out. I did bet it. Okay, I'll figure this out here. Maybe I'll just go to my actual here. I'll pull it up. I'll pull up my. I'll wait till we get the breakdown here from Bobano. But I am on the Nashville Predators. Canucks 50-23-9, 23-14-4. Predators 47-30-5, 23-16-2 at home. Look, it's Casey DeSmith. That's all. This is not, when the Blackhawks won their first Stanley Cup, we applauded them for spending less than $2 million on their goaltending. You can do that, and then you have extra money for your hockey team. Unless you're going up against teams that circumvent the cap and have an extra $10 million that you don't, and make the tables unfair. But before that, you could do that. If this was a team that had put all of their money into their roster and not their goaltending, then Casey DeSmith is probably okay. But they have Thatcher Demko, one of the top 10 goaltenders in the league, and all-world goaltender is not there. You have Anthony Beauvillier playing out of his mind because the Canucks didn't want him. I know why we didn't want him. He's soft. You've got Colton Sissons from North Vancouver playing so spectacularly well because he's getting a chance to play against his home city. Philip Forsberg has carried on what he did in the regular season. UC Saros has not been very good this year, but he's clearly better than Casey DeSmith. Both teams are not scoring on the power play. The Canucks at one point, not this year, but last year had, I thought, the second best power play in the National Hockey League. Then everybody realized it's only Quinn Hughes you got to worry about, basically, because Pettersson is invisible. And I've said enough negativity about Pettersson. Let's get into the line history here for this one. This total is sitting at 5.5 minus 112 to the over. Opened up at 6 and has dropped to 5.5. That's interesting. We had Gokster put together the Predators and the team total over for them. That team total over, when I looked after the show for the Predators at 2.5, was minus 175 at Bet365. So it must have gone down here. But still, the Predators, I believe I got them at minus 102, and I'll check. But the Predators, yesterday morning, we're at plus 101. This has been 2 nights ago. You could have got the Predators in this hockey game at, I guess it was never there was a big move towards the Predators, and they got up to minus 124. But since then, there's been a move back to the Vancouver Canucks, and I can't quite explain it. Take it away for us here, Bobano. Canucks Predators.
Yeah, I'm on over 5.5 here in this game. I like it. I think Canucks will come back with a little more punch offensively. Look, as much as Rick Tocchet wants to play this airtight, defensive style of game, I think he's got to realize now, with Casey DeSmith in net, we're going to have to score more goals. We have to. That's not going to work as well, that style, when you don't have that brick wall of Thatcher Demko back there. And to make matters worse about the Demko situation, when it was announced, they said he'd be out for sure in game 2 and probably miss the rest of the series. There's now some talk starting to go around that he might miss the rest of the playoffs.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. It's the old injury. That's what we said immediately, that he's done. Say goodbye.
Yeah, I don't think we're seeing Thatcher Demko again. So this is essentially Casey DeSmith. And if he stumbles, Arturs Shilov's net for the rest of the playoffs here for the Vancouver Canucks, which, like I say, scary proposition. I think Vancouver realizes too. And the one thing about Vancouver too, and what I think is good for the over, because I think Nashville can get their goals now with the downgrade in net with Casey DeSmith at home to feed off that crowd, that Bridgestone Arena crowd. They're going to be into it for sure. One of the great environments in the playoffs. And I think Nashville at home, they've actually been a better offensive team at home all season anyway. It wouldn't shock me if that's the case again here. But for the Vancouver Canucks, they had a slew of phenomenal looks in game 2. Even though they lost that game, and they only had 18 shots. It was a very low event, low shot on goal game. And I expect something a little bit different tonight. And even though they only had 18 shots, they had a couple of phenomenal chances, like grade A chances, high danger. And of their 18 shots, you could say maybe half of them were glorious chances. And UC Saros had to be awesome for the Predators in that game with some of those chances Vancouver had. So no, I don't expect Saros to be nearly as good. I expect Vancouver to be a little more aggressive approach offensively, with the fact that their goaltending situation being what it is. But I do expect Nashville to score as well back home against a Vancouver team that's a little more vulnerable at the back end. I think Vancouver ups the ante offensively a little bit here, and we see this game get up and over the total. So yeah, over 5.5 for me. Over in game 1. I know game 2 stayed under, so maybe it's going to be that kind of series too, where we zigzag with the totals in this series. So yeah, over 5.5 for me, minus 118 at Heritage.
You got it. Over 5.5 minus 118. And Benjamin's right. I did get that minus 105 on the Preds full game. And that's all I'm going to do. I'm not going to add anything to that. Let's roll on. Next up for us, we have Winnipeg Jets 52-24-6, 25-13-3 on the road at Colorado Avalanche, 50-25-7, 31-9-1 at home. And initially, we talked about it yesterday. I had thought about backing Avalanche -1 here. But the Jets do scare me. And now their backs are against the wall. Look, we've seen teams in both NBA and NHL not handle that. But I do think this team has a ton of character. And I also said on yesterday's show that I'm not going to fade Colorado at home one time, I think, this whole playoffs. Maybe if they're up, maybe if they're completely dominating a series, and maybe if there's a, but they scare me. They scare me so much. Like even in game 1, I took the Jets live. I had the Jets pregame, and I took the Jets live at plus 180. Every time Colorado had the puck, I was afraid to look. Every single time they look so dangerous. They're so fast. McKinnon's so talented. And then in that last game, they won comfortably. And who scored? Miles Wood, Zach Parise, Josh Manson, and Nichushkin. I mean, that's when you know a team's rolling here. So this opened up with Winnipeg plus 142. That's where they are right now, plus 142. It's amazing, Bobano, you cashed on the over in game 1. That over was 5.5. That was 5.5 in that 7-6 game. The second game goes over.
I was stunned by that. That the total in this series should never, ever be 5.5. Never.
And there's been just a 3-cent move to the over 6.5 here from -107 to -110. The Jets know that if they go, rush for rush, odd man rush for odd man rush, they're going to lose. No team in the league can do that against Colorado. Russian Red Army can't do that against the Colorado Avalanche.
Well, they played that way in game 1 and got away with it. But you'd think if they play that way, 9 times or 10 times, they're not going to be more than 500. They'd probably be below 500 in a game like that.
But take it away, Bobano. I'm not on this spot. BJ looking at Colorado money line. Brahma B on Abs. Puck line -1.5. Steve G said the Avalanche are going to come out on fire at home tonight. McKinnon is due for a huge game. Ray D'Amico took Winnipeg plus 150, and Buster Bayhusen saying head-to-head when Winnipeg played as a road underdog versus Colorado, they're 16-4 against the spread. Interesting. But that's interesting. I did not expect to read that. And Eric Swiatek, our guy Eric Swiatek says Jets to win the cup plus 1,500. Says Hellebuck needs to get going.
He does need to get it going. He hasn't been great in these first 2 games. Not at all. Not at all.
Oh, sorry. 16-4 straight up. Okay, thank you, Buster. Take it away, Bobano. I'm not betting this hockey game. May look at live opportunities, but take it away.
Yeah, this is a fascinating game here because have they got their mojo, their swagger back, Colorado, after a big game 2 win. And look, it's a step in the right direction for a team that has been wretched at times defensively, and for Alexander Georgiev, who's been awful going back to the regular season. And game 1 was terrible for him and for the team defensively, but it was a great bounce back for that team as far as defensive hockey is concerned. They played a better game. Georgiev had to make a bunch of really good saves to keep Colorado in front in the third period. There's no doubt it's a step in the right direction. It's positive for him moving forward, and that's a good step. And you could tell that was a bit of a rally around their goalie type of game for the Colorado Avalanche. The way they celebrated in the dressing room, really, were happy for Georgiev. They were happy they could get that bounce back type of performance. But at the end of the day, I got to see it again. This is still a team that really is going back to the last 2-3 weeks of the regular season. They have been really making a lot of mistakes defensively, out of position, turning the puck over, losing coverage in the D zone. Now they've had one game where they finally corrected that, but one game doesn't make it that fixes all your issues. You've got to prove you can do it again and again and again, and I'm still not sure I'm at that point with Colorado. Let's not also forget Winnipeg has no fear of playing in this building. Okay, they have played in Colorado this year very well. They have had no fear whatsoever. Of course, the last time they were in this building late in the regular season, it was a 7-0 beatdown in favor of the Winnipeg Jets in that game at Ball Arena late in the season. Let's also not forget that they beat Colorado 4-2 back in December in this building. So they're actually 2-0 this season here at Ball Arena. I think it's a live dog tonight in a bounce back series, in a zigzag type of series, in my opinion. Back and forth, this is going to go. I really like the Jets team total over 2.5 here. That's the bet I really, really like. I mean, the one worry that I have about the money line with the Jets, I do have a piece of it, is that, Hellebuck's got to step up. If Hellebuck's going to play like he did in game 1 and game 2 again here in game 3 tonight, Colorado can win this game and score at least 4. So he's got to step his game up a little bit here. But I don't fully trust Georgiev just yet and the defense for the Avs. It was good, better in game 2. I have to see it be better in game 3, especially because the Jets are coming back here with a better, bigger, stronger push. They definitely are. There is no question about that. So I'm definitely going to make an official play that team total. Over 2.5 minus 144 at Pinnacle. Jets team total in this game. I'm going to think about it as far as the money line, but I do have a piece of Winnipeg money line. Is put it on the tab, Jimmy. I have the money line. That's a really good price for a really good Winnipeg team, a Winnipeg team that's played well in this building. I feel good that about taking that plus 145 price with a team like this that's 2-0 in this building, that's coming off a loss at home, that's going to get on the road. Sometimes that's a good thing for a team. I think there's a long 6-7 game series anyway. Got that back and forth feel to it. One of those series, it's a competitive series. Both teams are close. Those are the series, just like we talk about in the NBA playoffs, where the zigzag theory, it works. Betting the zigzag theory, aka betting the team off a loss in the previous game. Look at Toronto-Boston, perfect example. I said that's going to be a close competitive series. I'm going to be looking to bet the team off a loss in that series. And if you've done that so far, what are you? You're 2-0. If you took Toronto after losing game 1 and game 2, you won. If you took Boston in game 3 after losing game 2, you won. I think this is this kind of series as well. So Jets are a live dog, in my opinion. Money line and team total.
And what was the juice on each?
Minus 144 for the team total and plus 145 for the money line.
I can't wait to watch this series. It's absolutely spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. The play is just
actually. So you know what? We can do better than that. Plus 148 at Bookmaker. There we
plus
go.
148. Yeah. We also got you. Sammy Culmer found you a minus 112 on that over 5.5 in Vancouver, Nashville. The final game of the evening, 10:30 p.m. Eastern, West first round, game 3. Oilers 49-27-6, 21-18-2 on the road. LA Kings 44-27-11, 22-12-7 at home. We're at Crypto, and Edmonton has never shown the heart of a champion.
No.
Well, I mean, look, I shouldn't say never. I mean, we all remember them still winning cups even without Gretzky. In 1990, that was a nice win for them. But, it's been a long time since and this group has not stepped up. And I've got futures on the Kings. And with Vegas out of the division, if you can get through Edmonton, you can get to the Western Conference Final. Now, I don't know if the Kings can beat Nashville. I think Nashville's going to beat Vancouver. I'm not saying any of that, but there is a route to the Western Conference Final coming out of the Pacific. And look, Edmonton's not proving it. And last game, there was no McDavid. I mean, Holloway scored twice, Kulak, Hyman. There's a lot of questions around this very, very talented hockey team. And you guys know I've got futures on both. I'd much rather my Kings futures go through, even though that probably doesn't make sense, because if your Kings futures go through, they're not going to make it all the way to the Stanley Cup. So you probably do end up wanting Edmonton, even though it's going to pay out less. This total is at 6.5, and it's juiced to the under. There's been a 1 cent move. Now, this did go down to 6 for a cup of coffee. It's just a 1 cent move to the under. And from a money line standpoint, the Kings are now plus 124. They opened up at plus 113. Now, Mikey Money on yesterday's show said, the loss in game 2 is the best thing that can happen to gamblers because now we get the Oilers at a cheaper price. That was Mikey Money's standpoint, and maybe he's absolutely right. Ray D'Amico says, tonight, my opinion, Edmonton comes out flying. Just playing Edmonton minus 140. Let's hear what Bobano has to say. Take it away, Bobano. Oilers, Kings.
Yeah, this feels like an Edmonton spot. I was hoping for something minus 140. I mean, that's pretty. They're pricing Edmonton up there very highly in this series. Like, you're not getting a shit ton of value here with the Oilers by any stretch of the imagination with these prices. And what we're seeing here, minus 140 on the road against a Kings team that, look, it's why I like the Kings and their team totals. I didn't bet the money line with the Kings. I didn't trust them to win the game. And sure enough, they still gave up some goals, but I did trust them offensively to answer in game 2. And sure enough, Drew Doughty, leave it to the LA Kings for Drew Doughty and Anze Kopitar to be their best players in game 2. I mean, the guys with all the Stanley Cup wins and experience, and they were both outstanding in game 2. And that's hard of a champion. They know they got beaten down soundly 7-4 in game 1, but they answered the call, in game 2, no question about it. So I give them credit. There's no question. We've seen 2 games just fly over the total, but the totals were 5.5, 6. They're now 6.5. There is a change of venue now. You go to LA. Is this series capable of tightening up? That's pretty much what you have to ask yourself. And if you look back last year at the series, what was there, 1 under in that series? I mean, it was the same thing last year with these 2 teams in the playoffs, where the majority of the games went over the total. Now in LA last year, if you remember, game 3 back in LA is the game that stayed under the total. It was a 3-2 Kings win in LA in Game 3. And then the Oilers, and then the rest of the series went over again after that. Game 4 in LA, Edmonton won in overtime 5-4. Game went over the total. And then it was a 6-3 and a 5-4 Edmonton win in Game 5 and in Game 6 to close out that series last year. But this is the one spot last year, Game 3 going back to LA where the game stayed under the total. I'm not saying that's going to happen tonight, but that's what, and plus the total being 6.5. Those two things combined leave me a little cautious here with the over. I think I could only play it that way, the way the series has gone with 11 and 9 goals in the first two games, but I'm a little cautious now, knowing that Game 3 in this very spot last year went under. But I do lean Edmonton here, minus 140. I'm going to go with the team total, though, Jimmy, with Edmonton. I feel if Edmonton wins, how many times have I said that, too, with you on this show during the regular season? When Edmonton wins, what happens? Usually they score 4. But Edmonton wins, they're probably going to score 4 goals. So instead of laying minus 140 or close to that price, which I'm not comfortable with, I do think it's an Edmonton bounce back spot here in this game. And they have been, on the road very capable throughout the course of the season. I just feel better taking a better price at over 3.5, which you can get at plus 112 on the Edmonton Oilers here. So that's the approach here. I do have a piece of the money line, but I have more on the team total because the price is better to me. Over 3.5 plus 112 Edmonton team total.
You got it. Team total over 3.5 at plus 112 for Bobano. Rocco Rogers got Ekholm goal plus 900, Ekholm point plus 175. McDavid 2 or more, and Coochie Destroyer, it says McDavid 2 or more is an auto bet. Bouchard assist, first period over 1.5, full game over 6.5, and says Oilers will come out hot and play their game. Kings look good early last game. Ricky Levine says they've won 9 of their last 10 at home. These Kings, I'm going to watch and learn this one. I've got enough action. So that concludes Friday's action. We're going to roll into Saturday's action, but for our Friday, Bobano's on the Capitals first period team total over a half goal at minus 130. I'm going to be on the first period under 1.5, full game under 5.5. I'm not on it yet. I'm on the Rangers minus 1. I got that at minus 106. And I got the Preds full game at minus 105. Bobano's on the over 5.5 in that one. Bobano's on the Jets team total over 2.5 minus 144, and the Jets money line plus 148. And he's on the Oilers team total over 3.5 at plus 112. Let's talk Saturday hockey. Saturday, April 27th. We start in the afternoon, 2 p.m. Eastern. Game 4, Carolina Hurricanes 52-23-7, 25-13-3 on the road at the New York Islanders 39-27-16, 21-10-10 at home. We're at UBS Arena in Almont, New York. One of the problems that I have here in the playoffs is I have a plan and it's hard to shake me off of it. And I lost with the Islanders in Game 3. The Hurricanes were the better hockey team. I can take it. And the Hurricanes are firing on all cylinders. Brett Pesce went down. This defense is so good. I mean, they're just so good and so deep that they're able to handle the Pesce loss fine. Like they were able to handle the Jesper Fast loss fine. So this is the way I see this. And I want to say it out loud before I do anything. It's very difficult to play a hockey game at 2 p.m. It's difficult. It's just out of your regular routine. It's hard to be intense at 2 p.m. When the unders hit in these afternoon games, I don't believe it's because of high intensity, accountable defensive hockey. I think it's just because it's just kind of sloppy. It's just not sharp. And the Hurricanes are up 3-0 and playing an afternoon hockey game. I think that's extremely difficult. So hard. Yes, the Hurricanes are a better hockey team, but this is so difficult. I think the Islanders are live. And I'm willing to pay the consequences if I'm wrong. I am. I think that Semyon Varlamov is going to be spectacular. I'm not sure if you could say that Patrick Waugh has been pressing the right buttons with his goaltending because Varlamov is soared and Sorokin, your star and number one, is buckled under the pressure of having one of the top 3 or 4 goaltenders and the top 5 goaltenders in the history of sport watching his every move. So I want the Islanders first period, and I also want them full game. And I don't want the under because at this point, I don't know if the Carolina Hurricanes have to score goals. They seem to score them. Things have changed, and Bobano talked about that off the beginning last Friday, talking about how with Gensel on the power play. I mean, this power play is just right now. You could say it's the best power play in the league because the Lightning power play has been doing not much against the Panthers' strong defense. So that's my thought process as we get into this. Again, we are 26 hours from puck drop at this point. Let's go into the line history here. Maybe it's smarter to just take the Islanders' first period, but that plus 158 sitting on the New York Islanders right now in an afternoon hockey game with them down 3-0 is extremely appealing. I don't know how I can pass that risk reward up. I don't, and I don't think I will. And you guys know that my unit size is 300. I don't bet to win 300. I bet 300 across the board. We went up to 400 on our big run in the regular season, but it pushes me towards dogs and pushes me away from favorites. And I want that. I need that. I want to be rewarded more for betting on a dog. I don't want to risk less. This is not about risking less. It's never been about that for me. When people ask about it, it's about getting rewarded, getting paid. And I sometimes need a little bit of a push for dogs. And I kind of need to be pulled back away from favorites. So the system works for me. This line has not moved since it came out this morning, 8:12 a.m. at Pinnacle. It's at plus 158. And then the total, I don't know. Again, I don't know if the Islanders can completely shut down Carolina, where I do think Carolina can pretty much shut down the Islanders. So if my thought process is the Islanders come out to a lead, then it scares me to be on an under. But the under 5.5 minus 115, and I'm 2 wins, 2 losses on unders in the series because I'd lost my first period unders and cashed the first period or it's the full game unders in games 1 and game 3, and I didn't move on it in game 2 because Bobano was in my head because he said if you cash that first game under, he said, do you think this goes down to 5? I thought, it might. If it was a 1-0 2-1 game, it didn't, but it soared over in the next game. So my guy Chip Plylar in the house. Take it away for us here, Bobano. Hurricanes, Islanders, UBS Arena in Elmont, New York.
Yeah, I did say this has the potential to be a sneaky, well, I don't want to say over series because really game 2 is the only game from a full game standpoint that went over. But man, last night, that game was way over on pace to go over for much of the game, and then it slowed down late. I don't want the Islanders here. I commend you for your bravery wanting to maybe back them tomorrow, but I think they have all the makings of a team that's ready to go golfing, quite honestly. The way they started that game, after the horrible collapse in game 2 to be down 2-0 like that, that's not the response I'm looking to see on home ice at all. They did get back into the game a little bit, and then, of course, Carolina hung on for the win. They did show a little something in the third period. But then I like the quotes from Aho after the game saying, we know they're going to be desperate in the next game. We have to match it. It looks like a business type approach from Carolina. I'm not laying the price either with Carolina. You're paying a premium here too if you like Carolina, but I don't think I could get there with the Islanders. I do like the over by Fecta in this game. The over in the first period is 3-0 in this series. Every first period has gone over. I'm not stepping away from that. It was on the first period over again last night. In game 3 of this series. So I don't see what changes. Islanders have to be aggressive and try to get the first goal. They have to. They cannot play from behind against this Carolina team. They are a bastard to play against when you're trailing against them. They're just so good protecting leads. Over 1.5 is plus 105 at Bet365 for the first period over. So over 1.5 plus 105. I don't like the full game over as much because we've seen every first period go over, but we've seen 2 of the full games stay under. So that's why I like the first period more, over 1.5 plus 105. But I am going to jump on the full game over as well. Why? Because this is an elimination game. Why? Because this is Patrick Waugh, and if the team is down big in the third period, goalie could be out with 6, 7, 8 minutes to go, which is his norm usually, especially in situations like they'll be in tomorrow, where the season's over if they lose the game. So tomorrow, I definitely think it's a positive expectation situation for over 5.5 plus 100 given that. So for me, the 2 plays are just the over by Fecta, first period, full game.
You got a first period over 1.5, full game over 5.5. This, I tell you what I won't do is I won't just bet it because of my fear of people tailing me and not tweet it out.
Yep.
I don't want to do that either. This is the type of bet I would prefer to do that with, though. Just let me just quietly bet this in the corner alone in the dark and not, but I'll tweet it out if I bet it, and I expect to bet it. First period, full game, and look, there are consequences to actions, and if I get hurt here, I get hurt here, and if we weren't, destroying over the last 6 weeks, maybe I wouldn't. Maybe, but I am going to. I think if this was a 7 p.m. game, I don't think I would do this.
Yeah.
I think the 2 p.m. here with your whole season on the line and Patrick Watt coaching and Lou Lamoriello watching, I just think they're ready to go. So let's move on to the next spot here on the board, 5 p.m. Eastern, and we have the exact same situation. East first round, game 4, Florida up 3-0. Shout out to Steve G. He was very right, and I was very wrong. The Panthers have clearly been the better team, and also it looks like the Lightning are kind of hanging their heads. It was very strange to watch them dominate for about a 9 or 10 minute stretch in the second period before Reinhart scored his goal. To make it 2-2. It was just, they were coming so close to scoring, and then Reinhart scored, and it just felt, you're like, oh, the bad man's gonna get this W. Like, you just felt like they were just like, oh no, we're not. And I was shocked to see it with a team with this much character. Now Nick Paul, he still scored. He's Nick Paul. They have a ton of character on this hockey team, and I want to back them again. The interesting thing about this here is Vasilevsky is actually being a tiny bit better in this playoff series than he was during the regular season overall. It's not on him. Now, Bobrovsky has made some spectacular saves, but overall his numbers are a little bit worse, but that's going to happen against the Tampa Bay Lightning. The Panthers have the Lightning on the ropes. They've been able to handle the loss of Sam Bennett and Ryan Lomberg, and Ryan Lomberg should be back here. Hayden Fleury remains out for the Lightning. So now I'm backing the Islanders here, and so why aren't you going to back Tampa? And I'm not saying that I'm not going to back Tampa. This total, by the way, opened up at 6. It moved to 6.5 this morning. It's not that I don't want to back Tampa. I do, and getting the plus line is appealing here at plus 108. But it's not a plus 155 or plus 160 that they're offering me with the Islanders, which is a huge risk reward, and I'd like the implied probability, and I'd like the 2 p.m. game. So maybe Bobano and you guys in the chat. Coochie Destroyer saying Tampa ready for the summer holiday. Cheshire Cat says he'll bet against the sweep. And I would like to do that too. Rocco Rogers says, I don't think the Lightning have the gas to get a lead and defend the net. They have the character, they have the skill, but I don't think they have the gas after watching last night very closely. Big Daddy Boom says, let's go Florida Panthers. Let's finish them. Mikey Money says Tampa wins this game and Florida closes at home. That was the similar script that I thought for this Hurricanes game because it's the early start. Let's just go home and finish it. I kind of wonder if that's the same thing in the Lakers-Nuggets game 4, which, we'll talk about with Bobano here as well. But here we go. Mikey Money says there's way too much public on Bennett and his injury. One dude on a roster of 20, someone else can step up. Sure. They're a very deep hockey team. But
yeah, if you were on Tampa Bay last night because Sam Bennett's out, you need to find another reason to like Tampa Bay than that.
Yeah, definitely. Simple. But it's helpful. It's I think the Panthers are less than without Bennett. Bennett plays like he's 6'4", 240. I mean, I love him. I absolutely love him. And I think Brad Treliving should not be able to work again because of how he handled Sam Bennett. I don't know how he gets another job. He shouldn't get another job. But that's another story. Take it away, Bobano. Panthers, Lightning.
I agree with everything about the Tampa side is that they're not going to go down without a fight. This is the heart of a multiple-time Stanley Cup champion with the likes of Stamkos and Kucherov and Point and Hedman, Vasilevsky. They're not going to go down without a fight. But now you have to ask yourself, what pathway do they have to beat this team? Because their power play sucks right now, Tampa Bay. And without that, in this series, it's been bad. They had opportunities in the first period to capitalize and cash in with a power play, and they failed. Do you see how bad that power play looked in the first period? They could barely get in the offensive zone in that first period. Without that power play, they cannot beat the Florida Panthers. Without that power play working, they cannot beat this hockey team. And that is a big concern because they just don't do enough at 5-on-5 consistently. Florida's the much better team at 5-on-5, even strength. But this is Tampa. This is a team that's not going to go down and lay down for anybody. But at the end of the day, I keep coming around and thinking, the must-win spot for Tampa. Do they really want to get swept at home? But then you look at Florida. They look better at 5-on-5. Bobrovsky's playing out of this world right now. And Florida got swept by these guys 2 years ago. I get the feeling in that Panthers dressing room, they would love it to return the favor, to not just win this series, sweep their ass the way Tampa Bay swept them 2 years ago. I think that is an incentive for Florida. They swept us 2 years ago. We're going to return the favor. It's payback time. We're the team that runs the state now here in Florida. So I think the motivation and incentive for Florida to sweep this series and end it on Saturday will be just as great as it is for Tampa Bay to avoid being swept and extend the series to Game 5. So I haven't moved on the side yet, but for me, I could only look at Florida. I lean Panthers here to finish the deal. It's because of that intangible of being swept 2 years ago by this Tampa Bay Lightning team. And a lot of those players were on this team. A lot of Florida players on this year's team were on that team that got swept by Tampa 2 years ago. So, I think they'd like it to return the favor. I don't know if I'll move, but I might. As of now, I'm not. I am on first period and full game overs here again. It's been a go-to for me in this series, and really outside of the first period over last night and the full game overs in the first two games, but we had the first period overs. We've at least split pretty much. If not, pretty much split with these. One of these days, we're going to get both of them. Yeah, and we should have had both of them last night because so close to hitting the first period over, and then the Tampa goal gets called back because it was offside, and it was offside. It was a good call. Still tough to lose in a first period over like that, but we're going back to the well. It's still 2-1 in this series, the first period over. So first period over 1.5 minus 125 at Botano. Full game over as well, which is 6 minus 120 at BetMGM.
You are locked in, and I still want the Lightning here. We talked about. I didn't realize when we broke down the first game of the series that until we broke it down that Florida had lost the last 2 times playing Tampa. They'd been swept in 2022. And I was like, wow, I didn't realize that they were going to have that. Shout out to our guy, Jay Peasy, gifting a Pub Sports Radio membership. Our guy, Chip Plylar, getting it. Jay Peasy, the voice you hear before every one of our shows here on Pub Sports Radio. We love you, Jay Peasy. I expect to be back on the Lightning here. But I'm certain I'm going to be on the Islanders, and I'm still hemming and hawing on the Lightning. But I do expect to find my way there. I do. And there, look at that. Jay Peasy gifting another Pub Sports. What a guy. What a guy. Lil Sprinkle Cone getting it.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Yep.
Very, very, very much. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. 8 p.m. Eastern. Boston Bruins 47-20-15, 23-9-9 on the road at Toronto Maple Leafs 46-26-10, 22-15-4 at home. Scotiabank Green in Toronto, Ontario. Linus Ullmark will be back between the nets. And I think now I have a guess that this is Linus Ullmark's last game of the NHL playoffs because Swayman is starting to build this aura around him and this confidence and this swagger. Ullmark's been quite good, but Swayman's starting to build this. And I have a feeling. Now, we don't know what the hell's going on with Willie Nylander.
I don't know if it's going to be him again. I know it's been the goalie rotation, but is that confirmed?
It's not confirmed, but it's I expect it because they're up 2-1. I expect it, but well, you're right. It's not confirmed. I still think it'll be Ullmark here because they're up 2-1. And they'll keep the system going. But I think this will be the last game because, so we know that Nylander's been dealing with migraines. He's been dealing with migraines for a couple of years. So that's the situation here. So he's dealing with migraines. Is it a concussion? What is it? Bobby McMahon is a big piece to the puzzle. Thank you, Kevin Foster. I think this might be if I fall apart in the playoffs, I've got to realize the problem because I want so badly to trust my cap, and in my cap, and I'll say this again. Look, I'm afraid of Brad Marchand. He steps up. We've watched him step up in every single conceivable situation that he's been faced with in his entire career. And I'm not afraid of this hockey team without Patrice Bergeron and David Krejci. And they don't have Justin Brazeau out there either. They're not as tough as the Leafs. I do believe that. They're not as tough as the Leafs. I don't think I've ever said that about any hockey team ever until this year. The Leafs are a tough team now. And with Domi and Bertuzzi on that line with Matthews over and over, and they're tough to play against. Marchand says it. They're tough to play against. So here, Ullmark was fine in that first game, and Samsonov is being who we thought he would be. Kuchi Destroyer said Leafs will come out hot. Am I making this bet expecting Nylander and McMahon to be in the lineup? Would I be making this bet to expect Nylander lineup? Should I not bet it until I find out that Nylander's in the lineup? Because the line's not going to change that much. Maybe that's the way to do it. Let's take a look at the line history. I'm going to be on the Toronto Maple Leafs here. The Leafs are at -115. I've handled this series poorly. They opened up at -109. They're up to -117. Now it's 8 cents of movement. I've handled this poorly. I didn't bet the Leafs in game 2, but I bet them in game 1 and 3. I mean, what can I say? I've handled this poorly. This total opened up at 6 and it dropped to 5.5. But I'll keep going back to it. This Bruins team just does not scare me. They're really good. And Charlie McAvoy is really good. They have depth. They have accountability. They're coached well. They just don't scare me here. Take it away, Bobano. I want the Leafs. How are you handling game 4, Bruins Leafs?
Yeah. So the series you identify, I thought Tampa Bay, Florida might end up being a back and forth series. Hasn't turned out that way. That's the one where I thought back and forth series. This could be one where we do the zigzagging. And I took Tampa in game 2 and lost. And once they fell down 2-0, I pivoted. And that's the key with your playoff betting philosophy. If you've got a script in mind and a flow in mind and you realize, it's not going the way I thought, you got to pivot. And you got to pivot quickly. Or else, you could pay the price for it. And after game 2, I'm like, I'm off Tampa. And I didn't go back to Tampa in game 3 last night against Florida in that game. I figured Florida looks better right now. And with Winnipeg, Colorado, so far, it's been back and forth. Competitive series, not a lot to decide between the two teams. And I feel you can bet the losing team the next game in Winnipeg, Colorado, and be profitable. And that's the approach I've had in this series, too. You bet the losing team of the previous game, the next game profitable. There's very little separation between these two teams. They've been close games, including game 3. I was on Toronto in game 2, off a loss. I was on Boston in game 3, off a loss. And now here I'm going to be on Toronto, off a loss. And they have to have this one here. They can't go back to Boston down 3-1. I think Nylander will play. I mean, if he's ever going to get into a game in this series with the migraines, it's here because he's finally get an extra day off between games. That can only help his possibility to play in this game. Like I say, they got to have it. You can't go back to Boston down 3-1. You got to tie this series up. And to be honest with you, this is a team that was carrying a lead going into the third period, of game 3. So keep that in mind. They were right there, the Leafs, and they looked like they had the upper hand to try to win this series. But on the flip side, Boston's not going to go down without a fight. I get it. And if it's Jeremy Swayman, who I do fear it could be Swayman again, and that Jim Montgomery breaks tendency and does not go with the goalie rotation, and he's, 5-0 this year against Toronto, Jeremy Swayman. So that would be a big-time fear I would have taken the Leafs here. But I am going to take them in this spot. They have to have this game. It's been a back-and-forth series. Each team's been good responding off a loss. This is Toronto's turn to respond, and if they don't, they're going to be golfing pretty soon. So, yeah, I will take Toronto here. Just money line. The team total for Toronto, I'm not that interested in it because this could be one of those games where, they win it, but they don't, go over the team total necessarily, especially with that team total being, 3. You got to take 3.5. You can't lay -162 with a 2.5. It's just too pricey. So just the money line here for me, Leafs -110.
So I'm going to wait. Oh, you said -110?
Bet
MGM.
MGM.
I'm thinking of Lightning. Yep. I'm going to wait. You're right. I'm going to wait. I need Ullmark in that. I can't have Swayman in it. And I care more that Swayman's not in that than Nylander plays. So I'm going to wait. As soon as I know Ullmark's in, we fire. Let's go on to the final spot in NHL Saturday night action. West first round game 3. Dallas Stars at Vegas Golden Knights, T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. Ottinger has continued on from that bad regular season. He's not looked good. .850 save percentage through the first 2 games. And Logan Thompson has the Golden Knight fairy dust sprinkled on him, and now all of a sudden he's a spectacular goaltender. The number 1 seed in the West is on the ropes. Yanni Hakanpää has been out for some time with a lower body injury. Dallas just simply doesn't have the depth defensively. It's Heiskanen and Harley. It's just not enough. Now Mason Marchman's dealing with an undisclosed injury, and Radek Fox as well. Now the Knights, Nicholas Hague, 6'6" defenseman Nicholas Hague, also dealing with the lower body injury. He's an important piece. We talked before game 2 about how big Vegas is and how, I just couldn't fade them. There's just no way I could fade them. When we did our breakdown before the series started, Bobano, I told you that there was no world. There's no world that exists. There's no universe exists where Matt Duchene hands the Stanley Cup to Tyler Seguin or the other way around. It just doesn't. Those guys are never going to lead a team to glory in their 30s together playing soft-ass hockey as they do. So now we have the Dallas Stars against the ropes, and I don't want to fade them still. And I don't want to back Vegas. Maybe I romanticize situations a little bit too much, but there are jobs on the line. If in the Lightning, if they get swept, John Cooper's fired. John Cooper's tenure as coach of the Tampa Bay Lightning is over. Here, if Dallas goes down 3-0, gets swept, DeBoer is fired and probably shouldn't be given another opportunity if he can't take this team, the number 1 seed, and not get swept in the first round. I am going to bet the Dallas Stars first period. I think they come out with everything that they have. And I do not want to fade Vegas for 60, but I'll fade them for 20. I haven't bet it yet. I'm going to be on the Stars first period. Let's take a quick look at the line history here for this one. We have this total has crept up. Pinnacle opened it at 6. A lot of books opened it at 5.5, juice to the over. This is 6 minus 117 to the under. Open minus 116 to the under. And on the money line here, we have Vegas at minus 112. They open up minus 117. Dallas has gone from plus 104 to even money. Take it away, Bobano. Our final game for Saturday night action. Mikey Money says, Seguin has done nothing in this series. I said it pregame. These guys don't have enough heart to win the chip. They're happy about overtime. Take it away, Bobano. I can't wait to hear your breakdown.
Yeah, this one I'm a little safer than you with the because Vegas has scored 3 goals in the first period in this series, 2 in game 1, 1 in game 2. So Dallas has not done a good job shutting the door early in these games. And this is Vegas coming back home with a 2-0 lead. Crowd's going to be roaring. Crowd's going to be fucking amped. So I honestly don't trust Dallas to keep Vegas off the scoreboard in the first period for as far as betting them first period money line. So I'm going a little different here. And this is what I did with Washington. First game we talked about. Dallas to score in the first period, minus 145. So basically Dallas over 0.5. Dallas to score a goal in the first period, minus 145. That way, because I think Dallas is going to have the urgency, the desperation, the energy early. Got to have this game. Score early. I think they're capable of it. But I don't know if they're going to keep Vegas off the scoreboard. Vegas has just done a great job just jumping on Dallas and getting that early goal in the first 2 games of this series. So, there's probably a game where the first period over and the full game over both make sense because Dallas has to come out aggressive. Got to strike first. At the same time, they've been horrible, Dallas, giving up a goal early in the game. So along with Dallas to score in the first period, I'm actually going to dabble too, Jimmy, on Dallas in the money line for the full game. I have to go down with the ship. This is one of those I've committed to Dallas here in this series and the run to the futures that we have on them. So I'm going to commit to it one more time because I do feel the change of venue might actually be a good thing for Dallas. Get on the road, get away from home, bond together, and play a solid road game here. So 4 bets I'm going to have on this game. Dallas minus 145 to score in the first period. Dallas money line, full game, which is plus 100 at Pinnacle. I'm going to go first period over, minus 114 at Pinnacle, over 1.5, minus 114 first period. And also full game over 5.5, minus 125 at DraftKings.
You are locked and loaded there. Let's review all Saturday action.
And one more for you,
Oh,
because
sure.
I like these totals and I don't like them at 6.5, but I do like them parlayed together at 5.5. We're going to go Winnipeg, Colorado over 5.5. Edmonton, LA tonight over 5.5. That's a 2-game parlay plus 156 at Pinnacle. It's a great price, and we get the totals down to 5.5. Really like that.
Jets and Oilers together here. So let me cut this from this game and put it up to the notes from tonight. So put that beside your Oilers action.
Yep.
All right, locked in. So on Saturday action, I'm going to be on the Islanders first period and full game. Bobano's going to be on the first period over 1.5 and the full game over 5.5. Bobano's on the first period over 1.5 in Florida, Tampa, and the full game over 6. I'm going to be on the Tampa Bay Lightning, I expect. I'm going to be on the Leafs as long as Swayman's not in net. Nylander's not as big of a deal as it's more Swayman to me. Bobano's already on the Leafs minus 110. Bobano is quadrupled up in the Stars Knights game. Stars team total over a half in the first period at minus 145. Stars full game money line plus 100. First period over 1.5 minus 114. Full game over 5.5 minus 125. And I'm going to be on the Stars first period.
We're essentially both on the Stars first period. We're just different ways of going about it. I'm a little more fearful of the defense for them in that opening period.
No, I feel you. It's going to be a fun day of hockey on Saturday. All right, let's move on to NBA. We have to be a little quicker here. And if we get close to first pitch in MLB, there's only one afternoon game, 110, then we'll just go over to that. But I think we'll be fine there. Yep. Let's go. NBA, Friday, April 26th, 5:30 p.m. Eastern. We have the East first round game 3 series tied at 1. Milwaukee Bucks at Indiana Pacers. We're at Cambridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana. I have already moved on the Pacers minus 5.5. I cashed very easily on the Pacers in game 2, first quarter and full game. And I don't think Giannis Antetokounmpo is going to be back. Now let's check out the lines. That'll tell us if he is. And I don't know if Middleton plays. Right now we're at 6.5. So at least I've beaten that line move by a point. Now I could have done better. I mean, this opened up at 4. So I don't need to pat myself on the back for getting a 5.5, but did beat it by a point. Then from a total side of things here, we are dealing with a 222.5. This opened up at 225 and dipped all the way down to 222. Now we're at 222.5. It did get up to 223.5 before back down to 222.5. And when we get to the cash flow here for this one, we have, let me quickly move over here. We have 44% of the tickets and 29% of the cash on the Buck. So bigger bets are coming in on the Pacers. And on the total, we have 90% of the tickets and 86% of cash on the over. And yet this keeps dropping. BJ says Pacers is the right side. Giannis listed as doubtful and Middleton questionable. One thing that worked so well with the Magic game yesterday was just easily understanding that they were going to shoot much, much better. And so we cashed 3 bets in that game. And I think it's important to talk about what these teams are doing in the playoffs and how different it is to what the 10 games leading up to the playoffs were. For the playoffs, the Pacers aren't shooting the ball that well. The Milwaukee, shooting the ball very similar to what they were doing. The Milwaukee in the playoffs right now is shooting 39.1% from 3. Milwaukee without Giannis and with, Dame Dollar going off in the first half, it doesn't matter. They can't compete with the Pacers without these guys. And the whole storyline of Halliburton being hurt, he played 38 minutes a game when he just didn't play well. I think we were giving an excuse to someone who didn't need him. Mally Mal says Siakam and Dame are killers. They've been clearing 30 every game. Siakam, 36-13 in game 1, 37-11-6 in game 2. He's been spectacular. Listen to this, for Pascal Siakam. He is the first NBA player to open up the playoffs with consecutive performances of 35 points and 10 boards since Wilt Chamberlain in 1967. That's what Spicy P is doing over there. Dame looks great. Bobby Portis went for 14 and 11. I do not expect Giannis Antetokounmpo to be there. Doc or Glenn, we should call him because he's a loser, is liking what he's seeing from Giannis in practice. I don't think it matters that much, and I'm not sure if Middleton plays. Joe Yurkovich says, I think the line has moved too much towards Indiana. That's fair. BJ says Bucks shooting percentage drops on the road. Let's take a look at the cash flow one more time here before we send it out. 86% of the cash on the over, and it's dropped from 225 to 222.5. And bigger bets coming in on the Pacers. Joe Yurkovich can be right. I think that any spread under 5, I'm very comfortable with. And 5.5, I think, was kind of the limit for me. But I wouldn't be too concerned here. I think Milwaukee lets go of Game 3 and comes back in Game 4 with Middleton and Giannis, and it's a new series. Take it away, Bobano. East first round, Bucks Pacers.
Yeah, I'm on Indiana as well, -5.5, -118 at Botano. I was right back to them against in Game 2. I mean, I had them in Game 1, obviously. And look, to be real with you, they played one really bad half. Indiana, Game 1 against the Milwaukee, and that was the game where Damian Lillard just came out and went nuts, essentially. And that's the only reason Milwaukee has got out of that the first 2 games with a split, is because that crazy huge half that Lillard had, which you knew was not going to duplicate itself. And Indiana adjusted. They had a better second half. Obviously, they were down too much, but they had a better second half. They played the way the Indiana Pacers are capable of, and Milwaukee played a lot more of what they're capable of without Giannis on the floor in Game 2. So I think now, and look, that place is going to be excited there, that Fieldhouse, Gamebridge Fieldhouse there in Indiana. I mean, it's a home playoff game. The Pacers have had some tough times. Now they're back in the playoffs. They feel this team is good enough to at least win a round, if not 2, here in these playoffs. Like I said, I think Indiana strong at home. Milwaukee got badly outplayed in Game 2, and you could see it once Damian Lillard's hot streak shooting from the perimeter was not there anymore. It was much more difficult for them to generate consistent offense in that game. So I like Indiana here. I have no opinion on the total. I think it's going to be a zigzag theory series when it comes to the total. Like we saw under in Game 1, over in Game 2. I would probably think maybe this one, it might be an under, but I'm off the total. Just Indiana here, -5.5.
You got it. And I only got -110. I only got 8 cents better than you. Joe Yerger says Pacers #1 against spread after a loss. I'll hope for them to lose before I bet on them.
I just realized that this game's 5:30 p.m.
I love
Eastern time.
I love it.
Yeah, because usually what they do is when there's 3 games on in the NBA playoffs, they siphon off one of those games to NBA TV. Because, when it's on ESPN or TNT, they can't have both games. And if there's a third game, they got to put it on NBA TV. This tonight, I assume it's all going to be on one network because they've got 5:30, 8, and 10:30. So it's like a triple header. That's what they should be doing.
Let's move on. Bobano, after we break down Friday's action, can we talk about the afternoon MLB game and then go back to Saturday's action?
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
How many minutes after 1 o'clock can we keep you? Can we keep you for 10?
I could squeeze 10 out. Yeah,
okay,
10 minutes.
Okay. That's what we're going to do. Yep. So we're going to do Friday's NBA action. We're going to bring Jose on, and Bobano, Jose and I will break down the afternoon spot, 1:10 p.m. And then we're going to go back to Saturday action. Yep. Next up for us, 8 p.m. Eastern, West first round, Game 3, Clippers, Dallas Mavericks, American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas. The Mavericks shooting 40.4% from the field through the first 2 games of the series. Pretty ugly. This pace has slowed way down. But the defensive intensity is heightened. These teams were top 10 in pace in the 10 games leading up to the playoffs. Clippers 9th at 99.45 possessions a game. Dallas 7th at 99.81. But they're playing the series at 92.5 possessions a game. In comparison, the series with in Milwaukee, Indiana is playing at 94.75, which is pretty fast for all of these series. Everything is slowed way down. Sancho says Clippers money line here. Let's roll into this one. Now, the Mavericks 36.4% from 3. I mean, we'll talk about the differences from Game 1 and Game 2 for the Mavericks. The Clippers 39.4% from 3. It's their field goal shooting in total. Their bunnies and 2-pointers have been terrible. Now, they're having problems close to the rim. They're shooting 39.4 from 3 in the playoffs. It's not their 3-point shooting that's hurt them. BJ says passed on Clippers versus Mavs. Not much market movement. Books comfortable where the number is. I was surprised, that some of our colleagues were so confident with the Mavericks here. And Troy took a -4 at -108. Let's talk about the line history here that was on yesterday's show. This total sitting at 213. Juice to the under. It opened up at 209.5. So we've climbed now 3.5 points on the total. On the spread here, we're dealing with a 4.5. The minus 4.5 from Dallas and moved from 4. It's minus 102. This was even money at one point. So it is a pretty lukewarm response to the Mavericks. From a cash flow standpoint, we have 54% of tickets and 84% of cash on the over. Clear, sharp action, line moving in that direction. In the spread, though, 41% of tickets and 51% of cash on the Clippers, and that's what's keeping this number under 5. Mavericks got much more production from their supporting cast in game 2. I mean, we saw it. Luka went for 32 and Kyrie went for 23. But they didn't play, that well. They were 19 of 44 combined from the field, 9 of 22 from 3. But Washington stepped up. Jones stepped up. The cast, everybody other than those two, were at 5 for 11 from 3 in game 2. So the Mavericks shot 30.3% from 3 in game 1, 42.4% in game 2. The Clippers, though, went from spectacular shooting from 3 in game 1 to 26.7% from 3 in game 2. Kawhi comes back and he didn't look good. He talked about it, said he's just, he needed the game under his belt and he's ready to roll here. Harden and George need Kawhi to take pressure off them offensively. And I expect Kawhi to do that. I guess in all honesty, I'm starting to lean towards the Clippers. And I'm surprised at that because I know some real sharp cappers on Dallas here. Take it away, Bobano. Clippers, Mavericks.
I love Dallas in game 2. They do play well at home. I still think they're going to win this series, but there's something about, laying 4.5. I'm not totally comfortable with it. 25 and 16 straight up, 21 and 20 against the spread at home. So one game above 500 at home. It's got that competitive series feel to it, though. So I'm not on I lean Mavericks, but I'm not comfortable at 4.5. I'm going to take the over. I'm going to agree with the move up in the total. And here's why. This feels a lot like Cleveland and Orlando, where game 1 was a dead nuts under. Game 2 was a huge under. It changes venue to game 3 in Orlando last night. And Orlando finally gets their shooting legs. And, and all of a sudden the game goes way over the total in that game last night. Here in this series, both games stayed under in LA. We have a change of venue now here to Dallas. And I know both of these teams have been huge under teams down the stretch. Well, not so much with the Clippers. They're 6-4, but they've gone under in 4 straight. Dallas in particular, they've gone under in 5 straight. So you're going against some pretty strong trending under teams right here. But I think this is the spot to do it. You got shooting percentages that I think for the Clippers have to go up from what we saw in game 2. Kawhi's going to be healthier. Kawhi's going to have a second game now under his belt. So that's probably going to help. And I think for Dallas, when you look at game 2 in particular, they won 96-93. You could probably see better shooting percentages still than what we saw. Even though Luka had 32, his efficiency wasn't as good as it can be. And you could certainly say the same thing from even Kyrie and certainly from some of the supporting cast. So I think both teams have a door open for offensive improvements going into this game tonight. So this feels like Cleveland, Orlando. And I did grab a piece of, I was on Orlando more last night, but I did grab a piece of the over when it got down to 200 and a half. Just saying, okay, it's been moved a little too low at this point. And then 2 unders in Cleveland, game 3 in Orlando flew over, 2 unders here in LA. I wouldn't be surprised now going back to Dallas, we see an over here. And keep in mind, we saw 221.5 in game 1, 216.5 in game 2. This has been a pretty strong adjustment down here with the total in game 3. I think you're buying low. So for me, my official play is going to be over 211.5, minus 118 at Proline Plus.
Over 211.5 and minus 118. And I was on the first half over and podium over in Cleveland, Orlando. That game did not soar over. We were very, very lucky to catch the full game over. I mean, that live total with 3 minutes left was 193.5.
Yeah.
They went to 203. I mean, it was a barrage. I was one of those bets where I was certain I was going to lose it, even though I hate those when you're the right, you had the right cap and you're going to lose it. Yeah. And then I was just like celebrating with all those ridiculous threes that meant nothing late. But I love it. Okay, let's go. Clark Ed says, what up, guys? In Atlantic City capping. I love it. Okay.
In the NBA, that's been a good angle the last few years, especially when you get the 2 games in the series that go under in the one venue. If you bet over in game 3 in the other venue, it's usually a good bet. And vice versa. If it's 2 overs in the one venue, you go to the other venue, you might want to look under in game 3.
Yeah, for me, when two teams are shooting under 30% from three and one's barely over 22% from three and coming home,
Yeah.
I think it's the easiest angle in the industry that they're
There's
going to
be some positive regression there shooting. Yeah.
I'm going to wait for the Clippers. Is there a 5? Because if there's no 5, that would give me even more confidence on the Clippers. So I'm going to wait here. I'm going to wait, but I'm very interested in the Clippers. Let's move on. The next spot on the board is our final spot. Then we're going to go into a quick MLB breakdown with Jose Bouquett and Bobano for the afternoon game. Then we're going to come back to Saturday NBA action. West first round game 3. Minnesota leads the series 2-0. Overreactions in the playoffs are what we want to take advantage of. And it was sort of a test market here in our chat yesterday. And everybody was so sour on the Suns and everybody was against the Suns. And I was like, oh, now's the time. When everybody turns their back on a team coming home after 2 games. We were on, I should have made more money. I only had the Magic first quarter last night, but I know a lot of you guys had Magic first half, like wine time. We're all over the Magic. So this show, there's no doubt in my mind that this show is the reason why I'm succeeding in sports gambling. If I was left to my own device, I don't know. I would never be near what we're doing here. But it was a perfect sample to hear you guys talk about how everybody was against Suns. I couldn't believe it. They lost the first 2 games by an average of 18.5 points. I don't know if they have the heart, character, and all that. We talked about those question marks. I don't have that answer. What I do know is, they're shooting poorly, 34% from 3 and 44.4 from the field. The pace isn't too slow. It's 95.25 possessions game. It's fine. They play at 97.25 in the 10 games leading up. One of the concerns is that Minnesota's not shooting well from 3. They're just outplaying Phoenix in every facet of the game. They're only shooting 32.8 from 3, but they're 47.6 from the field. I think now is the time to back the Suns. And I don't know if you're going to want to back them again after they win game 3. This opened up at -3.5. I got the -4 yesterday. Now we're at -4.5 at -109. So -5 is coming. If you want to get in on the under on the spread under 5, I would move on it now. The total is at 208, even money to the under. It opened up at 209. We got down to 206.5. We've seen that U-shaped movement in the totals that we've been talking about. No, Troy, every Friday is like this. Every Friday we do NHL and NBA with Bobano, but we are going to talk about the afternoon baseball game after this. Then from a cash flow standpoint, it scares me. 83% of the tickets are on the Suns and 51% of the cash. That scares me. It makes me very nervous. 17% of the tickets on the Wolves, 49% of the cash. It's not the kind of situation that I want. And Troy says it's moving back to the Clippers. Bet it now. Does that make you nervous about your spot, Troy? Are you still very confident? Because that's part of the reason why I haven't bet it, is because you're on the Mavs. So here, the Suns are being out hustled. We thought that the Suns were a run and gun basketball team. They're turning over the ball, and the Wolves are running. And the Suns were outscored in points off of turnovers 31-2. That's a pretty easy coaching angle to force Booker, Durant, and Beal to step up. And they haven't been shooting that poorly. The 3 of them shot 18 of 45. It's not the shooting, it's the hustle that's the problem. And because of the lack of hustle and Jaden McDaniels and Rudy Gobert defending at an elite level, they're struggling enormously to succeed. You have Ant Edwards delivering for them. You have Grayson Allen hobbled and hurt. He's an important part of that, perimeter offense. The AOD says Booker soft. Look, I'm not debating Booker being soft or Beal being soft or any of that. I'm just saying that this is the perfect time to back a basketball team, is when everybody else has turned away from them. Now, I don't know why it was our group that turned away from them, because when I see 83% of the tickets on them, it makes me uncomfortable. But I moved on them on the -4 spot. So there we go. Take it away, Bobano. Timberwolves, Suns.
There's no way I'm laying it with Phoenix. No way. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be on Minnesota. It is like one of those desperation home run spots, down 2-0 in the series. But Minnesota's the better defensive team. They've got more size. They've played with more energy. They've played with more of a desire, quite honestly. Desire is the key word. They look like they want it more than Phoenix right now. They're winning all the loose battles for loose balls. They're winning the rebounding battle, which they should because they've got such a size advantage. And they're the much better defensive team. Phoenix can't get a stop. So there's no way I can lay it with Phoenix here. I'd actually, if this line goes up a little bit, I'd grab some Minnesota. I like Minnesota in the series. I bet Minnesota in the series. I bet Minnesota in game 1. I bet Minnesota in game 2. They're the better of these two teams. They're going to win this series, in my opinion. I don't want Phoenix. I'm passing right now just based on Phoenix needing this one. But let's keep in mind, we've seen Phoenix absolutely lay down in the playoffs multiple times the last couple of years. Just totally look out of it, including last year when they got unceremoniously just crushed in their elimination game at home. And again, the Dallas series a couple of years ago, they have had some absolute no-shows here in the playoffs with their seasons on the line. I don't trust this group, and they haven't matched up well. So Minnesota or nothing. For me, pass for now.
This is perfect. This is exactly perfect. I think this is the perfect gambling situation. Having a team get destroyed on the road. Game 3, they come home. Everybody playing over in their heads how bad they look. They're losing by 18. This is absolutely perfect. Love being on the Suns. Don't like that 83% of the tickets are on them. We'll deal with the consequences here. Yeah, I mean, Jared Wright said, I feel I got Phoenix -4, but they're definitely going to lose the series. And BJ saying, I don't think Vogel's capable of making proper adjustments. All this is all very possible. But for me, this is like heaven, hearing everybody giving up on a basketball team like the Suns who are coming home, and the Timberwolves don't need the sweep. I mean, obviously they don't want to give Phoenix any momentum, but this is falling perfectly into place. So there we go. I'm on the Phoenix Suns -4. I bet that yesterday. I'm not sure what to do with the Clippers. I'm going to talk to Troy, who's on the Mavericks, and hear how he's feeling about everything. And then Bobano's on the over 211.5 in that one. And Bobano and I are both on the Pacers -5.5. So there you go. That is Friday action. Okay, we are going to talk MLB for one game, and then we're going to break down the Saturday NBA card and then go back to MLB. So let's welcome star of MLB coverage here on Pub Sports Radio, star of Say Hey Plays of the Day, coming to us from San Antonio, California, having a great season right now, and we need to keep climbing. We need to keep climbing, seeing the board clearly. Please welcome our friend, Mr. Jose Bouquett, to the show.
Hello, Jimmy. It's nice to see you. I know you're locked in when you say San Antonio, California.
Oh, did I just say that? It's 4 hours sleep is getting to me. At least not Las Vegas.
You're locked
California.
in. You're ready for the bets. You're ready for the bets.
No,
here.
it's a lack of sleep. Joe, yes, I was on Orlando first quarter, the first half over, full game over. I mean, that's just easy. It was just so fucking easy. And I think the Suns are just that fucking easy. I'm serious. I think it's just that easy. It's easy.
You know what's funny? The overs cash for you in that first game, and I think you told me that the unders, the props were the best. That was the best game for them. So I find that interesting. I think that's what you said, right?
No, if you need the game, you need to think the game's going to go under for the props to be the best spot.
Yeah. That's why I was confused. I thought you told me that was the game that was good for the props, and it went over. But okay, never mind. Whatever.
No, yeah, it has to be an under spot. It has to be like
no.
Now
yeah,
we've been fine when games have gone over marginally. I was surprised we didn't cash more on the on the Sixers game with Embiid going off, but I guess it was so over. And you another thing that you don't want, and what hurt us in some of these games is then when they do empty the bench, those bench guys go over. I mean, Justin Holiday was the last audition of any of them. He was at 1.5 at -115. He got 4. He took 4 shots, and he can't get one to drop. It's just beautiful. But let's get to work here in MLB. Jose, talk to us about how your day was yesterday.
Yeah, it was a good day yesterday. It was no complaints here. I mean, obviously, the highlight of the day was me losing the Red Sox bet and just fuming about it all fucking day. But that happens. Whatever. Will I bet the Red Sox this year again? Probably. I just need everything to line up here. And yesterday everything did, and just bad ball there. It happens. But yeah, the Brewers live bet cashed. I felt bad for your home run there with Gary Sanchez, my close personal friend. But seeing Aroldis Chapman on the other side of it did make me smile.
He looked
smile,
so good. Didn't he look so good before he got taken yard from Sanchez? He was getting up to 103. He was, and he looked so bad the day before, and I was like, oh, he's locked in here. Fucking joke, man.
Well, he sucks. Yeah. Shout out to Aroldis. Whenever he's there, I can rely on him to give me a run or two. But we cashed the under in the Reds Phillies game. That was super easy, actually. You know, it was funny. I think we like all cashed our bets in that game. Like Dabby Cab cashed first 5 there. Martinez got touched up. You cashed. I cashed the under. It was quite funny how we all cashed there in all different ways. Just shout out to the Reds offense and Zach Wheeler. And then I cashed the under at the Dodgers Nationals game, another easy bet. So no, we were yesterday was a pretty easy day, and the low volume definitely helped, I believe. So hopefully keeping its lower volume, we'll have more today.
Well, let's get right to work. We start at 1:10 p.m. Eastern with the Kansas City Royals 16-10, 4-5 on the road, at the Detroit Tigers 14-11, 4-7 at home. Let's get into the weather. I thought I had the weather up here. Let's get into yes, I do. In the weather here for this one, we have, let me keep going up. God, we have 659 Fahrenheit, 11.3 miles per hour in, gets up to 12.6. So it's blowing in, and it warms up slightly as the game goes on. Let's get into the line history for this one as well. Move over here. Here we go. So from a line history standpoint here, we have Lugo going up against Reese Olson. The Tigers are sitting at minus 123. They opened up at minus 110, 12 cents of movement towards them. From a total side of things here, and you guys know that I am a Reese Olson fan. I think that I trust the Detroit pitching decisions. I think that they're a smart staff, and they're going to get the most out of their pitchers. This total opened up at 8.5, and it got down to 7.5 before there was buyback. So it's back at 8 right now. Cash flow wise here, we have 23% of the tickets and 77% of the cash on the Kansas City Royals. So the Tigers are public. Sharp money on the Royals line, moving towards the Tigers. Mally Mal says, don't really trust Seth Lugo. 68% of tickets, 64% cash on the over, and it's moving to the under. I guess very confusing market analysis. Lugo, last start, 5-0 loss at home versus the Orioles, 5 1/3, 9 hits, 4 earned runs, 2 homers, 1 K, 1 walk. It was his first time he got really touched up. He's had a great year so far, 2.03 ERA, 1.19 whip. Reese Olson is a pitcher I believe in, has not allowed a home run to start the year through 21 1/3. His last start, 4-3 loss at Minnesota, 5 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs, 2 of which were in 4 Ks and 2 walks. From a hitting standpoint, the Royals have stopped hitting. They're not a team that I worry about. Now, the Tigers just can't hit. Like, we know what the Tigers are going to do. It's just people think that the Royals offense might be good because of how they started off. The Tigers are hitting a 216 with a 644 OPS thus far against right-handers. And then the Kansas City Royals are hitting 237 with a 718 OPS so far against righties. And that number's dropped. They looked excellent to start off. Mikey Money, your grandma's wearing your sister's panties again. Play today, Kansas City and the under at plus 265. Rand says this is an easy pass. The market doesn't flow in a way where I want to attack. What about you, Jose? Take it away.
Yeah, I think this might be an easy under play, honestly. And I hadn't, don't have a play in the game, and I hadn't thought about playing the under in this game. But I mean, let's start with the first factor. It's the early game in Detroit during the NFL draft, by the way. So will there be a lot of people there?
Well, they'll be jammed.
You think so?
I didn't think of that. Yeah, I do. I mean, I think there'll be 15,000, 20,000 extra people there that wouldn't be there generally.
Okay. Because I was thinking maybe they're just doing NFL draft shit. Now, I don't know what time the NFL draft starts tonight, if we're going to be honest. I have no fucking idea. So if it started early today, that would be more beneficial because people would hopefully be there. But yeah, the draft's there. So maybe the Tigers get a little more fan support. Who knows? I don't expect there to be many Royals fans there. I don't think the Chiefs are there for the draft. But yeah, I like the under here. sleepy game, I think. The total market is kind of interesting. 68% of the bets, 64% of the money on the over. This opened up at an 8 juice to the over. And yet this has actually kind of flipped juice wise. It's at minus 120 at Bovada. And the market, specifically at Bovada here, because, BetOnline's line movements are crazy. We'll talk about that one here in a second, but they opened this at an 8.5, minus 115 to the under. Then it jumped down to 8 30 minutes later, and it stayed there, popped up to 8.5 again, dropped down, and then went to 7.5 at one point here as well, and came back up to 8, minus 110. Now juice back to the under here as well. Now, BetOnline opened this at a juiced 8 to the over at minus 125, and it did the same thing. Jumped all the way down to the juiced under, went down to 7.5. Actually, at one point was a 7.5, minus 119, and then popped back up to 8 here as well. So I'm definitely interested in under in a sleepy morning game here, honestly. I just don't know if I'll get to the window for it here.
I don't think it's gonna. I think it's gonna be jammed. I think it's gonna be absolutely jammed.
And it helps. Harold's telling us to start at 7:30, so that's helpful because it's something to do for all the people there. So that's interesting. But it's definitely for me. Tigers are.
What do you think of the U-shaped movement? I mean, if you were on don't you want to see it just keep moving towards the under and keep moving towards the under without any buyback?
Yeah, that would be the ideal scenario. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that buyback is concerning enough for me to move on it. And then also Seth Lugo coming back to earth. The guy's got 14 strikeouts in 31 innings. What if you need a strikeout from Seth Lugo? You're not going to get it. And it's going to be packed with Tigers fans or fans in general, I guess. I guess I'm going to stay off of it. I guess I'm going to stay off of the spot. I don't. With the bigger bets coming in on the Royals again, maybe it's the public is going to cash here, but yeah, I'm not interested. I'm not. I thought I was going to move on the under. I didn't realize there was going to be buyback, but that's enough to get me off of it. I don't want to trust Seth Lugo and Reese Olson here.
Let me interest you with something else.
Sure.
Obviously, grandma's wearing your sister's pod is Kansas City in the under. That's great. How about the, I guess, son of that? I don't know what to call it. Your aunt wearing your son's boxer pod from Nate, excuse me. The Royals plus 1.5 and the over 8. How about that?
Jesus.
Aunt wearing your son's boxers.
Jesus.
I'm sure they're comfortable. Let it hang.
Yeah, I if I had a free bet, I'd put it on the under 8, but I don't think I want to put my money on it.
Yeah, it'd be the under 8 or the Tigers money line here.
And definitely, I do not think the first 5 under 4.5 is better than the full game. The Detroit's got the best bullpen in the league, and Kansas City, 6th? Detroit's bullpen's been spectacular. Kansas City's bullpen's got like a 3.31 ERA so far this year, so I'd want the full game for sure.
Yeah, I agree with that. Though I do expect regression from both bullpens at some point in time.
More so the Royals to me. I like the Tigers bullpen. I like the Tigers brass that makes the decisions. All right.
Yeah. It's very funny.
And look at that. Justin McKelvey says, shout out to Sammy Culmer, Cash Navone, first set plus 165.
Shout out.
All right. Okay, nice. So no movement from us in Royals, Tigers. Let's get back to NBA and break down the Saturday card, and then we'll get through the rest of the MLB card, and we'll call it a day. I am not. On Fridays, I know our shows go long. We have the horse race as well. I will not be picking up Alice. So we got some time. We don't need to rush or anything.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Watch out.
Let's go back to NBA and get Bobano back in action here with us because we're going to be cutting this out. So we have some shelf life with these basketball games, 24 hours away from Saturday Cavaliers Magic action. So, Bobano, are you close here? Are you close? Let me know. Are you close? Bobano.
It's like talking into the void. Just you got excited there, but it's like talking into the void. Bobano's a busy man.
He is. He's a very busy man. Well, I guess we will get started here, and hopefully Bobano will join us. Okay, so let's set it up for the cut here. Okay, welcome to NBA coverage here on Betting with the Bag for Saturday, April 27th. We have 4 games and huge games. We start off at 1 p.m. Eastern, and we have the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Ian Cameron joining us for this NBA breakdown. Bobano's done a great job in a small sample size. That's why we didn't have you for more earlier in the year, but you've been great, Bobano. 20 and 13, 60.6% plus 5.37 units, ROI plus 16.27%, average line minus 111. And as you guys see, I'm in plus units for the first time in NBA in about 4 months. So it's been a struggle to get back to plus, and it feels good to be there. Now let's continue to climb. Saturday, April 27th action. Let's go East first round. Oh, sorry, that's Friday. Sorry, here we go. East first round. Game 4, Cleveland Cavaliers at the Orlando Magic. We played game 3 like a fiddle. It was about as easy as well, we were lucky to get the full game over, which shouldn't have happened, but the Cavaliers gave up, and we were fortunate to get the full game over. But cash Magic first quarter, cash first half over. We have the Cavs 22 and 19 on the road, Magic 29 and 12 at home. We're at the Kia Center in Orlando, Florida. We talked about the percentages, expecting them to improve for the 3-point shooting, and they didn't really improve that much. It's funny that the game went over. The first half went over so easily. It didn't. We didn't get exactly the 3-point improvement that I was expecting. The Cavaliers shot 23.5%. I thought they would improve, even though they were up 2-0, because they'd shot so poorly in the first games. And we knew that the Magic would improve, but they only shot 35.1% from 3. It wasn't this huge improvement from the Magic, but they shot 51.1% from the field. The one thing is they weren't turning over the basketball. There was, I think, one turnover in the first quarter, if one. They played very smart basketball. Now, I see both teams still going to deliver. One of the problems that people were talking about with why they weren't joining me on the Magic in game 3 was that the Cavaliers were just too big. They were just too big. Banchero plays big, and Franz Wagner, I mean, sure, he got stuffed at the rim a couple times. He doesn't have the size, but the Magic out-rebounded the Cavaliers 51-32. Is that an anomaly? Yes. That's not going to happen again, and I'm sure that Bickerstaff, because the problem that Bickerstaff has with X's and O's that we've all talked about all the time, he is a pretty good cheerleader. He knows to get in these guys' grill and get them to step up, and they're going to have to step up because they should be out rebounding the Magic badly. But still, we're still sitting at a point right now where both teams are shooting so badly. The Cavaliers are 41.6 from the field through 3 games. The Orlando Magic are 40.3. In the 10 games leading into the playoffs, even though the Cavaliers only won 4 of those 10 games, they were shooting 48.8 from the field and 39.1 from 3. I still see positive regression capable for over action for us. The problem is that I don't really like going back to the well after just cashing. It's not appealing to me. I know that my subconscious is saying, oh, go bet it again. And it just makes me a little hesitant. Let's go over the line movement and hear how Bobano is moving on game 1 on Saturday. Right now, we have the Magic sitting at -2 at -109. They opened up -2.5. The Magic on the side, they don't interest me here. The Cavaliers will slap back, and the Cavaliers are a better basketball team than Orlando. This total though is at 201.5. Opened up at 201. It's gone up a half point. I don't see why this doesn't go over again. This should have gone over with flying colors if it wasn't for the Cavaliers being so far out of the game and just giving up. We take a look at the cash flow here. We don't have a ton of tickets in, 777. 70% of tickets, 75% of cash on the Magic. That doesn't appeal to me. 92% of tickets and 89% cash on the over. Well, it's gone up a half point. We're less than 1,000 tickets in. This is tricky. Maybe I should just step back here after cashing on the first half full game over. Take it away, Bobano, Cavaliers Magic, Saturday, 1 p.m.
Yeah, it's a pass for me. I got my win with Orlando last night. I'm not gonna go back to them here because Cleveland probably is going to step up with a better game, and I think they're going to end up winning the series. I liked Orlando to have the big performance last night. They did. Can they do it again? Perhaps. I'm not going to be on Cleveland either, but I had my Orlando win. They had the big 120-183 victory last night. I would expect Cleveland to respond in kind with a much better performance here in Game 3. And I am worried they might win this game. So I'm off this game, side and total. Nothing for me.
I can understand that thought process. In fact, maybe the Cavaliers are the look here. Maybe it's Cavaliers first quarter and full game, just like we did with the Magic.
Yep.
Look how bad they played. They also didn't play much. They played really bad. I mean, their starters from 3 went 2 for 17. That's
which is not going to duplicate itself. You're
No.
not going to get Mitchell 6 for 16. You're not going to get 2 for 10 out of Darius Garland again. I'd be stunned if you see that again.
Huh. So I guess
Max Strus did nothing, and he's a capable shooter for them.
I guess I now talking this out, I'm leaning towards the Cavs first quarter and full game. The problem is, do you want to fade the Magic at home? 29-12 this year. I mean, that's
not enough. Not 30-12 straight up at home now after last night. No, I don't want to fade them that badly. Exactly.
All right, we're gonna have to sit with that, and then I don't know if I want to go right back to the over. Although it makes perfect sense to me. It makes perfect sense. What would stop the over? Well, Mobley and Allen sitting in front of the rim and saying, we're going to step up today and we're not going to let anyone close. And then the Magic will have to hit their 3-point shooting, deliver in 3-point, which they haven't done all season. I mean, crazy watching Cole Anthony hit buckets last game. So and then everybody just saw it over cash and maybe they'll go. So I've got a lot more to think about, but I'm interested in going back, flipping and going back to Cleveland, but I don't want to fade the Magic. Maybe this is just a stay off spot. Well, we've got 25 hours or 24 hours to figure that out. Let's move on to the next spot for Saturday, 3:30 p.m. Eastern, West first round, Game 3, Oklahoma City at New Orleans Pelicans. Oklahoma City Thunder 57-25, 24-17 on the road at New Orleans Pelicans, 49-33, 21-19 at home. Smoothie King Center, New Orleans, Louisiana. I was really upset that I stayed off the Thunder. It's still eating at me, honestly. I came in planning a triple up and I got completely talked off of it. Now, I didn't bet the other side, but I love the situation. The Pelicans, to me, are now in game 6 of the series. They've been playing playoff type games since those 2 games with the Lakers where they could have skipped the play-in. Then they beat the Kings, and then they come in and they almost beat the Thunder against the rusty Thunder team. Then they get their asses kicked by the Thunder. And now, the question is, will Zion be here on the floor? I mean, this is a crucial information. Steve G says the Pelicanos got humiliated. Harold Williams says Cavs win a close game 4, and he likes Pelicans -1 here. The question is Zion on the floor? Maybe Bobano can start with that. But let's set this one up here. The Pelicans have shot well in the playoffs. It's the Thunder who've shot poorly. The Thunder are a juggernaut. I don't know why everybody was so quick to fade them because of the Pelicans' strong defense and strong perimeter defense. Because the Thunder, to me, are a team that can beat you in so many different ways. And the Pelicans, if the Pelicans don't score, they'll struggle to beat you. Now they can get stops, but if they can't score, it's a problem. This total is sitting at 208. It opened up at 211, so we've dropped 3 points already on the total. From a point spread scenario, we're sitting here with Oklahoma City -1 at even money. I would prefer the Pelicans here. I think that they just got embarrassed. They're a team with heart. Right now, you have 88% of tickets and 85% of cash on the over. This line's dropped 3 points. That's 1,772 tickets calculated. Then you have 99% of the tickets and 86% of the cash on the Thunder. I mean, we know that's going to change. Do we need to wait to find out about Zion? Take it away, Bobano. Thunder, Pelicans.
Yeah, I mean, Zion's out. Zion's not going to play. Zion won't be back till Tuesday at the earliest, is what it's looking like right now, which would be game 4 of this series. I think OKC is the much better team. I respect this 2-0 down back home spot. And it's only, again, pick them -1 here. Pelicans, after a blowout loss, this is their spot to maybe respond and get back into this series. I'm off this game, but if the Pelicans lose, I'll be on OKC to sweep in game 4 because I think they'll be done, even if Zion comes back in game 4. And look, Zion's played his best basketball as a member of the Pelicans before his injury. So it's at the point now where his absence is a big one, especially when Brandon Ingram's failing to step up consistently. McCollum hasn't had the best series. And then you look at Oklahoma City. What can't they do? Shai Gilgeous-Alexander can dominate. He can score in any range, perimeter, mid-range, take it to the basket. Jalen Williams has been outstanding in this series. Josh Giddey starting to make threes in the Game 2 blowout win. Chet Holmgren has held his own. Look, he gives up some size to Valanciunas down low, but Chet Holmgren has held his own, and he's gotten better as this series has got. They're just loaded. Oklahoma City. I didn't get the resistance to this, people not believing in this team. What? Because they're young, they're inexperienced. That alone is going to make them flop here in the playoffs. They look like a tight-knit, together group. You saw it after the game, all 5 of them getting interviewed in the post-game after the win. It's not a team I want to step in front of. I'm not stepping in front of OKC, but I do respect this spot for the Pelicans enough to pass the game and lay off.
Yeah, it's Pelicans or no action.
Yep.
Pelicans or no action. And, Troy does not think OKC is a juggernaut. We don't have to agree on everything. That's fine. 57-25 this basketball team was this year with Shai. How many games did Shai play? 65?
Yeah.
But yeah, the Pelicans, I expect to show a ton of heart here. Would that mean that they're that we would prefer to have them early, first quarter, first half Pelicans? Very possible. This isn't a Pelican team that you want to. If you don't cover the first half, the chances of covering the full game, I think, are slim. You don't want the Pelicans to have to claw back in the basketball game. You want them to be in control and play tough.
And there is a little home road dichotomy with the Thunder, just a little bit. They are only 24-7. It's still a good road record.
Better road record than Pelicans' home record.
That's right. And 35-8 at home for Oklahoma City. Yep.
Okay, so it's Pelicans or no bet for me. DC Capper leaning towards OKC. And at this point, I know we're very, 1,772 tickets in, but 99% of tickets have come in on OKC. Viper MB says, I think the series is a sweep, but he's laying off.
I'm telling you what, I hope New Orleans wins Game 3. Zion comes back Game 4. People are going to see that New Orleans won Game 3. Zion's back in Game 4. Going to take New Orleans, and I'm going to be, nope, not so fast. Give me OKC in Game 4.
I agree. That's the perfect script. Yep. I think I move on the Pelicans. I'm going to sit with this market a little longer. And
Oklahoma City is freaking awesome off a loss this year. Like incredible off a loss. Yeah.
But they have such a huge rest advantage right now. And I was trying to stress that in the breakdown, with Dutch on Wednesday. Okay. The Pelicans, I'm very, very interested in. Let's move on to 6 p.m. Eastern on Saturday with the Boston Celtics at the Miami Heat, the Kaseya Center in Miami, Florida. Another Heat first quarter was another one that got away from me on Wednesday. And then I had no NBA. Now, the good thing is we have Operation Garcia in effect. So it's not like there's no action. There's still a ton of action. Let's talk about this one here. We have the Heat +9. They opened up at +8.5, a half-point move towards the Boston Celtics. And from a total side of things, this is a 202. Opened up at 205. We've dropped 3 points. We get to the cash flow here for this one. We have 94% of the tickets on the Celtics and just 24% of the cash. Which is interesting. On the total, we have 70% of the tickets and 93% cash on the over. Oh yes, Connor. I've done it. We can go over those numbers at some point, but we got to speed it up a little bit right now because Bobano's got to go. But yes, I've bet every single player prop. I've missed a couple of the late editions. I missed, I think, 2 or 3 of all the games, but I bet every single other one of them. And it hasn't been too successful last 2 days. So I'm very interested in see what happens tonight. Here we go. Celtics, Miami. The one thing that was being stressed about during the telecast of Game 2 was how the Celtics haven't played in close games. That we haven't seen them pressured and stressed. We've seen Tatum and Brown not really handle those situations too well throughout their career, but they've been so dominant that we haven't seen them stressed. And this Miami Heat team is the exact opposite. We've seen them in the tightest games, in the closest situations, and now they're doing it without Jimmy Butler. This year, the Heat in the playoffs are shooting the ball beautifully. They're shooting. Oh, sorry. Let's get this. Sorry. There we go. They're shooting the ball. Oh, there we go. Sorry, you got that, Jose. My bad. They're shooting the ball beautifully. 43.8 from 3, 48.1 from the field. And so are the Celtics. The Celtics are shooting the ball fine. And it's confusing to try and kind of quantify what happened in that basketball game. I mean, what went wrong for the Celtics? I mean, we know what went right for the Heat. We know that Tyler Hero was hitting his shots. He went 6 for 11 from 3. Martin goes 5 for 6 from 3. So you put those two guys go 11 for 17 from 3. I mean, they're likely to win the basketball game, and that's what happened. I mean, look at what they did overall: 23 of 43 from 3, 53.5%, 23 threes. Celtics only hit 12 threes. They were 12 of 32. Porzingis was 1 of 9 from the field. Has he ever shown the character of a champion? I mean, are there question marks now about the Boston Celtics? What is your plan here for Game 3, Bobano? Take it away, Celtics Heat.
This total looks way too low to me. I mean, we're talking 202, 202.5 with a Boston team that didn't shoot well in Game 2. And that game got to, 212? And they still, were they only 38% from 3? 46% over. Actually, not bad. But to me, this total's too low. Way too low. I mean, you look at this series here with the Celtics and the Heat. Going back, I know Game 1 stayed under, but that game still ended up getting to 208 points. Total in that game was 210. Total goes down to 205.5 in Game 2, and it goes over. And now you're going to put this total at 202, 202.5. I don't get it. I don't get the infatuation with betting this under. I really don't. I'm shocked by it, in fact. 3 of the last 5 meetings have gone over the total. Going back to the regular season, going back to October, their first meeting, we saw 230, 253 in the second meeting. February 11th, it stayed under, but we got 216. We saw 208 in Game 1 of this series, 212 in Game 2. Explain to me how this totals 202, 202.5. I like the over. I'm on the over. It's an official play. It's my first official play of this Saturday slate. I think Boston back on the, even though they're on the road off a loss, I think you're going to see a better collective effort from the big 3, Brown, Tatum, and especially Kristaps Porzingis. I think he knows he's got to have a better game. That was not good from him in Game 2 in that one. Miami will not shoot as well as obviously as they did in Game 2, even though they're at home here for Game 3. But I'm just asking them to shoot solid. And again, they're not going to duplicate raining threes left and right like they did in Game 2. But they are back home. We see a lot of the supporting cast in games like this step up and play well at home, shooting the ball. I still remember what they did as far as game number 2, the Chicago game last week against the Bulls, where even without Jimmy Butler and Terry Rozier, they had no problem offensively. Boston will be better defensively, and Miami won't shoot as well. But I still think Boston, they're going to have a good offensive game. Miami at home, role players will step up. They'll do enough offensively. To me, I don't understand why this total's fallen as low as it is. And I can actually get on a over 202 minus 110 right now at Pinnacle. So, yeah, that's what I'm on here, over 202.
That's wild stuff here. 70% of the tickets, 93% cash on the over. It's dropped down to 202. Harold Williams thinking that's too low as well. Troy saying books are begging for the over. Sweaty Butcher in the house. Great to see you, my man. Says Miami won't crack 90. Bobano believing that this is low-hanging fruit. Maybe you're absolutely right. Celtics Heat over 202, a minus 110 for Bobano. At this point, I don't know what to do with this game. I can understand why the public is on Boston. I'm a little surprised.
It's a Boston spot, so I don't really love going against Boston. I like Miami in Game 2. My approach is going to be Boston if they win, especially if they win and cover here. I'll take Miami in Game 4. Spo off a loss is like
magic.
Just magic. Yep.
Let's roll on to our final spot on Saturday night, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Denver Nuggets, great basketball team at the LA Lakers. We're 28-14 at home this year. It was wild watching them fall apart. -2 first half, -1 full game. I mean, is that not the biggest red flag in sports gambling? And Troy talked a lot about it yesterday. Even though it was so blatant that they were going to cover the first half, I still was on them full game. I don't know why. And I don't want to make that mistake again.
Well, even I was starting to get a little worried about the first half there. Denver cut that deficit pretty close there at the end of the first.
Yeah, got down to 4 and stuff like that. Yeah, but I mean, the key for me is the reason why we're working together as a team is to succeed long term. And the reason why we're transparent and accountable is to prove that this can happen honestly, which is something that this industry is devoid of. And I don't want to ever make that mistake again. I'm not going to make it again. It's never going to happen again. Rest of my life. If the first half is bigger than the full game spread on the favorite and it's a very small number, I'm only going to be on first half for the rest of my life. Lesson learned. Here we go. Last night's basketball game was very disheartening for Laker fans, and I get it. But sports fans, I think, really liked it. You know, everything saying that the Lakers were going to take care of business, and they shoot 18.5% from three and lose. Denver only shot 17.9% from three. Denver did not look very good. The Lakers lost that game. Can you imagine if I told you that the Nuggets are going to shoot 17.9% from three and the Lakers are going to turn the ball only turn the ball over 7 times? Like, well, how much did the Lakers win by? It's pretty up wild that the Nuggets are just their championship caliber team. They showed that. And D'Angelo Russell, I don't care how good he looks at times. How often do we get into the big game and he's nowhere to be found? He was horrific. Now, I do think that the Nuggets, do you think the Nuggets care about this winning streak against the Lakers? Let's start there, but man, do you think that's very important to them that they keep beating the Lakers? Because I don't think Jokic cares about any of these things. I think he's just loosey-goosey. He cares about winning. He wants another championship. I mean, but he doesn't have these. He doesn't the storyline that basketball fans bring to the game. He doesn't care about. Do you think he cares very much about this winning streak, or the Nuggets do, or do you think they're just fine winning the series in 5 games in Denver?
I don't know if it's not so much that Denver's content with winning at home in Game 5. It's are the Lakers even good enough to even give a shit enough to avoid a sweep at this point. I mean, I'm hearing LeBron James after last night saying, well, you know what? We lost the game, but you know what? It's just basketball. It's just basketball? That's the quote I'm hearing from one of the great all-time players in the sport, down 3-0 in this series, and his only response is, it's just basketball? What does that speak to about any sort of desire, any sort of passion, any sort of pride that this Lakers team has? And I didn't see any of that last night, desire and pride. Once that game got away, the body language sucked. It did. Let's be real. There was no energy. Everyone just sat down. No one was talking with one another on the bench for the Lakers as that game slipped away in the second half. There's no freaking way I'm taking the Lakers here full game. I'm not even sure I like them first half, which I've cashed every single game in this series. I don't even know if I can go back to the first half in this one. I lean that way because if the Lakers are ever going to do anything, it's the first half. I think Denver puts them out of their misery here. I don't love the 3 on the road necessarily, so I don't know if I'll move on Denver, but full game, Denver or nothing.
This total has gone from 216.5 to 218. This point spread has gone from the Lakers plus. It hasn't actually. The Nuggets have gone from -3 and -105 to -3 -1.
They're trying to get Darvin Ham fired. I think so too. Honestly, yeah.
Then, from a cash flow perspective at this point, 60% of tickets, 68% cash on the Denver Nuggets, 96% of tickets, and 88% cash is on the over. Generally speaking, when everybody gives up on a basketball team, it does pique my interest. I don't know why anybody expected LeBron to say anything different. When has he ever said, this is everything to us, our whole lives are online? When has he ever said that? I mean, I don't. I mean, there's a reason why Michael and Kobe are in a different conversation than LeBron, because winning was everything to them.
That's going to be going into basketball. That's taking up his time and attention. He's got movie deals and endorsement deals. I think he's going to be doing stuff with film work and directing and television when he's done. He's got this new big-time X's and O's, break it down basketball podcast now with JJ Redick that he does now as well. He's got so much other shit that I truly believe at this stage of his life and in this stage of his career, he's more into than playing basketball. And I think that's kind of what led to a quote like that from last night from him.
I think, that's well put. I'm going to need more time in this basketball game I mean, as much as I despise D'Angelo Russell, and as much as I love the Operation Garcia, you got to think he bounces back. I mean, he's such a they need a scoring weapon here, other than AD and AR-15. I mean, when Taurean Prince is invisible, if you have Prince invisible and D'Angelo Russell invisible, they have no chance to win a basketball game.
No.
Markel says, stop it and just take Denver and call it. Look, Markel, I respect the thought process here, but look, you guys know how I work. When all of you guys turn your back on a basketball team, it piques my interest. I'll just leave it there. It piques my interest here. The Lakers pique my interest. I don't know if I can get to the window or anything like that, but the idea that LeBron just doesn't care that much also means that there's not that much pressure on LeBron. He's not like, oh, this is every, I mean, he's not like if LeBron went out and had a great basketball game in Game 4, that wouldn't surprise anybody because he's not walking into the floor. No one's screaming Westbrook and Westbrick, and he's like, that's not my name. I mean, it's not. There's none of that's going on. He just doesn't, So, BJ said, yeah, they piqued my interest last night. Look, last night was fine. Everything was fine. We went 1-1 in that basketball game. I'm not going to say anything at this point like, oh, I'm going to bet the Lakers or anything like that. The Nuggets are stone cold killers, and I respect that very much. Let's review.
They swept them last year, and they won't think twice about sweeping them this year.
No, I feel you.
Won't.
I feel you. But I'm telling you, I'm not. It's not going to be a surprise to anybody if I decide, to bet just a 1 unit on the Lakers at plus whatever. I don't think it. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to do
the money
that.
line was minus 140 or better. I would have been on Denver for an official play here, but it's like minus 155, minus 160. So I'm not in at that price. I don't want to take minus 3, but Denver, nothing for me.
No, I feel you. And this is one of the great ideas that we've had about capping Friday and Saturday with you, Bobano, so that we can get ahead of the game for tomorrow's action. Let's go over everything. I'm now very interested in the Cavaliers. Very interested in them. And I think first quarter full game Cavaliers. I'm very interested in the Pelicans. And to a lesser extent, I'm very interested in the Lakers. Bobano's on the over 202 in Celtics Heat. That's the game I'm not interested in. Troy Torrance says betting the Lakers is a fool's errand. I've heard people tell us that betting is a fool's errand. Anytime I see fool's errand, I think of assholes who have said that to me in the past. So let's not use that term. It gets me the wrong way because people have said that to me in the past. And I don't need to have a conversation with people who say that betting is a fool's errand, sports betting is a fool's errand. I don't need to have that conversation. I don't need to, if you don't like it, stop talking to me. No, Troy, I don't think he says here I am another asshole. It's just that term. That term's always hits me the wrong way. It's me the wrong way. But I love you, Troy. You know that. All right, Bobano, thank you so much for sticking around extra. You double duty. You hammered NHL Friday and Saturday, hammered NBA Friday and Saturday. We love you, man. Go out there and get that cash. Please support Bobano's new X handle. It's at Bobano Bets, and support the Ice Guys. What a great show that is. Bobano, thank you so much for your time. Any last words for the Capper supporting the show?
No, let's have a great weekend. Cash some tickets. Enjoy. Jimmy, you too. We'll see you next week.
Love it. There is Bobano. There's Marty Riggs in the house. Okay. Now we move on and we move back to the diamond. Let me say this here. As Jose has succeeded to start the year, and how important that is, I have to do that. Baseball can get away from you. The analytics can weigh you down. They can stop your sleep. They can ruin your summer. They can ruin your life. I've had a couple winning days in a row, and I need another one so goddamn badly. So let's work together and let's deliver. Please welcome back in action, Mr. Jose Bouquett, to the show. Jose, how are you?
Good. I hope we don't regret not betting that under, but I'm excited to talk about the rest of these games. I have no action on the card yet, But that's, only because I like talking it out with all you guys in the chat, obviously, because you guys make us much better. So thank you guys as always for watching. Let's get after it.
Let's get after it. Yes, I'm a little. It's okay. It's okay.
Oh, and we're gonna have a debut of a new graphic today.
Oh, exciting. Okay, I've not seen that. That would be exciting. Also, we have our horse race. I say we go back to the Greyhounds. Let's go back to the Greyhounds. We'll do horses all next week because it's Kentucky Derby week. But let's get to work here, Jose. Let's get to work, my friend. Here we go. We have talked game one, so now we have 14 games of action. Oh yeah, Kong. We knew Varlamov would be in, and I like it. So no, we have not made any bets. We did not move on the under in game one, which looking back, well, whatever. Let's just move forward. 7:05 p.m. Eastern with the Oakland Athletics, 10-16, 6-7 on the road. The Baltimore Orioles, 16-8, 8-4 at home. Camden Yards in Baltimore, Maryland. What a wonderful opportunity the Oakland Athletics are providing for us, because their offense is meek and their bullpen is really good, and their starting pitchers are pretty good. They're just cashing unders for us nonstop. How many unders have we lost?
Yeah, and they beat the Yankees. I think it was yesterday, right? I said that both underdogs yesterday looked good, and then of course Nats lose by 1. I believe it was end up 2-1, and then the A's end up winning 3-1. Both unders were super easy as well.
Yeah. We cashed that full game under. No need for first 5 unders. This bullpen for the Oakland Athletics is the real deal. Currently ranked 8th in the league, 3.04 ERA, 1.18 WHIP, 233 opponents batting average. Now you could say opponent batting average wise that they've got, fortunate that balls have, not being barreled and not gone for extra bases, but their bullpen is very strong and trustworthy, and you need that when you go up against the Baltimore Orioles. Orioles bullpen, by the way, 4.12 ERA, 1.19 WHIP, 229 opponents batting average. They've been decent.
By the way, the Orioles optioned Holiday, so he's in AAA again. For those who don't know.
Oh, good. That's good for him, man. He's just getting destroyed in social media. Ross Stripling and Corbin Burns going at it. Ross Stripling got off to a bad start. He looked a little better in his last couple starts. His last start, 5 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 homer, 4 Ks, 1 walk, and a 6-2 loss to the Guardians. Corbin Burns is a great pitcher. His last start was okay. 9-7 win at the Royals, went 5 2/3, 3 earned runs, 4 Ks, 1 walk. His numbers overall in the season are excellent. He has allowed 4 jacks and 29 1/3. I'm sure he'd like that number to drop a little bit, but 29 Ks and 5 walks over 29 1/3, 0.92 WHIP. He's just very good. Now the Orioles smash righties, and Stripling has got a bag of tricks and not a lot of speed. The Orioles right now are hitting 254 with a 769 OPS versus righties, and the A's are the second worst team in the league against righties. They're hitting 201 with a 603 OPS. We know that Corbin Burns can slow down this A's squad. He's back at home, although he doesn't have that comfort fully yet at Camden. Speaking of Camden, it is 60 Fahrenheit, 10.6 miles per hour right to left across the diamond between 10.6 and 9.3 miles per hour. And Coin saying smell an under here at Camden. Says 98-98 splits on this over. And Justin McKelvey says Miller to the Braves. That's just a thought.
These vultures, trying to get Mason Miller off the A's, you bastards. Let him have something.
He looked awesome again yesterday. Let Sacramento have something. So JPZ says, will Miller be available again today? We're going to have Jose go over the expectation of the bullpens. Let's get into the line history here for this spot and the cash flow. I'll have everything set up perfectly here in a second for NBA or for MLB. I'll have to cut some of these, whatever they're called, that I have open here. So here we go. We have the Baltimore Orioles. Again, these are pinnacle moves sitting at minus 249. They opened up at minus 270. So yet again, another monster move to the Oakland Athletics. From a total side of things here, we are sitting with a 7.5 minus 115 to the under. This opened up at 8. It lasted at 8 for about 3.5 hours. And now we're at 7.5, and it's pretty heavily juiced to the under. And when we get to the cash flow here for this one, we have, here we go. We have 96% of the tickets and 99% of the cash on the Baltimore Orioles. Then we have 98% of tickets, 98% cash on the over. And then we have 17,000 tickets in. How do we not bet the under in this baseball game? Jose, can you touch immediately for me on the A's bullpen? Because they're probably going to be going to it pretty quick with Stripling on the mound. Take it away.
Yeah, I'd lean under here as well, and I probably will end up being on it. But I'm lucky. I'm glad I refreshed because Mason Miller threw yesterday, and he has not thrown in back-to-back days all year this year. So I don't think he goes here today. I'd be a little surprised. He threw the 25th and the 22nd. He threw the 17th and the 14th, the 11th and the 9th, the 6th and the 2nd. And those were 2-inning appearances too. So yeah, I'd be a little surprised if he went today. Obviously you'd want him to go, but let's see. Mitch Spence has not thrown since Sunday. Again, maybe he just sucks, but he's well rested. Guys like Kyle Muller, you're not going to see today. I don't think you see an Austin Adams. He threw 7 pitches yesterday, but he threw 26 on Tuesday, so I would assume they need a rest there. There's just so many guys in this bullpen. There's no one like TJ McFarland. I didn't know that he stopped writing Family Guide. Now he's in the A's bullpen. Lucas Ursig threw 17 yesterday. I expect him to probably go today, but it's a tough bullpen day. But I definitely still lean under, though, Jimmy. It's funny. The Orioles bullpen is terribly scary as well here. They all took a break yesterday, but I mean, I saw Cano, there was rain. The trainers went out to him recently. That was interesting. I think he's fine, though. 12 pitches on Wednesday. Kimbrel threw on Wednesday. I mean, I still lean under, but it's just a scary proposition as always.
Their bullpen's been so good. I wonder if you can still have confidence without Miller being available. Okay. Well, obviously 98% of the cash and 98% of the tickets on the over. And it's at 7.5 from 8.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested. I have it written down to come back to it later for sure. I'm getting minus 115 for that 7.5 as well. And like I said, it makes me feel better when we went from 8 to 7.5 with all that money on the over. It makes me feel a lot better. So 8.5, or sorry, 7.5 minus 115 on my card. Not on my card, but I have it written down. Excuse me.
There was a comment yesterday when you mentioned that someone was saying how that's, I think it was, I don't want to say who it was, whatever, but said how that was dumb, take the better number. We watched Troy do that in the NFL and go up 50 units.
Yeah.
So, look, the whole get the best number ideology is changing. And I know that sounds like it doesn't make sense, but when you watch Troy destroy NFL, not even Troy, Sean Higgs. You have Sean Higgs with a favorite. What does he prefer? A minus 6.5 for in the NFL, minus 6.5 for minus 7.5. He wants a 7.5. What's he want? A minus 2.5 for minus 3.5. He wants a 3.5. Sean Higgs is a killer. Troy Torrance is a killer. So, and I didn't fight back when that was mentioned yesterday about what you said, and it's just because we had to. BJ says CLV sometimes don't matter. Look at razor sharp picks. I mean, that whole idea is changing. So, okay. Let's roll on. Next up for us, and I'm interested in the under here. I'm interested in the under here, and I understand the bullpen issues, and I also just cashed on it yesterday, and I don't mean for that to get in my head, but I tell you, going back to the well the next day is a negative ROI for me.
No, I agree with you, but I mean, I obviously didn't bet it yesterday, and I like it as well there, and the market seems like it's screaming under, and it's not going back up, which is the difference from the first game and this game.
Mally, you asking me? With, 50 units. Yeah. It was that was at the end of the regular season. I think it was like 52 at the end. The playoffs hurt him a little bit, but he still had an incredible season. And Mikey Money says 3 letters we don't use on last call. CLV. Late betting is great betting. And Mally Mal saying Sean Higgs. God, I love this group. I love this community. And to Buster, thank you for defending your trends. I don't know if you're still here. And also for the people supporting Buster, people are protective over what we're doing here. That's all. They're protective.
Yeah.
This is something real. We're not selling anything to anybody. We're trying to work together to beat the books, and they're just protective. And so I probably should have said that when Buster was getting hammered and all that, but we're protective over what the hell's happening here. Okay, we move on. 7:07 p.m. Eastern. I'm excited about this spot, Jose. I need with me a Gavin Stone breakdown, 5th round pick out of the 2020 draft, because I believe that when someone sees Chris Bassett's 2-3, 3.90 ERA, 1.59 WHIP, 14 walks, and 26 strikeouts over 27 2/3 before Jack's Loud, they're like, well, he's not being very good. And sorry, it's a stupid comedy sketch in my head when let me not go into that tangent. With that, Chris Bassett at home is going to be lights out this year. So when he has a bunch of road situations, like he's coming off that 6-3 loss at the Padres, that's going to help us because we're going to get a better number because he's going to shove at home. Now, can he shove against this Dodgers team? Would you say this, Dodgers team is hitting at the level that we expect them to? Yeah, they are. They're smashing righties. Don't let their record fool you. They're hitting 270 with an 808 OPS against righties. So I think Bassett can pitch well against a very, very tough opponent here. Gavin Stone coming up that 6-4 loss at home versus the Mets. We're going to have how many people? I don't know. What's the fair guess of how many people? Are we going to have 40,000 fans there tonight? Are we going to have 50,000? This place is going to be bananas. Friday night at Rogers Center with Shohei in town.
Yeah, after what he did to you guys.
Oh. I think it's going to be absolutely bananas. It's going to be fucking it's going to be magic in that shit Rogers Center. So I think Gavin Stone is vulnerable. Is that a fair thing to say? He looked so good in the spring, but he's never looked good. He's had 8 starts in his career, and he's never been good. Now, he hasn't allowed a jack in 4 starts, but he has 16 strikeouts and 10 walks. I mean, I don't know how anybody could have a ton of confidence in Gavin Stone here going, pitching in front of all these rabid Blue Jay fans. I just don't see it. I don't see it. Last year in Oklahoma City, he was, 4.74 ERA, 1.31 WHIP. I don't think they want Gavin Stone as part of this rotation. So then if you're going to fade the Dodgers, I think that you want to cut down the game. I don't want 9 innings. And I do think that the bullpen, as I've said often, is better than the numbers indicate right now. This total opened up at under 9 minus 111. Now it's under 9 at minus 110. And when we get to the money line here in this one, we have the Jays sitting at plus 106. They opened up at plus 111. So we've had a 5-cent move towards the Toronto Blue Jays. This all appeals to me. Let's get the cash flow up here. When it comes to the cash, first for the total, 79% of tickets, 85% of cash on the over. It's not hard to shut down this Blue Jays offense. If Gavin Stone allows 2 runs over 5 innings, I think this sets up for the under. And then on the money line, 77% of tickets and 92% of cash on the Dodgers. So without a doubt, I'm going to be on the Blue Jays first 5 to get started here. So just to get rolling. And I'm interested in the under. Take it away for us here, Jose. A big game up here in Toronto. Dodgers, Blue Jays.
Yeah, this is a tough game for me. I mean, I was pregame right there with you. By the way, 1-0 bottom third for the fucking first game, so that's a little annoying, but whatever. I was right there with you. I wanted the Blue Jays here, full game. Bassett, I think, just a good pitcher, and I'm interested to see what kind of reception Ohtani gets. I think he gets the fucking merciless boos, and that'll be probably the first time in his MLB career that he gets that shit, but we'll see. Minus 116 now for the Dodgers. But the thing that I was truly interested in was these Blue Jays, and then I saw Troy Torrance. He's putting the sharp trap or sharp. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Sharp trap on the Blue Jays here, and he's on the Dodgers, which is obviously scary. He's saying sharp action on the road team, short home dog, market trapping sharps with slight movement there. So I think I'm going to stay off on this game ultimately, but I definitely lean Blue Jays here. I wouldn't be at all surprised if they won this game. And I did look up the ticket prices right now, and not many tickets available. Cheap tickets though, so you can go to this game, but not many tickets available. Only you can get in for $40, so not bad.
It's gonna be fucking jammed, but all I care about is opening day at fucking Woodbine tomorrow, baby. So look, sharp trap. You know, if that works, go get it. I'm gonna be on the Blue Jays first 5, and I want the full game under. I want the full game under. When we go back to our expectations of this, pitching staff, this Blue Jays bullpen has a 4.85 ERA, a 1.33 WHIP, opponents rating 238 against them. They're ranked 26th right now. They're going to be about 13th or 12th this year in Major League Baseball. That's my expectation. I think this is a better bullpen than we had last year. That's not saying that much. And then the Dodgers bullpen has not been very good. 4.04 ERA, 1.13 WHIP, 215. They've been unlucky. So I'm going to be on the Jays first 5 in the under here. And let's just take a second to give a shout out to our guy, Nut Flush Allen, being taking care of his family. And we haven't seen him as much. He's been looking after his mom. He's daily care for her right now. And his daughter, Bailey, just graduated university and is on her way to med school. And so I just, we love you so much, Not Flush Allen. It's not said enough. We love you so much. Great to see you in the chat. You lead by example, and having to stay away for a little bit and take care of your family. We respect that enormously. And it's wonderful to see you in the chat. Absolutely wonderful to see you in the chat.
Yes.
Okay.
Shout out to Matty Ice as well in the chat here as well.
Matty Ice, who was on the Phillies with us, first 5, -0.5. Mally Mal saying, yeah, Jim, under. Nate Serena says, heart says Dodgers, but brain says Jays. Yes, Jim. Now, look, if the sharp trap is in play, do it against the bullpen, because I think we have a legit advantage with Chris Bassett over Gavin Stone. Now, 3 years from now, when Bassett, uses his cane to get up on the mound and Gavin Stone is an ace, it won't be the case. But right now, I like it. Crystal Craig says Justin Turner will want to have a good game, and Teoscar Hernandez. That's a great point. Yeah, it'd be nice for Turner. Probably not nice for Turner. I'm sure he wishes that he's still wanted over there. But that's a great point, Crystal Craig. Are you going to the game, Crystal? Crystal Craig, great.
Bo Jackson's going on Sunday. Shout out to Bo Jackson.
Oh, nice. I love it. JP is saying Teoscar happy to be out of Canada in LA. Yeah, look, we get it.
Yes,
we get it. LA is better than Canada. Nobody's debating that, JPZ. We'd all prefer to be waking up right beside, well, not right beside you, but in the same house in LA. No one's debating that.
That was almost like Spenny Penny Bombs territories there.
It's funny. For the last 20 years now, I'm not the booze bag that I was, and I'm not a comic anymore. But if you were ever in a bar with me and you felt 2 fingers like that on your, if you turn around, I slap you in the face. So all my friends know, if you feel a couple fingers, do not look. Stand strong and don't turn around, because you will be slapped in the face. I digress.
Very nasty Nate-esque.
Yes, it is.
Very nasty.
I was slapping nonstop. Also, if you were wearing shorts and you were at the bar ordering a drink, the back of your calf muscle I would slap as hard as I possibly could. Big laughs. 7:10 p.m. Eastern. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I was gonna say, was this the at your age here? Were you wearing jorts that rolled all the way down, were basically pants, or were jorts not in at this point?
No, my jorts go down to your knees, man. It's always been the same.
No, your jorts go down to your ankles.
No, they don't, man. What the hell are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? All right, now, come on, man. Respect the jorts, man. The jorts ain't changing, man. I dress exactly like I did in high school right now, and it's coming back to me. Now, Scotty Barnes dresses like Janis Joplin. I don't know where that's coming from.
Shout out to
Crystal,
radio.
Crystal Craig says, unfortunately, no, I won't be at the game. Crystal Craig, let's pick a game where we can all go together. Get Bo Jackson, Chris Craig. Let's do that this year, Crystal Craig. Let's do that. Let's get us all together.
Kelsey.
Okay, 7:10 p.m. Eastern. Chicago Cubs 16-9, 6-6 on the road. The Boston Red Sox 14-12, 3-7 at home. We're at Fenway Park in Boston, Massachusetts. Now, you've done this to yourself. You've done this. You've created this whole thing.
Yeah, no, that's why at the beginning of the show I said if opportunities to bet the Red Sox come, I will bet them. If they don't, I won't.
Stop. Just be a gambler, and who cares? The Boston Red Sox are one baseball team out of 30. Who cares?
Yeah, I'm not. This is, and by the way, they're still the best first 5 baseball team in the league.
No, but you've got to
18-8.
stop this. You've created this whole thing, this whole stigma where if you bet a Red Sox game, you're an automatic loser, and now you've transferred that losing on
I
us.
definitely thought we were winning yesterday. I was confident as hell. I was going to live bet the Red Sox. These motherfuckers, I was pissed off just because I tell myself I'm not going to bet them all year, and then I lean on them 3 or 4 times in a row. They cash easily, and of course, when I bet them, they lose. But it's it's not anything of my doing. It's just very frustrating.
No, it's your doing. You've created this whole thing. You're like, oh, I'm never going to bet them this year. You talked about it all the time, and now you bet them, and you pass your stink on to us. Now, no one's going to want the Red Sox. If you're on the Red Sox, we got to stop this. Stop it all. Bet Red Sox as many times as you want. They're just one baseball team. Bet them, fade them, start betting them as much as possible. Let's get this stigma away from it because it's fucking us up now. It cost me money yesterday. All right.
Fair.
Red Sox opening up at -110. Bet them. Bet them all the time. Bet them nonstop.
Bet them now.
Well, that's up to you. But just let's stop this whole stigma. I'm not going to bet them anymore. It's fucking us all up. Red Sox opening up at -110. They're now -102. We've had an 8-cent move to the Chicago Cubs. The key here, now I know that Shota has been unbelievable. So I want you to touch on your expectation of the Red Sox against lefties and against the very nasty lefty here. We have the total sitting at 8 at -115. This went down to 7.5 like all the other books, and 53 minutes ago went back to 8. It came back to 8. Let's get the cash flow up here for this Red Sox game. 46% of tickets, 51% of cash on the Boston Red Sox. On the total, we have 95% of the tickets and 93% of cash on the over. Now, it did go down to 7.5, but Pinnacle brought it back up to 8, and that U-shaped movement messes with me. Troy Torrance is on the Cubs money line. And Troy Torrance says, you've already put it out. Matrix will punish your ass. Yeah, you just got to stop. It's got to stop. We don't just start betting them and stop. Let's not even, let's not call them your Boston Red Sox. They're just one of 30 teams.
Yeah.
Shota is being spectacular. He's coming off not a very good start. 5-3 win at home over the Marlins. 3 runs, 2 of which were earned over 6. But he is very, very good. My dude says under all day. All day. Says Cubs on the road hitting 200 versus righties. Cutter Crawford on the hill, who's been spectacular. He's been unbelievably good. Says under all fucking day. He's been unbelievably good. And if we're going to, hammer the under, then we got to talk about these bullpens. And the bullpens have been good. The Cubs bullpen, 3.71 ERA, 1.30 whip. Opponents hitting 216 against them. Red Sox just a little bit better, 3.40 ERA, 1.26 whip. Opponents hitting 242 against them. And if you judge them by their statistics, they're probably doing a little better than they will. They're going to slip a little bit. They're going to fall back a little bit. Take it away. What's your plan here, Jose? Just another game, 2 baseball teams, Cubs, Red Sox.
Yeah, I like the under in this game here as well, and I thought it was kind of an obvious under because look at these guys' ERAs; they're both fucking ridiculous. I thought a shitload of people would be on the under in this game. But you mentioned it, 95% of the money or the bets, 93% of the money on the over. Now, I'm just kind of reiterating what you're saying here, but that U-shaped movement's obviously worrisome, but I still think I'm probably just going to jump on the under here. Now, in normal years, like when the Red Sox actually cared about their baseball team and the owners, gave a shit and the team was decent, I would say there's going to be a pretty decent atmosphere for this game in Fenway Park. Well, first of all, let's start with this. I think there's going to be a lot of Cubs fans there as well. a lot of Cubs fans at this game. So we can start there. When the Cubs score, will be 50-50. And when the Red Sox were in their heyday, I'd expect a lot of Red Sox fans to be here to, like, boo Shota, who the Red Sox actually offered more money guaranteed for, and he chose the Cubs either anyways. Very frustrating, very annoying, and he's incredible. I do think both these guys pitch well, and you mentioned the expectations for Red Sox against lefties. It's just, I have said it all year. They're like, one of their main goals was to find right-handed bats, and they didn't really do that. And Tyler O'Neill, who was the one guy they signed as a right-handed bat to finally come in here and try to hit some lefties, has done that. He led the majors in baseball for a long time, but the issue is there's not many good righties on this lineup other than that. Pablo Reyes, I love him to death. He's not that good. Bobby Dahlbeck strikes out more than anyone I know. Connor Wong has been on fire, so maybe he's someone to watch, and Rock Fiala has not been good either. And by the way, on the other side, let's not forget that Bellinger is out. I believe he fractured a rib here as well, just like Tristan Casas did. And Pete Crow Armstrong now is in center field for them. PCA, a really, really good defensive center fielder, which they obviously need in Fenway. So I'll be on the under here officially. It's going to be very interesting.
This is a weird situation because Marcus McCarthy saying over his 95% of cash. A lot of people are going to look at the 0.84 ERA, 0.75 whip on Shota, and the 0.66 ERA, 0.99 whip on Cutter and want the under. So who exactly is betting this over?
Yeah, it's a shocking thing. Now, obviously, the fly balls and Fenways are going to be a concern. I don't know. I haven't checked the weather.
It goes down to 45 Fahrenheit. So it opens at 51 Fahrenheit, 7.9 miles per hour in, and then becomes like right to left.
Yeah. Again, I talked about this with Shota. He was the leader in home runs in Japan last year. So when the wind's blowing out, I'll be a little more concerned, but wind's not even blowing out. It's kind of stiff, 8-mile-an-hour winds going to third base there across the diamond, like you said. So yeah, I'm on the under. 7.5 minus 105 official for me here.
What was I on the under? 7.5 minus 105. This one is weird. I'm sorry. Who is bet? I'm a little nervous about this one. I'm not sure what to do, but I did put asterisk and question mark. I'm going to look at it a little further. Jose has moved on the under 7.5 at minus 105. Fernando Mendoza looking at the first 5 under, same with Nate Serna. Let's roll on. Next up for us, 7:10 p.m. Eastern with St. Louis Cardinals 11-14, 6-7 on the road. New York Mets 13-11, 6-6 at home at Citi Field in Queens, New York. Don't forget, $50 Greyhound race today at the end of our program here. Let's take a look at the weather to get us started here in New York. There's times when I get this wave that comes over me where I'm just I love what we do. I love sitting here. I love capping the car. It's so much fun. And I just got that here, that feeling of just being thankful. This is fun. 52 Fahrenheit, 10.2 miles per hour to left field, dies down to 7.9 miles per hour. We have Miles Michaelis, 1-3, 6.49 ERA, 1.52 whip. He looks awful. His last start, 12-5 loss at home to the Brewers, 4 2/3, 9 hits, 5 earned runs, 3 jacks. Looks bad. Jose Bouquett on the other side has looked very good this year. And I know he walked 5 batters in that last start at the Dodgers, but that's the toughest lineup you'll face. I thought he was great. 4 1/3, 3 hits, 2 earned runs. He walked a fine line. And he's not a guy who walks a lot of batters. He's got 9 walks and 60 1/3, but if you take out that one start against the Dodgers, he's got 4 walks over 12 in 12 innings. So it's not 1 walk every 3 innings. That's fine. Let's take a look at the expectation of the Cards and the Mets against righties. We have the Mets hitting 240 with a 693 OPS, and the Cards are the 4th worst offensive team in the league against righties right now, 229, 648 OPS. So you have 2 teams who don't hit righties hard. You have Michaelis, who's trash, and Bouquett, who's been pretty good. You know that the bullpens are going to come into play. The Mets bullpen's been excellent this year, 2.95 ERA, 1.16 whip, opponents hitting 198 against them. Well, the Cardinals bullpen's been pretty good, 3.77 ERA, 1.27 whip. So why don't we move on the under here in this one. Let's pull up the line history for it.
God, Noli would be so proud. Just this show and this baseball season has just been unders. Noli would just shedding tears somewhere.
He's proud. He's proud. He's
Especially the player prop unders too. Like I'm sure Noli is just a pig in shit right now.
I hope he's moved on Operation Garcia, and shout out to Nance Garcia. This total opened up at 8 and has dropped to 7.5. It is juiced to the over, but that is a legit drop. And then on the money line, we are sitting here with the Cardinals at plus 120. This line opened up at plus 116, so a very slight move to the New York Mets. Cash-wise in this one, you have 72% of the tickets and 69% of cash on the over. Look, I know Michaelis is trash, but who's scared of the Mets offense? Nobody. On the money line, we have 83% of tickets and 93% of cash on the Mets. Is Michaelis okay? Is Michaelis okay? That's the question here. And there's Sammy Calmer. Yes, we had Justin McKelvey tailed that action and others as well, Sammy. Thank you so much for sharing the winners here. It means a ton to us. I don't think you need to worry about first 5 unders instead of full game. Both the Mets bullpen's been very good. The Cardinals bullpen's been pretty good. The question is, can Miles Michaelis get through a lineup? I don't know. Take it away, Jose, my man.
By the way, real quick on that last game for that under, I didn't move on that first 5, and I just went to go check the line movement for first 5. Only 2 cents of movement. Opened up at 4 minus 118, now 4 minus 120. So just be aware of that if you're betting first 5 full game. Like I've been kind of realizing myself, if I'm looking at full game lines and I'm seeing that line move, I should bet that line. But back to this game, Miles. I mean, honestly, I stayed off this game, but I have a higher opinion of him than I think most people truly. I think he's not like horrible. Now, back-to-back starts, giving up 5 earned runs against Arizona and Milwaukee is not good. But I think he could hold down a Mets lineup here. But the real thing is the Cardinals' offense is horrible. Noli, actually, speaking of him, talked about it the other day. He was on that Cardinals. He was on the under in the Cardinals game the other day. And he said that this team's just horrific. And yeah, they were bad. We on Say Hey Plays the other day on a Saturday, we looked at the Cardinals schedule because Jay Peasy said that like they score more than 3 runs a game in very few games that they play. And it's shocking to see just how few they score. I'm pulling up their schedule right now, and it's funny. The day we talked about that, of course, they went off for like 10 runs, but they obviously didn't score many after that. So just this month, they've since we'll take out the first week of this month. They have scored more than three runs once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. That's it for the entire month. And the time they've scored more than 3 runs, a 9-6 win to the Diamondbacks, a 5-3 win to the Diamondbacks, a 5-1 win to the Diamondbacks, and a 5-12 loss to the Brewers. So they are been horrible hitting this year. To illustrate, this is a long way to saying they're bad. So yeah, I lean under here as well, right there with you again. Now the market. It's kind of like these other games. And I don't know, Jimmy, is everyone just betting overs today in baseball? Because that's what the market feels like for all these games. 75% or 72% of the bets, 69% of the money on the over in this game. I know it's not as dramatic as the other ones, but still, it's still more money and bets on that. And I'd rather lean under. And to me, Jimmy, again, I don't know what your book says here, what Pinnacle has. This line has dropped down to 7.5 now from that 8.
Yeah, it sure has.
So I think I'll be on it here again with you if you're going to be on it.
It is blowing out. The wind is blowing out, but it is cold.
Oh, well, is this game in New York?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me, who I have to call to get the weather. So.
Yes. I miss him. He has chosen not to have anything to do with us. So I don't know how much longer you want to keep calling him.
He likes us. He's a busy man.
You're talking about Tommy Gunn?
Yeah, I've talked to him.
He doesn't want anything to do with us, man. Stop calling him. let's move on. 7:10 p.m. Eastern. I'm interested in that under as well. 7:10 p.m. Eastern. Washington Nationals 10-14, 6-6 on the road at Miami Marlins, 6-20, 2-11 at home. Lone Depot Park in Miami, Florida. We have Trevor Williams going up against Jesus Luzardo. I don't know why Luzardo's being as bad as he's been. I think it's just this. Nobody wants to play for the Marlins. I don't. Now he's coming off.
Luzardo's out.
Oh, he's out. Who's pitching?
Yeah, elbow discomfort. Yeah, I saw that this morning. I don't have his first name, but his A. Maldonado. But yeah, Luzardo is one other pitcher that has an elbow strain. I believe it is.
Maldonado. Okay, let's get. I'm gonna get the information on Maldonado here. Let's get it going here.
Yeah, Trevor Williams, though, again, continuing to be, he's not pretty, he's not hot, he's not sexy, but he's a pretty good pitcher. So I shout out to him.
Did you mention whether he was sexy or not? Is that what you just did?
Yes. I said no. I didn't say yes. I didn't call him hot or pretty.
All right, okay, let's get back to work here. We have in this Maldonado and Anthony Maldonado. This is his MLB debut. Just minor league action here. AAA Jacksonville, he's been excellent. 3-0, 2.31 ERA, 0.771 WHIP. Maybe a little spark to this baseball team here. Out of Bethune-Cookman, 11th round pick in the 2019 draft. Yes, DC Capper, I've mentioned it maybe 8 times today. I'm very, very excited. I'll be there. Trevor Williams against Maldonado. Williams has been so good. When will this stop? That's the question. I mean, how long will this last? I don't know. 2.91 ERA, 0.97 WHIP. He has not had a jack. He just shut down the Astros. But he's always been a pitcher who's been a little more comfortable at home. On the road, I don't know if I trust him. Let's take a look at the line history. We do have the taint play of the day in. I will copy and paste that, and we will discuss it. But let's talk about this spot here. Maldonado versus Williams. This total is sitting at 8.5. It is opened up at 8, so we've gone up a half run. That's because of the pitching change, clearly. And then let's go into the total here for this, the cash here at -118 for Maldonado. Obviously, when did they know it's just been when was the pitching change?
Maybe a bullpen this morning, I believe, but I don't know. I have an exact time. I think this is going to be more of a bullpen day too, as well. I should say, because Maldonado has only gone 1-2 innings this year so far in his game log. So I expect this to be a full bullpen day then.
Is it 3-1 Tigers now?
Is it? I'm not looking. I'm not looking. God.
Okay. Please, because then I won't hate myself for not. Is that the score? Can someone? Okay, no. Maddie says no, it's not. Okay. Okay. So then let's take a look at the cash flow here for this one. You have 64% of tickets, 56% cash on the over, 80% of tickets, and 56% cash on the Miami Marlins. 1-0 Casey. Okay, thank you. It upsets me that we weren't on that spot. Then when we get to the bullpen for the squads, I mean, the Marlins are just 4.73 ERA, 1.55 WHIP, 270 opponents batting average. I mean, they're just awful. And the Nationals bullpen's been quite good this year. 3.89 ERA, 1.56 WHIP, 274 opponents batting average means that there's definite regression coming on.
I can't believe that the Nationals aren't favored here.
Yeah, this is a tricky situation. It's a tricky situation. What is your plan? Are you going to bet this?
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to. I'll stay off, but I can't believe the Nationals aren't favored here. Truly, I just think Trevor Williams is a better pitcher than Anthony Maldonado, who will get 1-2 innings worth of here, and then we'll get a Marlins bullpen that Jimmy, you can go over their full bullpen.
Well, we know
ranks,
who's the primary now. They've given us the primary.
Okay, who's that?
The primary for this. Sorry, shit, I got too many things open. The primary for this is Kyle Tyler, who I'll bring up right now. So, I mean, the thing is, these guys, The Nationals do have young players, but they don't know who they're going up against. Kyle Tyler was a 20th round pick in the 2018 draft out of University of Oklahoma. He's pitched so far 16 and a third innings in Major League Baseball, and he hasn't pitched in the majors since 2022. So let's just take a quick look at what he's done thus far, because Maldonado's looked excellent at AAA, and Kyle's the opposite. He is not started a game. He's been in 2 spots. He's thrown 5 innings this year. I'm surprised that he's announced as it's just, I guess, just a legit bullpen day. So I don't.
Yeah, and the bullpen had a full day off yesterday. So,
well, I guess we can imagine that Trevor Williams will slow down the Marlins enough. Now are we moving back to the under, or do we not want to have an under with these guys who've never pitched in the majors? It's just like
I would rather not. Yeah, I don't trust these guys really. Like Tanner Scott, former Red Sox, Anthony Bender's fine, but like I don't really trust these guys. And like most of their big arms, they're good arms through Wednesday and through a lot on Wednesday. So I know, like I said, they get a full day off yesterday, but yeah, I'll stay off this game. And if the Nationals win, maybe I'll beat myself up a little bit, but it'll be okay.
Okay, let's move on. Next up for us, 7:20 p.m., we have the Cleveland Guardians, 18-7, 10-3 on the road. The Atlanta Braves, 17-6, 9-3 at home. We're at Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. Let's get into the weather to get us started here in hot Atlanta. It is 78 Fahrenheit, 11.3 miles per hour in, starting to warm up. Stays between 11.3 and 10.3 blowing in. We have here, line history wise, we have this total opening up at 9, now at 8.5, and it is juiced pretty heavily to the under. So a legit move to the under. Then from a money line standpoint, this opened up with the Braves at minus 190. They're now minus 242. A 52-cent move towards the Atlanta Braves. Cash wise, 91% of tickets, 86% of cash on the Braves. Line moving heavily towards them. And then 84% of tickets and 88% cash on the over, which is very, very strange that this has been dropping. Logan Allen has not been very good this year. He's 3-0, but 5.06 ERA, 1.39 whip, 21 Ks and 26 2/3. Last start, 5 1/3, 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 homers, 4 Ks, 3 walks, 6-3 win at home. Chris Sale, 2-1, 4.38 ERA, 1.05 whip. We cashed the first 5 under in that game at home over the 8-3 win at home over the Rangers. If you guys remember that, Travis d'Arnaud went for 3 jacks, which cost us the full game over. But Chris Sale looked very good. How long can we expect Sale to look good? He's such a tricky pitcher to figure out whether he should be trusted or not. So we have 2 lefties on the hill. We know the Braves smash lefties, 270, 793 OPS. The thing that's the big surprise is that the Guardians are destroying lefties, 292, 826 OPS. So we have 2 teams that are smashing lefties. We have 2 pitchers that are vulnerable. We have the market moving towards the under. 2 good bullpens. This is tricky. Take it away for us. Is the first 5 over? Full game under? Obviously, I'm not going to play God and do that. But what are your thoughts here? Take it away, Guardians, Braves.
Yeah, Troy Torrance put the cow in the chat. So obviously, cash cow play of the day on the Atlanta Braves here, it seems. So I will be putting the Braves in a parlay of some sorts. Those of you who don't know, these cash cow plays cash a ridiculous rate. Troy takes some run line and cashes. I'm just a pussy and don't bet run lines anymore. So Atlanta Braves here in some form or fashion would be my bet here if I was betting this. Now for the total, here's the thing. I still trust Chris Sale. I still think Chris Sale is going to be a good quality pitcher, but I've just lost so many unders on the Guardians this year. It's crazy. 84% of the bets, 88% of the money on the over in this game. And again, I'm seeing this drop down from 9 to 8.5 here. So I'd personally rather be on an under here full game.
Joe T liking the over, and I get it with the way these guys are hitting lefties. I'm off this spot. This has got volatility to me. I can understand you guys backing Sale here because Logan Allen's not looked good. So he says this exact market is the best one bet in all of baseball, says Troy Torrance. So we have a total that's over 8, and 20-cent move right around the minus 250 range.
Maybe today's the day, Troy. Maybe today's the day I take the run line, but we'll see.
All right, interesting. Let's roll on. Next up for 7:40 p.m. Eastern, we have the Tampa Bay Rays 13-13, 5-4 on the road. The Chicago White Sox 3-22, 2-9 at home. Right, guaranteed rate field. Chicago, Illinois. Zach Eflin versus Chris Flexen. Eflin looks excellent. He had a tough start to the year, but man, a couple great starts back to back. That was a start, also a great start that wasn't at Tropicana. It was at Yankee Stadium. 6 innings, 3 hits, 6 Ks, no walks, 2-0 extra inning victory, 1.06 whip, 26 strikeouts and 2 walks. There's your K to walk ratio. 4 jacks allowed. Flexen is bad. He couldn't cut it in Seattle. So, he gets to pitch for the White Sox, who pick up any homeless guy off the street. His last appearance, April 22nd. So his last appearance 4 days ago. He threw 2 1/3 and a 7-0 loss at the Twins. His last start was back on April 12th. Also went 2 2/3, allowed 6 earned runs, 11-1 loss at home versus the Reds. I mean, he just can't be trusted in any situation. But how do you bet the Tampa Bay Rays against the White Sox? So the Rays opened up minus 213. Now they're just minus 217. They got up to minus 234. This isn't the spot where the public or where the line's moving heavily in their direction, which is, a bit of a surprise. From a total side of things, this is a 7.5. I would say that's another surprise. It's opened up at 8.5, so we've dropped a full run. So what are they saying, that Chris Flexen's going to be money in the bank, or is the weather playing a role in that? It is 59 Fahrenheit, 12.5 miles per hour straight in. It does die down to 9.2 miles per hour. So let's take a look at the expectation of these two teams against righties. We know that the White Sox are the second worst team in the league against righties, 179 with a 517 OPS. I mean, really, they're actually the worst team. The Marlins have a higher batting average, but they're, the White Sox have a higher OPS than the Marlins, but they're terrible. And then here, the Tampa Bay Rays have been terrible. The Rays rating 246, 26 OPS. Now this line's already moved from 8.5 to 7.5. I mean, it's probably too late to get, to jump on board, but you can understand why the move has been made. Rays bullpen has not improved like we thought it would. It's not improved quickly. 5.31 ERA, 1.45 whip, 246 points batting average. The White Sox bullpen starting to come back to earth. Now has a 4.28 ERA, 1.49 whip, 256 points batting average. Take it away for us here. Eflin, Flexen, Rays, White Sox. Jose, what's your plan?
No action here. I'm kind of surprised, honestly, there haven't been more minus 300 against the White Sox. That's been pretty surprising to me. But again, it's kind of an indicator. It makes me feel better about fading those minus 300s, truly. But yeah, no action here for me. But I will tell you, Jimmy, I did lock in O's A's under 7.5 here, minus 115. I ended up moving on it there as well.
O's A's under 7.5. Yeah, I'm very interested in that spot.
A lot of 7.5 unders today on the card. 3 so far.
Yeah, I expect to join you there. Let's roll into 8 p.m. action. We head over to Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas. We have the Cincinnati Reds 14-11, 5-4 on the road. Texas Rangers 13-13, 6-7 at home. Roof will be open, and the wind's blowing out to left field heavily. 14.5 miles per hour first pitch, gets up to 15.6 miles per hour.
And I don't think the wind will affect it in the stadium, though.
Is that right?
I don't think so. Yeah, no, I think they won't feel shit in there.
All right. Okay. Yes, Taint is coming up in our next game. Matty Ice says Rays first 5 would have been Taint if not for the minus 145 juice. Let's talk about this Reds Rangers game. We have Graham Ashcroft versus Nate Eovaldi. Nate Eovaldi has not looked well. He did look. It's tough to pitch at Atlanta against the Braves. I guess it comes down to that. I mean, we like what Jose Bouquett did against the Dodgers in Dodger Stadium, and he walked 5 batters. So I think we can say the same thing about Nate Eovaldi. It's a 5-2 loss to the Braves. He went 5 1/3, allowed 3 earned runs, 6 Ks, 6 walks, and he doesn't have a huge walk problem. I mean, if you pull that game, he's throwing 24 2/3 and walked 6 batters. So it was just he was being selective against these monster bats that the Braves have. Ashcraft coming off a bad start, 7-5 win at home versus the Angels, who went 5 innings, allowed 5 earned runs, 4 Ks, 3 walks. He hasn't looked very good this year. 5.24 ERA, 1.34 whip, and we saw him do this last year. Come out of the gates terrible. So I like Ashcraft, but I don't want to trust him. This total sitting at 9. It's minus 109 to the under. This did go down to 8.5. We have the U-shaped movement back to 9. From a money line standpoint, we have this sitting at minus 168. It opened up at minus 163, so 5 cents of movement towards the Texas Rangers. When we get to the cash flow for this one, we have 75% of the tickets, 80% of cash on the over. We have 85% of tickets and 83% of cash, 85 and 83 on the Rangers money line. This does not really correlate for me. I don't know exactly. The Rangers bullpen 4.22 ERA, 1.25 WHIP, 220 opponents batting average, and the Reds bullpen 3.52 ERA, 1.25 WHIP, 214 opponents batting average. I would, if there was a bigger move towards the Rangers right now, I'd find them more appealing. But maybe I should back them here. What's your plan? Take it away, Reds, Rangers.
Yeah, this was another stay off game for me, unfortunately. I kind of wanted to back the Rangers here, but it was unfortunately too juiced to begin with, and the market really wasn't correlating. And again, the 85%, 83% of the money on the Rangers, I don't love that either. So it was a stay off game for me here, unfortunately. But I kind of do lean over. I obviously think Nathan Eovaldi is going to be fine this season, and he's going to pitch well. But I think that I could see the Reds getting some runs off of him here. So over would be my action, but no action for me here.
Yeah, I get it. Let's roll on. That U-shaped movement on the total makes me uncomfortable. Here we go. We have taint. We have taint.
God bless.
New York Yankees money line from our Matty Ice. The taint play of the day is in. And shout out to our guy, Matty Ice. Taint.
That little flap of skin.
Little flap of skin.
Oh, I can't get my mouth around that thing. Oh.
New York Yankees 17-9, 9-4 on the road. Brewers 16-8, 4-4 at home. We're at American Family Field in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We have Luis Gil on the hill for the New York Yankees. 1-1, 2.75 ERA, 1.27 WHIP, 29 Ks and 19 2/3. 17 walks for Luis Gil in 19 2/3. Hasn't allowed a jack.
Yeah, still good though. Somehow.
Coming off 5-4 win at the Rays, 5 2/3, 2 hits, 1 run, 0 earned runs. Wine Time Sports also on the Yankees, and the Dapper Capper, Joey Marinaccio, saying best bet is the New York Yankees. Colin Ray looks excellent. I did not expect him to continue to shove. That's all he's been doing is shoving. I mean, he doesn't get strikeouts. He needs weak contact, but he's been getting it. 2.08 ERA, 1.29 WHIP. In his last start, 5 innings, 5 hits, 3 Ks, 3 walks, 2-0 win at St. Louis. It's interesting that, let's break down the odds here in this one. Maybe this will enlighten. We have the Yankees sitting at minus 123. They opened up at minus 112. An 11-cent move towards your New York Yankees. From a total side of things here, we're sitting at a 9, minus 117 to the under. This opened up at 8.5, and it just moved to 9. Oh, it didn't just move 2.5 hours ago. It moved to 9. And then cash flow wise here, we have 74% of the tickets and 85% of the cash on the New York Yankees line moving towards them. It's 50-50 on the total, 52% of cash on the over. Very, very, very interesting here. When we get to the bullpens for these two squads, we have the Brewers delivering in the bullpen, year in and year out. 2.73 ERA, 1.07 WHIP, 201 opponents batting average. The Yankees right there. So Yankees and Brewers have very, very good bullpens. And then when it comes to hitting righties, the days are gone that we used to fear this Yankees lineup. I mean, this Yankees lineup right now is hitting 246 with a 679 OPS. Who do you fear is the Brewers lineup? The Brewers lineup, but the Brewers lineup only hits lefties. The Brewers lineup against righties is one of the worst in the league. 198, 620 OPS. So I'm a little surprised here that this total has gone up to 9. What's your plan here? Take it away for us here, Jose Bouquett. Taint play today, Yankees. You rolling?
Yeah, this is one of the two spots that I wrote down last night that I was interested in. The Blue Jays is the one of them. I'm not moving on it. But the Yankees was the other one here. The cheap price. First of all, I think it's pretty decently cheap price for a team that I think is going to be really good this year, and a Brewers team that eventually will fall off. Obviously, current form more important, but I have to respect Colin Ray. He's pitched really well this year. I don't think that's going to last, and maybe that's part of the reason why I'm fading him here. But 5 innings, 5 hits, no earned runs against the Cardinals, 5 2/3, 3 earned runs against the Orioles is a great start, and 6 innings, 7 hits, 2 runs, only one of them earned against Seattle. So I respect him, and I think he could be a quality pitcher here. So I could see a first 5 under here. But I'm hoping when the bullpens come, I think that's when the advantage comes for the Yankees here. And I think this will be a slower start kind of game. And then the later the game goes, I think the runs will come for the Yankees here. So I will also join everyone on the New York Yankees here. Now, a concern. Is it a little public here? And again, every time I say that, I hear Troy yelling at me for saying that it's public and public cashes, et cetera, et cetera. But 74% of the bets, 85% of the money, sure. But at the very least, you're betting that public side, and the line is, steadily chugging that direction. It opened up at -105 for for Bet Online, excuse me. Went up to -130, now -123. So I'll be on it here, and that'll be my first side of the day. New York Yankees, full game money line for me here.
Wow. What are your expectations of Luis Gil as we move forward? Is he bet on material?
Well, what's interesting, Jimmy? He could call him another version of Reynaldo Lopez, because obviously he's kind of like the last guy in this rotation, and I think when what's his name, Garrett Cole comes back, he'll probably be booted out. But he for sure is going to be in that mindset of I have to put as many good innings as a starter together for either A, maybe they can keep me in the rotation, I can beat someone out, or B, maybe he gets traded somewhere else. So obviously the walks are scary, and that's something that is going to affect me for any kind of pitcher. But I think he's been probably the Yankees pitcher I've bet on the most this year, if I'm going to be honest. And maybe it's because it's a cheaper price when he's on the mound. But he's cashed for me quite a few times, actually.
I'm going to have to sit with that one here. A ton of great cappers on the Yankees, highlighted by Taint play of the day on the Yankees. Joey Marinaccio, best bet on the Yankees. Perky on the Yankees. Wine Time loving the spot on the Yankees. And the ribeye play of the day is in as well. Willie Adames at +190 for the ribeye play of the day. All right, let's roll on. Next up for us, 9:38 p.m. Eastern. We have
by the way, yeah, Willie Adames, ribeye play of the day. Sorry, I didn't hear you say it. I didn't hear you say it. Ribeye player of the day. So, and that's Mike's record as well.
Yeah, it is. And I have an idea too for this. So I love it. We have the ribeye play day, but I've got something that I like, Jose, that I'll share with you for this as we move forward. But I love it. Great work. Let's go. 9:38 p.m. Eastern with the Minnesota Twins, the LA Angels. We're at Angel Stadium in Anaheim, California. Let's get into the weather here in Anaheim, California. We have 65 Fahrenheit, 12.5 miles per hour to right field. Stays between 12.5 and 9.9 miles per hour. It is blowing out to right field. 65 Fahrenheit at first pitch, goes down to 62 Fahrenheit. From a total side of things here, we have Patrick Sandoval versus Bailey Ober. We have this total sitting at 8. It opened up at 8.5. It was juiced to the under. It's now at 8, juiced to the over. This has gone down to 8 before and come back up to 8.5. It's still at 8, though. We still have a move to the under, a half-run move. Then we're going to get into the money line here, market movements. We have Sandoval and the Angels sitting at -109. They opened up at +103, so we have a 12-cent move to the Los Angeles Angels. Jose, could you do me a favor? Can you pick apart Sandoval's home starts this year, if you can? He's coming off a 7-5 loss at the Reds. He went 4 innings, 7 earned runs, 6 Ks, 5 walks. He looked terrible I don't want to trust him. I really, really don't want to trust him. I tell you that much. I don't want anything to do with him. When we look at versus lefties here for the Twinkies, shoot, I had that wrong when I said the Brewers couldn't hit. Shit, I screwed that up. It's the opposite. Brewers can't hit lefties; they're hitting righties. Fuck, I fucked that up for the Yankees Brewers spot. Smashing righties can't hit lefties. I apologize. I screwed that up. Here against the lefties, the Minnesota Twins are hitting them hard. 247, 720 OPS. They're hitting lefties hard. Ricky Levine says 25-mile-per-hour winds here in the Angels game. I wonder why Swish isn't saying that. Let me refresh it here. Let's refresh this spot. Yeah, it's not saying that. 11.7 miles dies down to 9.5. Can you confirm that, Ricky? Because it doesn't say that at Swish. Bailey Over coming off a really nice start. He's been excellent. The 4-3 win at home over the Tigers. 6 innings, 1 run, 6 Ks, 1 walk. And the bullpen here, I have a tricky time supporting the Angels bullpen. At times, I feel like they can handle their business, but 4.78 ERA, 1.22 WHIP, 223 opponents batting average. I think they're a little better than that, but I get very, very uncomfortable with them. But here we go. Wine Time says this is the weakest team the Angels have seen all year. We know that they're hitting better. Let's get over to the line history. So for a line history, we have this huge move to the Angels, and when with the cash flow, we have 43% of the tickets, 51% cash on the Angels. So they've gone from dog to favorite. It's a 50-50 situation. Do we back them here? Jose, take it away.
It's tough, and that dog to favorite thing definitely is interesting to me, Jimmy, I will admit. And I had this opening up minus 105 each way. So that's interesting. And then that's on Bet Online, obviously. But Patrick Sandoval, I go back and forth on him as well, which is interesting. I want to trust him, unlike you, and he's. I feel like I've been burned by him many a time before, and he's just like my abusive ex, and I just keep going to him. But he's only had 1 home start this year, Jimmy, which is pretty surprising. 5 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs, 3 of them earned against Tampa Bay, and that was the front end of a back-to-back against Tampa Bay there as well. So it wasn't phenomenal. Last year, I looked up his home road splits from last year. Road 3.81 ERA, home 4.46. So it's not like it's any better. In career, it's about even here. So it's just a game I probably stayed off. I lean under here too, but the weather, the wind is not something I want to fuck with. And the Twins bats, like you've mentioned, you think they're going to come back to life here and get back to like an average from what they've been hitting from shit. So I've got no action. I think Bailey Ober is on fire right now too, and not someone I want to fade either. That 6'8" up there is hard to hit.
He's coming off a great start. He hasn't had a great season. I mean,
Ober?
Yeah.
Well, he's had 3 straight good starts now. Now you could tell me a back-to-back versus Detroit is not that impressive, but back 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run over, 6 innings, 3 hits, no earned runs, and then against the Dodgers, who sure are not a juggernaut team right now, but 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run against them for him. I trust. I would rather trust Ober than Sandoval here, and I'd rather be on the Twins for sure. But I don't want to be on this game either, so I'm off.
My dude says a spot where a pitcher who's gotten lit up last 2 times. He's only pitched on the road mostly this season. He thinks Sandoval is going to pitch well today. I'm going to just go vicariously through you guys. I don't want to be involved in that one, but I will cheer the Angels on for you guys. Let's move on. 9:40 p.m. Eastern with the Arizona Diamondbacks, 12-14, 5-8 on the road. Seattle Mariners, 13-12, 7-6 at home. We're at T-Mobile Park, Seattle, Washington. I imagine that the roof is just going to be closed. I don't even know if we need to bother looking, but roof is going to be closed, so non-issue there. Zach Gallen going up against Emerson Hancock. We've talked about Hancock a couple times so far this year, and we have Gallen coming off of a bad start, 7-3 loss at the Giants, 5 innings, 9 hits, 5 earned runs. I mean, got a 1.30 whip so far this year. I imagine, I don't know. I don't know what to make of that bad road start. Now consecutive road starts. We have Emerson Hancock coming off a really good start in the thin air in Colorado. This is a highly thought of prospect for the Seattle Mariners. We get into the line history. We have Seattle and the Mariners at plus 117. They opened up at plus 116, so a 1 cent move away from them. When we get into the total here for this one, we have an 8 minus 116 to the under. This has dropped down to 7.5. Oh, this opened up at 7.5. Sorry, opened up at 7.5. So it's a half run move to the over. Excuse me. And then when we get to the cash flow here for this one, we have 98% of the tickets and 98% of cash on the over. And it finally moved up. Finally moved up. Then we have 76% of tickets and 86% cash on the Diamondbacks, and it's not moving. This is... Oh, and the spreadsheet play of the day is Arizona first 5. Zach Gallen and Arizona on the first 5 from our Ron Crawford. I thought I had that copy. I have a copy and paste, it's just not under the game. Shout out to our Ron Crawford. Spreadsheet play of the day is in.
Oh, I can't get my mouth around that thing. Oh.
Let's take a look at Diamondbacks versus righties here, as well as I'll get this up here. Sorry, as well as the bullpen against righties so far this year. Diamondbacks have not been very good. 224, 661 OPS. Very middling, and the Mariners are the exact same. 227. So the Mariners are 227, 664. Diamondbacks are 224, 661. Neither team hitting righties at all. We have the roof closed. We have the Diamondbacks bullpen middling, 4.19 ERA, haven't been very good. Mariners bullpen absolutely elite, 2.49 ERA, 1.03 whip, 196 opponent's batting average. I kind of like the Mariners here. Now that would be full game for me. Mikey Money says the Diamondbacks have gone 7-13 straight up, 5-14 run line when Zach Gallen starts as a road favorite. They've lost 5 of their last 7 in that spot. Very, very, very interesting. I'm
right there with you. I think this is Mariners or pass. And if I was betting the Diamondbacks, I agree with Ron. It's first 5 here for sure.
Yeah. Now Troy Torrance says this is another sharp trap candidate. The question here is, what do you make of Emerson Hancock? Do you think that last start was this huge confidence builder and he's going to show who he really is? It's a highly thought of prospect. And Zach Gallen, is he going to bounce back and get right? Take it away, Jose.
Yeah, I could easily see both these guys pitching really well. Hancock, back-to-back, good starts. Rockies, obviously that's the Rockies, so who cares? But 6 innings, 2 runs, still good. Against the Cubs, 6 innings, 4 runs. Sup, Carter. Nice to see you, Carter. Wearing camo as well. It's very American of you, Carter. Nice to see you. But yeah, I think that Hancock can pitch well here. And Gallen, I expect to bounce back, but I don't want to bet off expectations, really. I'd like the market to show us some indications. Now, the market here is interesting, Jimmy. I know you will find this very interesting. Let's start with first 5, since I looked at it just to see what Ron Crawford, how his bet's going to mark it out here. Opened up at minus 120 and then just soars up to minus 135, which makes sense to me. It makes sense to me, especially because it's Gallen. Hancock is a relatively unknown. 76% of the bets, 86% of the money on the Diamondbacks. That's all well and good. Full game, though. Full game. This line is actually creeped to the Mariners. Minus 135 opener, now minus 125 for the Diamondbacks. At Bovada here, this opened up at minus 132, and it's minus 133, so not real movement, but with all that money on it, I'd much rather be on the Mariners here for sure. Much rather.
Yeah, I like this spot here. And I can understand Ron Crawford. Every time I see that score in the Detroit game, I get angry.
Is it 1-0 still?
Yeah, in the top of the 7th.
Hopefully it's the day of unders, because I feel like today the market's saying that it's going to be a lot of unders here today. So we'll see.
Can we trust Emerson Hancock in this spot against the team that's not hitting righties? I mean, it also, I mean, he's had back-to-back very strong starts. Emerson Hancock, I mean, look at those 2 starts, man. That's at home versus the Cubbies, and the Cubbies are raking. Shuts them down, quality start. And then in the thin air, Colorado shuts them down, quality start. I mean, I want Emerson Hancock here. So, and then if do we think that Gallen has a bounce back start? Because if we do, then what did the move on this total? Oh, it just climbed to 8. Went from 7.5.
This is a prime play God game here. Diamondbacks first 5, Mariners full game here. So I will take the plunge, and I will add the Seattle Mariners onto my card here.
I will too, but full game.
Yeah,
Full game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will too. I think we have a huge advantage. Well, not huge. The bullpen hasn't looked good for Arizona, and that can change. But okay, let's roll on. Now we have Dabby Cab, who's already given us the first 5 for the Philadelphia Phillies. Got that at -110. And let's break this down. Phillies, Padres, Petco Park in San Diego, California. These Padres 6-8 at home, playing in front of full houses and doing very little with them. Take a look at the weather over here in San Diego. No, Troy. No, Emerson Hancock. Emerson Hancock.
Oh, I can't get my mouth around that thing. Oh,
The 62 Fahrenheit, 11.7 miles per hour, left to right, very slightly in between 11.7 and 12.4 miles per hour here. Wine Time Sports says he's on the under 7.5 in this one as well, fellas. Which one? Are you talking about the Mariners Diamondbacks game, or are you talking about the Phillies Padres game? So Cabby's on the Phillies first 5, Aaron Nola versus Joe Musgrove. This is a really fun one. I'm fans of both of these pitchers. I'm very happy to see Musgrove look better. This total is at 7.5 -101, and it was -101 to the under. Now -103 to the under. So we have 2 cents of movement towards the under. When we get into the money line here for this one, we have the Padres at -101. They opened up at +102. Let's go back to the first 5 that Dabby gave us here. Let's go back to that one. So for the first 5, here we go. From a first 5 standpoint, Dabby gave us the -110. It's now -105. Oh no, those are not legit books. Does any good book have it in mind? Yeah, Bet Online's moved to -105. So, it's funny because Bovada's got a -120, and so does my bookie. So, I think there's definite confusion here in the marketplace. When we go over to the cash flow for this one, you have 98% of the tickets and 98% cash on the over. I mean, that's been this way all day. And then you have 57% of tickets and 64% of cash on the Philadelphia Phillies. By the way, Ron Crawford saying the spreadsheet, loving Twins and Giants. So Musgrove, last start, 6-3 win at home over the Blue Jays, looked pretty good. Now he's got consecutive home starts. That's got to be a nice situation. And then we have Aaron Nola, who's been buoyed over his performance against the White Sox, who are trash. Take it away for us here, Jose Bouquett. The second to last game on the card. We have the Greyhound race today. Take it away, though, for us, Phillies, Padres.
Yeah, I think I'm off this game too, unfortunately. I definitely lean Phillies, though. Another kind of like, I think the Phillies are going to make the World Series and win the World Series, so I think they should beat teams like the Padres here. And I don't know, maybe I've got a little bit of a negative bias towards Musgrove still because of the start of the season, and I just don't know how well he's going to go here. So I lean Phillies here for sure, and I just think the Phillies are a better team. Aaron Nola's a better pitcher. Bullpens are kind of a wash, but I trust the Phillies here. So I'd rather have them, but I didn't move on this game, unfortunately. It's crazy to me, Jimmy, though, that 98% of the bets and 98% of the money are on the over in this game. That's
it's
insanity.
telling us that these pitchers should be very good here. What's keeping you off of it?
I'm looking at it now. Honestly, it's like you said, it's 7.5. Started at -115 to the over. Now it's about -110 each way with all of that money. And I don't know about you, Jimmy, but I kind of get concerned Like I get a little nervous when I keep seeing the same kind of like trend or the same thing that gets me on bets across the like the card, I guess. Like we've seen like how many of these totals be 7 or 8s have all the money on the over and then drop down to 7.5. I feel like that's going to be like 4 or 5 on the card today. So I don't know why that scares me. And I've said all year, that's like a trend that I love betting. I love betting these totals and that have all the money on one side and we still drop down to like a half run to the other side. I love it. And Jimmy, one of the better parts about my spreadsheet this year is that I can keep track of my action and what I'm doing well throughout the season and don't have to do the math at the end and see. My full game totals this year so far are 16, 7, and 2, and I'm hitting at 69.5% on totals this year so far. So I should trust my unders here, and I think I'll roll with this one as well. But like I said, it does make me nervous when I see all the money on one side, or just like, I guess I should say, it makes me nervous that a trend is repeating itself again and again and again on one card. And it feels like, is this like too good to be true? Or like, am I just seeing this wrong or what? So
I do not want to be involved in unders with the Phillies bullpen. 5.85 ERA, 1.55 whip, 272 points batting average. Padres bullpen's been okay, 4.08 ERA, 1.27 whip, 243 opponents batting average. We have not seen the full game total move at all. You know what we have seen is the first 5 move drastically. 22 cents of movement towards the under. That's where I'm going to be. I'm going to be on that first 5 under. I don't know if that was
4.
4. I'm going to move on the first 5 under 4 in this one. I don't know if that was the best answer there, Kelsey. It's a pick 'em. The books force you to bet $11 to win $10. It's how they always will have an advantage over us. So basically, it's as if both teams were even money, but the books want theirs, so they put them at -110 each. So it's a pick 'em. It's like an even money situation. No team is a favorite, but the books are going to take theirs. I'm going to be on the first 5 under 4 here in this one.
Okay, I'll join you.
Let's go on to the final spot on the board. I do not know what to do with Kyle Harrison. I don't. I just don't. I hate this shit when you get it in your head. You've got Musgrove being a weak pitcher in his head because of, the stuff that Moose Money talked about and how bad he looked off the top. I think that's going to hurt you in the long run. In horse racing, and I think this is important for sports too, but don't believe what you just saw. Don't believe what you just saw. If you keep that in your mind, you're going to succeed. If you sit there going, well, I just saw this happen, it's going to happen again, you're going to lose your shirt. I have Harrison as the number 1 prospect in Major League Baseball, this lefty that throws, that has movement, and I've watched him be interviewed. He's a great kid. He's so easy to cheer for and believe in. And I've only lost money being involved with him. So I just want to say that out loud. I do not have a feel for when he's going to pitch well. Has he ever pitched well? Has he ever had a great start? No.
Oh, fuck. Jimmy, I think Cabby just texted me and said, I think we just went up against his waffle.
Yeah.
So we might be fucked. Fuck.
No, that's fine. It's fine. It's first 5 over 5. Yeah, no, we went up against a waffle. Yeah. I have that here. I have his waffle right here.
All right, good. Okay. Well, we'll just make that note for everyone watching, but good luck to us.
Yeah, I mean, what the hell are we supposed to do? Just, I mean, doesn't everything look? We have wine time on the full game under. The first 5 has moved 22 cents. I think that Musgrove's better than his 5.74 ERA indicates. So I just like I didn't know.
Yeah, we bet the bets. I get it.
But you have stuff in your head that's affecting your judgment. We know that Dabby Cab's waffles have been cashing, so it's affecting our judgment. My issues.
I'm in with you though. First 5 under 4 -110 officially here for me as well. So I'm right there with you.
Okay, I think that this is a fantastic opportunity for Quinn Priester.
Oh,
I do. And I understand that there's this belief that maybe he's not ready for Major League Baseball. Look, he's had 9 starts in the majors, and he has a 1.846 WHIP. Or sorry, 1.712, 1.846 so far this year, 7.79 ERA. This is a very highly thought of prospect going up against a very highly thought of prospect. Maybe I should just stay away from all of this, completely stay away from this game. But I have this sneaking feeling that Quinn Priester is going to go up against the number 1 prospect in Major League Baseball, pitching prospect last year, and he's going to step up. Shout out to our guy, Darius Moore. Thank you so much. Gifting a Pub Sports Radio membership. Thank you so much for your support, man. Love it. Thank you. Been sitting here for almost 4 hours, and it's just something that boosts our spirits and inspires us. So I think, look, I have a problem with these types of situations because I love sports and I love romanticizing situations. I think that these 2 young pitchers, and then, I mean, this could just blow up in my face, but there's been no market move here at all. Opening up -139, now at -139. So no market move there. When we get to the, let's get to the money line, or the total here. The first 5, let's start with the first 5. This is under 4.5 at -110. So there's been no movement at all on the first 5 total at all. And then on the full game, God, I'm setting myself up for just a horrible Friday night. If I have to sit, I don't want to have too much on this, but this total opened up at 8.5 and it dropped to 8. Who would want the under in this game other than, let's say wine time, like someone who's figuring out that these are much better pitchers than these numbers indicate. We go over to the cash flow on this one. You have 65% of tickets and 61% of cash on the over. Let's go up to these, these 2 offenses. Do we trust either of these offenses to deliver here? Versus righties. These are very mediocre offenses. The Giants are hitting 242, 696 OPS versus righties. The Pirates are hitting 233, 657 OPS. So then where's the problem? Where's the problem? Is the problem the bullpen? San Francisco Giants have the worst bullpen in baseball, 5.92 ERA, a 261 opponent's batting average. Is that the problem? Pirates bullpen's bad too. Take it away here for us, Jose. Oh, and let's do the weather. Sorry, let me give you the weather quickly in San Francisco. We know it's swirls, so it doesn't really matter. But 57 Fahrenheit, 18.9 miles per hour to right field, which sounds like an enormous amount of wind, but it doesn't work like that. This stuff, it swirls. Take it away, Jose. Pirates, Giants, our last game on the board before our big Greyhound race.
Yeah, no action for me here. Keeping it short and sweet. I don't really trust Harrison all that much right now. He's giving up runs in every start. Quinn Priester, not a guy I want to back either. The Pirates are just a mentally fragile team as well. They just errors upon errors. And no action for me here. But I'll use this time to lock in the cash cow parlay, Atlanta money line, and I'm going to take the under in the O's game as the second leg, the Cowcat, as Troy and I have called it for a little bit now. Plus 162 for me.
Let me ask you this, Jose. You have Quinn Priester on the mound with an 8.3 ERA, 1.85 WHIP. You have Kyle Harrison with a 5 ERA and 1.33 WHIP. You have the wind blowing out at 18.5 miles per hour. Why is this game not moving to the over if 65% of the tickets are on the over?
It feels like none of these bets all day have moved to the over. No total at all has felt like it's moved to the over throughout the whole card. It feels like. So the only one it's I guess the Diamondbacks in Seattle main game. It's literally the only one that's felt like it's moved to the over. Bovada, this had minus 120 to the over. It opened up there and at 8, and then it went up to 8.5 here, Jimmy, but then dropped back down to make you feel better. So slight U movement with 65% of the bets, 61% of the money on them here. So it's tough. I probably lean under here with you, but I just don't want to, back either offense. It's not the pitchers that I trust. It's the offense is what I really don't trust.
I want to be involved in this under the first 5 under, 4.5, or the first 3 under, and I'm not going to double up. The first 3 under 2.5. I've already lost the first 3 under 2.5 with 2 out in the bottom of the third with Kyle Harrison on the mound in San Francisco. I'm going to be on the first 3 under or first 5 under. I'm not sure exactly which one. First 3 under or first 5 under. We do not have a lot of action here. And Res Mob says there's a tornado in Waco and coins in the middle of a hailstorm in Vegas. Wild stuff. All right, let's review all action in MLB here. Perky Bump Sanderson, Royals money line was his big bet. Let's get that home. Gerald Jones on the Baltimore team total over 4.5, and Smooth Balls play today is the Mets' first 5 run line at plus 100. I like that under in Oakland Baltimore. You moved on it, right? Under 7.5.
Yeah, and I've technically doubled up on it. It's a 2-unit, I guess, play because it's in the parlay as well. So I'm on under 7.5 minus 115. Yeah,
I'm going to be on the Jays' first 5. I also have full game under and asterisk because I can't remember exactly. I've got to go over that again.
Don't you love notes that you write down and you don't remember what they're for? I do that shit all the time. It's hilarious.
Well, I don't trust. I think the Jays bullpen's better. I've got to just go over all those numbers. Jays first 5 definitely on my roster. Jose is on the first. He's on the under 7.5 in Cubs Red Sox.
Mm-hmm.
I've got asterisks and question marks there. The under in the Cards Mets I will be on. Nats Marlins no action. Guardians Braves no action. Rays White Sox no action. Reds Rangers no action. Ribeye play today. Willie Adames at plus 190. Jose's on the Yankees. Taint play today is the Yankees. Joey Marinaccio on the Yankees. A lot of love for the Yankees. Twins Angels no action. My only side is the Seattle Mariners. It's my only side on this card. Ron Crawford spreadsheet play today. Arizona first 5. Cabby is the Phillies first 5. I'm going to be on the first 5 under 4 in Philly, San Diego. And I've got to decide whether it's the first 3 under or the first 5 under in Pittsburgh, San Francisco. That is the situation. Thank you, Jake Burns and Mally Mal. You guys, yeah, we got Big Carter here named after 90% Vince, 10% Joe right here.
Yeah. Who would you rather he turn into, Vince or Joe?
I don't really know what either of them are like as men. I don't know. I don't really know. I don't really know. I mean, I have an idea, but I can't talk about that character. I want him to be him. Whoever this little guy is, be you. Okay, It is horse race time. Did I miss anything here? Jay Burns. He said. That's a good one. It wasn't ready for that one.
That was good. That was well played. By the way, I think the only play that you missed from me, I'm also on the under in the Mets game. I'm on the Yankees money line. I'm on the Seattle money line with you as well. But no, we're set. We're pretty much in lockstep here today, and we typically usually are. And I feel like we kind of should be if we're betting and breaking down these games together. So
I wouldn't mind having a little fun here. Do we want to do 2 heats?
Sure.
Is that going to take too much time? How much time would that take?
Like 2 minutes.
Okay, let's do 2 heats. The top 5 move on. The top 5 of each race move on. We need to stall a little bit. I think a good right-handed shot, coin, right-handed shot. It's got his skates. How big are those muscles? How big are those muscles? You want to show me muscles? Carter Bear? Your huge muscles? No? You don't have to if you're shy. You don't have to.
Stage fright.
Don't be forced. No one's forcing it. Ron Crawford spreadsheet play today is Arizona first 5. He's also on Edmonton and the Pacers. While Jose is setting us up for 2 heats, let's review all action in other sports. The Guillermo Zertucci Santanita. Oh wait, stay cool, buddy. I gotta read this out. Santanita play of the day, race 2, the 5, Mr. Leisure. Mr. Leisure. I will be betting that. Let's pop that in here. Right now, Mr. Leisure.
How long do you want these races to be?
Let's go 90 seconds, minute and a half each, if you're cool with that. Then we have, I gave Subhuman Gaucho a shout. Please, you want to play with your iPad, big guy? No, you want to stay here, stay with me?
And it's someone's birthday here as well today. I have to remind myself of that for birthday picks.
Yes, I have that. Andre McCool needs a birthday pick. You gotta be a little quieter, okay, my man. Birthday pick from Andre McCool. I would say the best bet on the board, Jose, the best bet on the board is, God, it's not easy. The best bet on the board for Friday, April 26th is the Phoenix Suns.
Phoenix
The
Sun
Phoenix
money
Suns.
line.
No, anything under 5. -4.5. You want to
There you
go? Home?
There you go. I'll throw in the A's O's under 7.5 there for my birthday play of the day. So -115 there for you. And it's also Fernando Mendoza's birthday here as well. There you go, Fernando. Double birthday.
Fernando
play
Mendoza,
today.
happy birthday. Fernando Mendoza.
Happy
Dara
birthday.
saying that the Pacers are the best bet. Saturated is also on the Suns. Fernando Mendoza, happy birthday. What a great group we have. Happy birthday, you guys. And Mikey Money saying Edmonton Oilers is his best bet on the board. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. So, are we ready to race, my friend?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay. All right. So we're going into 2 heats. The top 5 of each heat move forward. But before we do, and I know that we're going to close with a thank you and all that, but truly thank you guys. All of you in green and all of you as gold members. It means so much to us. So we're going to be racing Greyhound today. Next week, it's all horses because it is the Run for the Roses. It is the most exciting 2 minutes in sports. Next week,
but they should call this the Venezuelan Open because we're the reigning defending champions of that bitch right now.
You have a rich history of spectacular jockeys, and you know what? I hope
they make them small in Venezuela.
I know. I love it. I love the run that the jockeys have been on, the Venezuelan jockeys. All right, we are breaking into 2 groups. Jose, could you please read off the gold members in heat number 1?
Yeah, 69 gold members, so we appreciate you guys. 35 in heat 1. Joey Marinaccio, Billy Friedrich, Oldie, Big Show, Nunya, Kelsey, Director 97, Kent, TJ Parks, Ron Crawford, Lexicon, Dutch Boy Fresh, Bo Jackson, Chris Bogdan, Jay Peasy, Juan Chavez, LJ from H-Town, BT, Big Ragu, Rude Boy, Juan Ruiz, Julian Cesario, Kelly McInnes, Justin McElvey, Coin, Randall Sheffield, Rico Lopez, Joseph Thompson, Rez Mob, Iron Eagle, Nutflush Allen, Craig Wilkerson, Browns Hughes, Philly Eagle Flyer, and TJ round out the first heat there. So let us begin this beautiful and look, Jimmy, is this Tapeta? Did we lay out the Tapeta for the dogs?
No, it's turf.
Yeah, okay. Well, whatever. Well, we appreciate you guys as always. Crystal, everyone in the chat, thank you guys. I never know how to start these races with the dogs, but we're off. We're off and racing here in San Antonio. Helga is looking at me like a psychopath because I am barking like a maniac at 2:00 in the afternoon. Joseph Thompson in the lead right now. It is a beautiful day, Helga. I know the dogs are racing. It's a beautiful time. We need to get Molly the dog in these races, Helga. Kelly McInnes falling back now slowly. Rez Mob, Nutflush Allen, Iron Eagle, and don't forget Director 97 in the mix here as well. Highly decorated racer. Big Ragu in the mix here. Rico Lopez trying to poke his nose out here, but Rez Mob taking a commanding. Oh no, Rez, I said your name and there you go. You're falling back now. Jimmy, take us home.
We have a huge move from our friend Coin. Right now in a hailstorm in Las Vegas, this pup is flying. His nose now is touching the lead, but Joey Marinaccio says, it is my victory. Iron Eagle and Joey Marinaccio with 30 seconds left running fluidly. Here comes Philly Eagle Flyer, but a stop. Rez Mob still in business. Rez Mob, and here comes TJ. TJ on the outside with a lot of late pace, and here comes Kelsey and Ron Crawford. Dutch Boy Fresh also in business. Joey Marinaccio trying to find the wire. Can Joey Marinaccio find the wire? Rez Mob says no, and here comes Brown Hughes and TJ Parks and Kent Davies also making a move. We're getting to the wire. TJ Parks going to come home with it. Is he? Oh, no! TJ, no! TJ,
Top 5! You need top 5, TJ!
Wow.
Who are our top 5 here? The big question. Rez Mob. Kelsey advances. TJ You made it. He didn't win here, which might have been a good thing. So congratulations.
Yeah.
Coin and the big Joey. Joey.
No, not you.
How do you get taken out there at the end, Joe? I can't believe it.
Oh, he got edged. Oh my God, that was
He was in the lead
exciting.
half the horse.
We have 5 horses moving, or 5 dogs, greyhounds moving on. Resmob, Kelsey, TJ Parks, Coin, and the Big Ragu all moving forward. And Coin talked about it. He did not feed his pup enough kibble. That was his whole plan. Have him hungry up there. Have him hungry.
Yeah, we know hungry dogs run faster. You know, Jimmy, I embody that statement because I don't eat breakfast before these shows. So I stay up and I obviously eat my first meal at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And that just makes me more hungry for winners here on the show.
Interesting.
And I think that just increases my performance.
Oh, I saw it. I saw it with my own eyes.
Yeah.
And you're going to be in this heat, aren't you?
Yeah, let's watch here because heat number 2 is in
That was
the
exciting. I don't know
finals
how
here.
we beat that race. That was exciting. Five greyhounds coming on to the final. Happy Friday to all you guys. Who's going to be $50 richer? Can you roll through the racers here?
Nuke, Smoke and Mirrors, K Wolf, Eldorado, myself, Johnny Guns, Top Set, Nasty Nate, T, Joey Harb, J Dub, Subhuman, Cody Norton, Chosen One, Ricky, Fanatical Jim, Jeff Slaughter, Fernando Mendoza, Ced Porter, Dabby Cab, Jimmy the Bag, Fat Wally, Kenny Can, Preston Ekdahl, Cheshire, Ricky Bobby, Gerald, Sharon Pullman, Sam Colmer, Connor Mac Picks, Mike M, Crystal Craig, Donut Silks, and old Saturated, who I know is watching the program saying, "Where's my name?" And there you are, dead last.
He does not sound like that. He does not sound like that.
Well, I make fun of Saturated because, you know, Jimmy, he's trying to escape a steak from me. You know how that goes. But we appreciate you guys as always.
And, a new worker, by the way, says wouldn't hurt you to miss a meal, Jose.
Yeah, he called me a fat fuck. So
he's a very kind gentleman. So he says it in the nicest of ways.
In a nice way, yeah. In the only Canadian way. Only Canadian.
Oh, Billy Friedrich says that's a spot-on Saturated impression. Okay, can I hear it again?
You know, I don't know if I've got it in me again. I don't know if I've got it in me. Where's my dog? My name's Saturated. I like Illinois.
Okay. All right. Let's go. Big race here to make it to the finals. Let's see which 5 greyhounds move forward. I'm cheering for Crystal Craig. Let's roll.
Let us roll. My name's Saturated. Let's go. We're racing here in San Antonio again. Cody Norton sticks his snout in the lead here. It's a beautiful day to race here with the stands in the background that simply do not end. Crystal Craig, Sam Colmer, Preston, Fat Wally. What a pack we have in the front right now. The hounds are out, and there they all go backwards. Sam Colmer, your tennis play was appreciated, but see you later. Oh, look, it's Jose Bouquett and Nasty Nate nose to nose right now. 55 seconds left. Fanatical Jim. Mike M, the king of the dog races, is in the lead right now. Oh, Jimmy the Bag, take it home. Your dog's right there.
Here come. Oh God. Ricky Bobby making a move to the front. I got it. I got late pace. I'm gonna wait to pounce. I just give him a little bit of room and then pounce. Come on, Jimmy. Come on, pounce. Big T looking good. Mikey Money's been up there the whole race long, looking very strong. Here comes J Dub. J Dub making a big move with K Wolf. J Dub coming right to the front. Which 5 greyhounds will make it into the finals? Which 5? J Dub and Big T look like they're. Here comes Sammy Comer. Here comes Sammy Comer.
Here he comes.
Ricky Ricky falling back. Here comes Top Set making a big move. And
oh
Fernando
my God,
Mendoza.
this is gonna be photos.
Fernando Mendoza on his birthday. Oh, and he gets sniped. Oh no, he's in. I think he's in. I think Fernando Mendoza.
Fernando.
And look at Jose Bouquett moving on.
Come on.
Wow. Look at that. Fernando Mendoza on his birthday slides in. Ced Porter also there. Top Set was our leader. Top Set looking to pick up 50. Crystal Craig says, my dog is terrible. Crystal Craig, you were right there, Crystal Craig. You were almost top 15, you know. Donut Silks, too, a great thoroughbred handicapper making into the finals. Here we go. We have 10 horses in the final. So, Jose Bouquett, what happens now if you win? Are you sending the $50 on, or will you let the second place be the winner?
You think I'm going to let second place
I
be
agree.
the fucking winner?
I agree. You got to be a
We
winner.
roll that shit over because I'm going to be the next Director 97, Juan Ruiz. I'm going to go back to back and I'm going to fucking gloat in everyone's fucking face when I go back to back here.
Back to back. We have a question from Billy Friedrich. He said, where was Saturated's dog?
You know, Saturated, that's a great question. Saturated, I didn't see his dog once there. Saturated, but shout out to Saturated.
Our top 10 here for $50. We have Fernando Mendoza on his birthday. Sed Porter, Donut Silks. Jose, there's tea on my tits. Please, somebody get it off my tits, Bouquet. Top Set, Big Ragu, Coin, TJ Parks, Kelsey, and Rez Mob in lane numero uno. We're racing for a minute and a half. One of these greyhounds will be $50 richer. Jose, you want to get it started?
Yes, I will. I'm definitely going to start pacing during this race because I want that cashola. Especially, I would love to roll over to a nice $100 Wednesday. But let's get after it. Shout out to everyone here. If I don't win, I want Fernando to win for his fucking birthday. So shout out to you, Fernando. We're racing in San Antonio. My name is Saturated. Yeah, we are racing here. Woo! Woo! My neighbors probably fucking hate me. Fernando Mendoza in the lead here. We've got a lengthy race here to go. Minute 15 seconds left here. Helga has just walked into the building and she looks nonplussed with my actions. Top Set, Rez Mob, all in the mix here. A minute left in this race. Sed Porter. Some people say Sed Porter's where you want to be in the back, waiting because all this race is about is late pace. Who's going to win it, Jimmy? 50 seconds left here. Coin, Rez Mob in the mix. Take me home, Jimmy. Call my winning race right here, Jimmy.
We have a very tightly bunched group of 10 greyhounds here in San Antonio, Texas.
Come on,
racing for $50. We have Rez Mob in the lead. Coin sitting in second. Kelsey sitting in third. We have Donut Silks in fourth, but moving forwardly in fifth. TJ Parks, Big Ragu, Sed Porter. And here comes Fernando Mendoza on the outside. Again, a tightly bunched group. Rez Mob moving in the wrong direction. Donut Silks moving to the front.
The time is down.
Donut Silks is nowhere to be found. 15 seconds left. And Fernando Mendoza on his birthday, trying to find the wire. 10 seconds left for Fernando Mendoza. 8 seconds left. Fernando Mendoza on his birthday. But Kelsey says no. Kelsey says no. Here we go. The wire is here. And Kelsey is your champion.
Wow. Fernando.
Wow. Fernando sniped at the wire.
That hurts. That hurts, Fernando.
Wow. Fernando, what a performance. Sitting in second. Jose Bouquett finished in sixth. Sed Porter in fourth. Top Set in third. Big Ragu in 10th. That was a extremely exciting race. I remember you asking me when I was, just polluted, disgusting, if we should have a horse race, and I was, just adamant about that. We had to gamble on real events that are happening right now, and I take that back. It's too late, though. It's too late. I wish we had done a horse race. So.
They're great. Shout out to Kelsey and Fernando. Yeah, what a run there. Happy birthday, my guy.
What a performance by Fernando Mendoza, sitting in second. Kelsey, $50 richer. We thank you all, gold members. We thank all of you guys. Kenny Can, Coin, Fernando Mendoza, Joey Harb. It's so wonderful to see this, all this green. Thank you guys. Christopher Comentini, Darius Moore gifted Pub Sports Radio membership. JPZ gifted 2. Joey Harb, Billy Friedrich, Phil the Kill, Viper, and B. Thank you guys, truly. Nuke Worker, Old E, Saturated, AOD, Crystal Craig, Nasty Nate, Voodoo Ranger, Von Polo. Thank you guys. Truly thank you. Ron Walsek, our man. Joe Yurkovich, Doug, Joe T. It's been a good week. But But I want more cash. Kelsey says, give it to the birthday boy. Look at that. Look at
Well,
that.
you guys can fight that on your own.
She has, well, she is the winner. She has the power. So, Kelsey, you can let Jose know how you want to handle it because you are our champ. You are our winner. You are $50 richer.
Yeah, and just email us on email us. I was going to say email us on Twitter. Email us pubsportsradio@gmail.com.
She says, please give it to Fernando. Look at that.
Well, Fernando, congratulations then, Fernando.
Very kind of Kelsey. Fernando Mendoza, now $50.
Our hats
richer.
off to you, Kelsey.
Yeah, very kind gesture. The birthday boy, $50 richer. Crumb saying, going back to the Jets trend with the under 6.5 today. Let's go. I think that's a wildly exciting bet. It's so scary to do that in Colorado, Winnipeg. I can't wait to lock in action. I love that we kept Saturdays. We're going to cut out the Saturday shows. We're going to cut out them, so they'll be available. Again, if you want to take another look at them, they'll be available on our YouTube page. Don't forget race 2, the number 5 Mr. Leisure. That should be starting off here pretty soon.
That was G's horse race. I didn't see G's original comment, so I have not bet it, and I would like to. So what was the horse again?
Yes, I'll pop it here in the chat. I'm gonna bet it right now too. I'm gonna get into my action. It's been a very successful run that we've been on. The last couple days haven't been so great for Operation Garcia. I'm looking forward to attack it now. But when it's all said and done, look, if I didn't go on this run for the last 6 weeks, I wouldn't be here right now. This would be the Jose Bouquett betting with Bouquett show, and I would have lost my family as well. I'd probably be in Vegas right now. With whatever money I have left. I am so thankful for the opportunity to gamble with you guys. Love it. And I hate that I was in that situation at the end of February, something that I caused. I love that I climbed out of it with all of your help. I want to win so badly, and I know this is the group to win with. Jose, watching your strong start to the MLB season is wonderful. It's so important. You've got to keep it going. And we thank all of you guys for your support. So let's lock in our action. Let's get this cash. Let's have a giant, giant weekend. I'm really excited about tonight. We have a few hours before it all pops off. That 5:30 game is tonight, though, right?
Yes, NBA, I'm assuming.
Yeah, we have our first game, Bucks Pacers, which I'm already on Pacers -5.5, pops off in 2 hours and 12 minutes. Let's go get that cash, man. Let's go get that cash.
Need it. And God bless Dennis Garcia as always. And let's have a good Operation Garcia today, huh?
Yeah, let's get it. But I mean, look, fuck. I mean, I know there's a lot of Cowboys came to Operation Garcia late, but it's in 9 days. It's made me $5,450. Now it's not the 6,000 whatever it was, 48 hours ago, but that's $200 bets too. It's not like we're opening it up or doing anything crazy. So let's go. And also, I'm about to receive a nice chunk of cash. What was I? That's how I'll know whether or not I get stopped. Now, I don't think I'll get stopped because the last 2 days have lost. But I think once he press send to me, I think he'll maybe have some concerns. Maybe. We'll see.
I have a nice chunk of coming at the weekend or on Monday. So God bless. God bless us all.
Coin, I've not been cut off. No one I know has been cut off. Some people have been limited to 10 player prop bets. That's all. Let's get this cash. Let's eat. Thank you all for your support. Let's fucking go. Leche! Los bookmakers! Milk that shit.